the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna be pick up a seat get your team I'm the king of kings brother in arms in a battle you all gonna die if you act like a vandal bring the realm to reality from every angle this is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am a Raja I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja What do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down on
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Get back and watch. Get back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब भी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been abolished traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja Put your back down on your knees Would you kiss the ring? Put your back down on your knees Would you I am the Put your back down on your knees Would you kiss the ring? Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja I am the Cause I am the Raja
in. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Live from Manfo Convention Center, this is the final day of Convergence in Bangalore, India. I can already hear the shouts of the crowd. I love hearing. Can I hear it one more time? Hello, Manfo Convention Center! I love hearing the crowd. Tashwani here alongside Pavlos and Kremer, where overnight I seem to have grown 10 inches in size because today there's so much to unpack.
That's quite a bit, isn't there?
I love the fact that you've got a box, but you're still shorter.
Yeah.
We do not, no, we don't have a box, guys. I literally did grow 10 inches in size last night. It was from the sheer force of will and determination.
It's a bit more than a box. It looks like a box, booster seat, scaffolding.
It's actually 2 boxes.
Platforms, the lot. We have to get a construction crew in just to build this platform for you.
Listen, at one point of my life, you know, you talk about wanting to be the best. You know, everyone here comes to Convergence. They want to be the best, and I want to be the tallest.
You can try. We're going to need more scaffolding, though.
Yeah, probably.
But Begaloo's going to run out of metal before
Probably.
he gets tall enough.
I think so. There's a lot to build out of this. Speaking of building up the show today and building up the entire year for Valorant here in South Asia is nothing without you guys here in the Manfo Convention Center as well as South Asia. So please give yourselves a round of applause because we have a love letter for you from Riot Games.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking girls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. your back.
On behalf of myself, the other casters, all the production team, we're going to attempt some Hindi now, Pavlos. Honestly, it's thanks to you guys this is all possible. But Pavlos, this desk feels a bit shorter, I should say.
Wait, what? Whoa, wait. Where did Tash go?
Where did Tash go?
Tash,
Where's she
hello?
gone?
Did she fall off her box?
Oh, yeah, it's off the box. All right, give her like 20 minutes to climb back up.
Well, that was a glorious video, right? Because
It was.
this community here in India has been nothing but brilliant, right?
Yeah.
Since the start of this tournament, this has been a year since Harbor's released as well, and I think the love that we've received, not only as talent, but the teams as well, the tournament, I think there's a lot of passion behind here, and I think for this reason, they deserve a lot of love, and I think they deserve this tournament here in their home ground to be able to witness some of the best teams here around.
You're absolutely right. However, Pavlos, I think it's time for you to do some walk-ins.
All right, I think it's time to call out some teams, right?
Yeah.
Because it's time for the Showmatch. The first team that we'll be showing, although the name is Phantom, which is the most, quieter of the rifles, there's nothing quiet about this one. It's Team Phantom. Some of your favorite faces, personalities, streamers, all here to show you and give you a massive show. And Team Phantom, make sure you give some love to these guys. Yeah, we got a chance to meet some of them throughout this event, and honestly, it's been great.
Yeah, they're all super friendly, super welcoming. We stop in for their streams and say hi, and the whole communities are awesome. But Pavlos, I've never done a walk-in before.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and give this more passion than the average Spanish caster.
Ooh.
So we're really try and ump this, I think. And we've got to one-up Team Phantom, of course, because you may like Phantoms, but I happen to like Vandals.
Okay, fair enough.
That's all right. We'll give it a try because
give it a go.
It's going to be embarrassing if this is bad now, isn't it? But
yeah, you built yourself up for failure here, mate.
yeah,
No, come on.
set yourself up for failure, Pavlos. Have some faith. Of course, described as magnificent, munificent, and now shifting this team into significance, comprising of T-Bone, Joker, Fatu, Sherlock, and Ankita. Welcome, Team Vandal!
that is an entrance, isn't it? I think you put a lot more thought into how you're going to make that intro. I think Team Vandal also had a lot more thought on how they were going to make their walkouts. They were all really coordinated, having their own little entry. That was beautiful.
It's, at face value, Pavlos, it's almost as if the Vandal is better than the Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to argue with that. Phantom, for me, just hits the spot.
Hits the spot.
I know I can't hit my first shot, so I might as well compensate with a bit of spraying.
So you're saying that the Phantom is the players who are bad?
I don't know, maybe. But I think it's time for Tashpani to take it over to the stage. I just got word she managed to get her way from falling to her. She's got some interviews to take care of for all of you guys.
And there you have it. I managed to fall all the way from the analyst desk to here. With me, I have the captains of Team Phantom and Team Vandal, Binks and T-Bone. Now, T-Bone, can you tell me a little bit, what does the T in T-Bone stand for?
Terror.
Terror Bone!
Yeah.
Why?
So I'm gonna destroy them.
You're just gonna destroy you, Binks? What do you gotta say about that?
It's gonna be fairly easy because they have a beater in their team. So I'm pretty confident it's gonna be easy for us.
It's gonna be very easy for you. Ooh, can I hear it? Who's here for Team Phantom? Okay, fair. Can I hear it for Team Vandal? I don't know, man. I think he is a little bit more louder. You're gonna make the crowd quiet?
Yeah, they are louder now. After the match, we'll be louder.
Oh, okay, let's see that. Can I have you guys shake hands first before we start the game? Ah, there we go. Good sportsmanship. And for that, we're gonna toss it. Probably to our analyst later, but it's gonna be very interesting to see who comes up on top. We have Binks, who used to be a previous pro player. So, whether or not this will come up on top, Kremer and Pavlos, what do you think?
I think Tash just ran a marathon there. Like, for her height, I was having to run in between like the legs of all the chairs, you know, like, under the security fence.
Yeah.
I don't know how on earth they got up onto the stage. I imagine, do we have like a tiny lift somewhere? Or?
Yeah, lift, a crane, something. Something was necessary.
A scissor jack to take her up, but yeah.
I think funnily enough for this one, Team Phantom, even though, again, like we're talking about the more, you know, silent weapon, we've got a team that they're going to be very loud. You could expect that they're going to be shouting. I know some of their favorite words whenever they get a kill is "jod," right? So let's see if that is going to be played out today. I believe Team Phantom's video lineup is right here. Maybe not the video, but actually the graphic. But let's talk about this team, right? Let's talk about this team. Of course, it does consist of Bink, Sid, Milikaya Mili, Zeref, and Alpha Clasher. Talk about these guys for a little bit.
Yes, so Binks is definitely the player who I think you have to keep an eye on. Bear in mind, he's one of the few I guess in this case, content creators who's actually played on a team, who was actively competing and has actively had experience in tournaments, and I think on LAN as well. And of course, that was with another one of our casters, Mamba.
Of course, yeah. Mamba did give us a few words about that, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think this whole Indian scene does love their streamers, does appreciate them a lot. I think we could definitely tell from the watch parties that you know, a lot of the viewership towards this tournament came because these followers have enjoyed watching the games, right?
Yeah.
So with this collectiveness, you know, these communities that have been, you know, put together, all of these streamers have a chance from bringing their individual communities all into one, and now getting to play against each other on the server. It's going to be a spectacle.
It feels like quite a cultural difference actually, because the players as well, they have a really close connection with the fans. It's quite nice to actually see just regular conversations between everyone, really.
100%. And Team Vandal, of course, is no different in terms of what they can bring to the table. Quite a fantastic lot. T-Bone, Joruku Kihaveli, Fatu, Sherlock, and Ankitak. Quite the lineup as well.
Yeah, T-Bone's the player I'm really looking out for here.
Yeah.
Purely because, he talked the most trash. You can't talk that much trash and be bad. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to do it.
I wonder how much trash talk we'll be actually seeing on stage, right? How much jumping out of their seats of the players we'll be seeing?
If we can't, from the analyst desk, which is I guess the other side of the venue, if we don't hear them shouting at each other from here, then I would argue not enough.
All right. I feel like we need to come up with some, you know, some words that the audience can use whenever, you know, a team comes out on top. What should we use? Jod for Team Vandal and for Team Phantom.
That's just your Hindi knowledge. What else you got?
Not as much as you, obviously.
I've got Bahai. Is it Bahai?
Bahai, I think.
Bahai. Yeah. I've got Bahai, Bahai, and Jod. That's actually all I really needed, to be honest.
All you need, right? Your brothers. right?
Yeah,
Is that
I
the
think
meaning of it?
Behen is sister.
Ah,
I don't know plural of sisters, so we've got 4 words to last us an entire trip, 2 trips to India as well. So yeah, Jod, I guess, would be just all encapsulating. If someone does something cool, that makes them a Jod.
100%. What is the thing you're most looking forward to in this show match, in particular, Crum?
It's got to be. There's definitely going to be some knife kills. There's going to be shorties coming out. There may even be buckies. So there'll be all sorts of BM on either side, and there's a good chance we'll see an ice with deadlock. Agents we don't really see in the competitive play at the moment.
And they can play any map as well, right? They don't have to play in the competitive
we could go
pool.
to Icebox
we could
again.
see Icebox again.
Oh, I
if
missed
anybody's
that map.
missed that map, have you?
Yeah, I love that map.
Okay. Would you like it to say it changed, or are you happy with it how it is?
I'd like it to replace Breeze, to be honest. So, maybe if I'm lucky, if I pray hard enough.
Maybe. Breeze has been all right. So, for some...
Not for us.
No, to be fair, most of my win rate is on Breeze, so I benefit from other people not liking it. I'll take that.
I'm one of those people.
I'll take that any day of the week. But there is no further ado required, because we're entering into the game to watch our show match. Team Phantom versus Team Vandal. Casters, take it away.
From watch parties to the party being watched, they are a part of this one right now and a part of a wholesome event. Of course, welcome to the caster desk, and I will actually say this time that I have the expert on these creators in Universe.
I mean, I agree that I watch all of them every now and then. I've met a couple of them. So some of them are really good friends as well. And talking about friends, let's see what they've got for us in terms of agents. Okay, a bit of a I was expecting an ISO or a deadlock to pop out of nowhere, but there are some staples, as we can see. Binks has gone for his infamous raise. As we all love to see, the Rosa ults that he brings onto the server is something that everybody loves, And Sid, of course, he's known for his chamber, and I think you've got some insight about that.
Is he the one with the tattoo?
Yeah, he is the one.
Is it a giant tattoo, apparently?
Yes, it is.
Definitely like to see that one later. But I actually did sit up with T-Bone yesterday for one of the watch parties as well. His chat was very wholesome, and he gave me a little bit of insight that Cypher is an agent that he really does like to play.
Oh, yeah.
Adopting it when, he was a little bit weaker, now in towards a little bit of the buffs as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what shenanigans are going to be afoot when it comes to, I guess, not only the Cypher, but this team as a whole. Because like the analyst did say, I'm really expecting just tomfoolery to come through into the server.
I agree, and also because, the reason why you saw T-Bone get a little bit more cheer was because he's a local boy. He's from Bangalore, and he loves this town, and this town clearly loves him as well. And, these creators have, kind of been together. Him, Binks, and Fatu have been together for so long now, and they're like a nice brother family, but who love putting each other down when it comes to the game.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, without further ado, it's time to get into the game. Let's have some fun. We won't be seeing Icebox or Pearl or anything like that, but we're going to get Haven. I still think it's going to be a roller coaster of a ride.
Absolutely. Towards C they go. Let's see what the plan is. Fatu is taking the lead on to this scene. The recon from both sides. A lot of information, and down he goes first. Alpha Clasher to open up the party.
Going on in as well. Binks, I want to hear the cheese come through. But it's going to be a little bit silence for right now as Team Vandal rotate towards the A side of things. T-Bone, I mean, he's got some knowledge, right, when it comes to the Cypher kit. Knows how to play around it, reading Xerath to a T.
Yeah, he did get that kill, and Binks, he's been spotted as well. 52 HP, needs to be careful here. And he's going to take him down, and it's going to be T-Bone to win that first duel. Another one? No, it's going to be Sid to hit back instantly, and those chamber bullets are going to be deadly when it's in the hands of Sid.
Yeah, sit down T-Bone in that one, unfortunately. Now you've only got one player on the side for Vandal, but it does look like footsteps are going to get the better of Millie.
Kira is going to run back towards C. She knows that there might be a read on her mind, that it's going to be empty, and she's pretty much right about that. Recon to clear back the site, making sure that she can get a safe plant down. And that's going to be a 1v2 clutch.
I'd be interested to see if these shock darts are going to be used as post-plant, or if the challenge is going to come in, because the Recon Bolt is available from Alpha Clasher. It's going to be shot out into the site. That's going to reveal a bunch of information. But actually, no, it's a little bit back. It does get it. Now she's got to dance around the site itself, and she can't quite wrangle anything. So with that, this pistol round is going over to Phantom, what I would class as the inferior god.
Okay. You're more of a Vandal guy. I appreciate it. I love the Vandal as well.
It is over.
But when it comes to the analyst desk, they were also a little, I would say, differentiated about this. Pavlos seems to like the silenced rifle, and Krema is a loud advocate of that Vandal. So pretty much to their strengths, I believe, in terms of being on desk as well.
Yeah. Nah, absolutely, for sure. It's also cool to see that these agent compositions are somewhat comparable in towards a map like Haven 2. We're not seeing 5 duelists or 5 sentinels or anything like that. So taking it full serious, it's interesting to see how Sid is actually going to use Chamber that has been out of the meta so far. Just getting shots out with the Marshals, I mean, that's where you would expect things to come, but Binks already straight up, Fatu's dead, Sherlock fourth straight. This is just a battle over at A long, but it does look like it's one out from Vandal for now.
Yeah, they're going to get that A site for pretty much empty free range now, and Sid, he's being a little cheeky. He wants to probably go to the smoke. Paranoia to support him, maybe. Good recon. The shot comes in, but no, he doesn't get anything. All of them flood into the site, but the attackers are pretty much ready, and Vandal, Team Vandal will survive this with a force buy.
Yeah, not bad. A little bit of aggression going up A long, but squandered only after one. Quite unfortunate that Binks wasn't able to double down or maybe even triple down. Get a little bit of assistance from the team, potentially.
And I'm pretty sure that, there's going to be a lot of banter going on stage instantly. The minute T-Bone or, Fatu get a kill onto Binks, it's going to turn around and somebody's going to stand up on that chair and, scream at their faces, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Early in the game, once again, there is an exchange of information towards mid particularly, and Zerf actually finds a kill onto Sherlock, and that's the controller gone. Make that a double.
Another one. I was going to say earlier, Vandal and Phantom, I mean, they're not the favored weapon when it comes to it. The Guardian is supreme, and this is why at the moment still looking for more Zerf.
Okay, Zerf.
It's been a little bit since we had seen Arena. It will get shut down for now, as Team Phantom are looking to answer back after losing the previous one. It would be a pretty stunning one. Just the pistols remaining for the rest of the squad.
All right, now I want to see what Fata can do. He talks up quite a big game about how he plays the Jet, and he keeps floating between the green and red rank. But at most times he's blaming T-Bone for his D-ranking situation. So if he's got skills, this might just be the time to do it, because T-Bone pretty infamously has been called a land god.
I heard on the grapevine though that T-Bone is sitting in Diamond at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He floats and loves that pink rank,
Well, in towards the A side at the moment, it looks like Binks is missing a couple of shots, but the rest of Team Phantom, they're going to start to make their way over to the site. The Sage Wall going on through, but the paint shell's held by Binks. Is that going to be expected? Joker is just going to eat them for dinner. A nice shot out from Binks. And it's all onto Fatu. Has to try and get the plant in the mix of this as well, but it doesn't matter because Millie just has a good little sandwich up with that classic.
All right, there we go. Fatu, he really needs to step up here. He talks a lot, by the way. He loves making sure that, his friends feel the wrath of his agony when they end up, eventually, making him lose a round or lose a game where it could have been his rank-up game, right? And he's also called the baiter of this trio of T-Bone, and Binks. So he's like the, they have this thing going on, the banter always. Who's the son and who's the father? What do you think?
I think I got to get a little bit of time to see who's going to be leading by example. I think father can teach son a lot. So Fatu, I mean, off to a pretty decent start. We've got some villains on the side of Team Phantom as well, opting to use their opponent's weapon as opposed to the Vandals. So whether or not Team Vandal gets the buff from the Vandal.
Absolutely. It's interesting that everybody on Team Phantom is actually using the Vandal right now except for Binks, right? So it's kind of ironic. But yeah, to each his own. As once again, Team Phantom looking to be a little thinly spread towards that A side. It's only Zerf now, and he's probably going to take a bit of a fight here.
Zerf swinging on out, had the crown available to put on the head. The Empress is going to carry itself into the next round, at least for now. But this one, it's looking a little bit awkward for Team Phantom, a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, the push from Fatu. He's gone through the smoke, gets one as well. but instantly traded back. 2 kills, now it's a 2v3. Still in the hands of Vandal here. Can they hold it off?
Ooh, distance games though. That's where you don't really want the Spectre to try and be taking duels. Pistol spot out from Alpha Clasher, a drone through as well. But time is relatively crucial in this scenario. Try and get up that defuse too. Drop that on T-Bone, take the challenge. A big bomb out from the satchel. And now we've got a 1 versus 1. Sticker. Oh.
She's playing it well.
The shock dart would end Binks right now, but the swing on out, and she manages to find it, so we will be tied up.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure that Binks is also, you know, the caller for his team because he's been an IGL before. Went back when he was playing in Paratroops.
Who would it be for Vandal?
I would say it's T-Bone. As far as I think, it should be either T-Bone or Sherlock, I believe.
I'd feel like if it was T-Bone, though, we'd just get a lot more shenanigans happening, right? We'd get a lot more running down mid, running down C.
I would love to see
letting go.
I would love to see it, but I think right now he's more focused on keeping his 100% land record because every show match T-Bone has played, he's won.
So what happens if he doesn't?
I don't know. We're yet to find out.
Do we want that world?
I guess not. Binks might just give us that world because he's going to push up mid. You wanted that and you got it.
Yeah, but Fatu shut down. Blade's only good for 1, so these pistols are looking pesky as Binks.
We got a little bit of
tactical crouching.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just making sure that, you know, the control button is working.
Uh-oh.
Spike.
Sherlock missing a couple of shots. Can't afford it, but the headshot out on towards Seraph. Means that we're still in a winnable scenario for Team Vandal here. T-Bone with the neural theft as well. An angle that Binks might have been able to hold a good lead, but we will equalize, and the neural theft does come out. All the information here for Team Vandal.
T-Bone's going to tuck himself a little quietly. The drone came out of Alpha Clasher's belt there, but it's not going to find anybody because they've gone A. And there is a hold up. T-Bone's actually going towards heaven.
Hunter's Fury can finish off Sherlock, but T-Bone is in the prime position. Try and upset things. That's not how you want it to go, though. Now it's only Sherlock. Paranoia's available for both sides, but you want to see Team Phantom peeking together onto this one. The dart means nothing. Sherlock just hiding it long. The spike is planted for her. The swing, the tap. That's the sharp one onto Alpha Clash. And the Paranoia misses though. And what is that TP? Absolutely unexpected, but the blind was in as well. And the round at the end of the day goes, well, honestly, to Sherlock.
Yeah, absolutely. It was amazing. The timing of the Paranoia was most perfect. And I'm not quite sure. She didn't expect that TP, right? She thought it was going to be actually on the right side, cubby of that A main site, but no, it was behind her, and her Paranoia worked perfectly. Team Vandal, thanks to Sherlock, now have the lead back in their hands.
So I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
How does Fatu op? How does this sniper work?
I think the crowd can answer that. Guys, how do you think Fatu is on the op? Is he good? He's okay. Is he bad? Yeah.
No? Okay. No. Come on.
Okay,
there we go.
There's your answer.
There's still 2 more players here. Completely unexpected.
We're still on the 50-50 edge. He got a little too ambitious there, but he does get 1 pick, and now T-Bone to come and try and pick the piece onto Binks here, and this is a duel.
You know what I see, though? Binks has the showstopper.
Yeah.
If they come in towards the site, it could have completely undermined what Team Vandal wanted to do.
Oh, I think they're going for the revive here.
Yeah, they want the orb. This is expected. Binks, he wants to take the fight. Take the challenge, gets 1. There's no res available now.
Yeah, absolutely not. They might just decide to... Oh, never mind. They're running straight into C. And Alpha Clasher, he does have a drone. He has the ultimate as well. So he could just kind of bump them down right here.
I mean, Akita has the Hunter's Fury, but Alpha Clasher is one of our own. Here we go. That's going to finish off Akita if it tags her. And counts her with a double! A big ultimate to net, a big reward, and now it's all on to T-Bone. Finds some nice timing to get into the site, but look where the spike is. It's actually fallen where the Hunter's Fury found its prey. So T-Bone has to try and win these 2 duels. There's the first. Oh,
the
not
ADS.
the next one. A valiant attempt, but the round to Team Phantom.
The ADS at the last second there, unfortunately, has stripped away T-Bone from a 1v3 clutch. Good try, though. Good try, of course. Was able to make sure that at least he got 2 there. But that Hunter's Fury, again, the winning moment for that team.
You always got to be careful when you do get tagged up by something like the drone in this scenario, by the recon dart, or even if you get hit by a bolt of the Hunter's Fury, that you don't run into a teammate.
Yeah, that's the biggest mistake a lot of these players make. And now Binks has got a showstopper. Let's see where he's going to miss that.
Where he's going to miss that, you reckon? Oh, that's bold.
Hey, a lot of people know that every time Binks has a raise on, his showstopper is actually, it doesn't stop anything.
Right. Well, Zerov, there's no stopping this one. Straight down mid, yet again. T-Bone down for the count. I do want to see the maximization of the Empress as well. You can definitely win.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, where's it going to go?
Oh, it misses!
Yeah, it missed. Okay.
I told you.
Yeah, true, but Alpha Clasher is here. Binks is still looking for more. At least he's going to find one with the Vandal in this round. It's starting to be curtains closed for Team Vandal. Both of them over towards long, and it's going to be a flawless round from Phantom in the end.
There he is. Yeah, he knows what he's done. He knows what he's done. Binks clearly feeling the effect. He's like, oh my god, my stream is going to kill me today for what I've done on LAN.
So far, 0% LAN success rate showstoppers.
Yeah. Or maybe 5%. I think he's got a couple.
I reckon he's got 0 from all of his previous games. I reckon they all miss.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Well, there is a chance of redemption. He's already got 2 orbs back. He can maybe get another one up this half and show that what he can do. He is up to 11 kills, though, so he's leading the charge on the server.
Oh, looks like we're going to have Paranoia and the Recon play coming out through
the team flash
courtyard at the moment. The guns so far too are going to look a little bit superior as there's a second, looking for a third. Binks to get that, but the utility just exchanged out the garage doors. Remember, there is a resurrection available for Joker to throw into this as well, so you could get a good advantage. And now, okay, Binks has just gone completely past her.
And he wins the duel, doesn't expect her. That's going to be it. They have the spike in their hands, but the revive does come through. And Ankita's back on her feet, and they go towards C.
If Sid can get one, the tour de force can be popped, and that could absolutely slow what Team Vandal want to do into this. But here we go, all 4 members coming up through long. The Empress is here to play, here to party. Zerov for 1, gets out of dodge, looking for another, gets shut down, and Sid will get traded as well. So this game is just so tight. We're tied again.
Once again, we go back to level terms, as Team Phantom and Vandal both have equal, I wouldn't say equal impact, but if they're able to shut down Binks, I think they're able to find their groove.
He's nearly got another showstopper.
Yeah, he's almost there. He just needs 3 more. And right now, what I'm concerned about is Sid's tour de force. Is he going to activate it? Where is he going to go? It seems like he's on B at the moment. Man, might take a peek towards mid, but will anybody challenge him is the question.
Let's find out. T-Bone's got that neural theft again, so he could find some good information. A missed shot out from Sid. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Fatu does miss his attempt at getting some elevation. Straight shooting in towards Millie, though. But our cover, providing some cover to get out of dodge.
Spike planted.
Alpha Clasher playing alongside the shadows, needs to be careful. He's got a crossfire to break up if he does go through, and he gets one.
Oh, the crunch though, Zera. Position is known. Look at all the kills going towards Team Phantom at the moment. And Cheetah shut down Sherlock at the back of the shield, but it is rung, it is sprung, and the round to Phantom.
Once again, it is Phantom to take back the lead. They've been exchanging this lead of just 1 round differential between each other. It might end up on a 6-6.5 by the ways we're looking at it. But once again, that showstopper already back online. We just mentioned it 2 rounds ago, and he's got it. This time, can we please see a connection between Binks and that showstopper and an enemy?
Well, it'd be funny if he gets T-Bone, wouldn't it?
It would be great if he gets T-Bone for him, because he's going to then enjoy it. Well, the crowd here, of course, to support their favorite streamers, and we heard a lot of commotion, you know, back when we started the match when Tash asked them who supports who. We'll get back to that in a second as we see Zerf a little bit keen once again going mid, but look at Fatu, he's pushing up towards garage, and Zerf once again, being a menace, gets away with one, and now it's time for the Jets to show what he's got, takes out Binks, and that's going to probably be...
Where the TP go again? Millie likes to just throw it behind them. This time he's actually going to find one, but as quick as it happens, as quick as it might look to be shut down, it's all on to Sherlock.
Once again.
She doesn't have the spike either. No ultimate to pick it up if she was able to navigate towards the A site, so it's going to be quite rough to try and get this round back for Team Vandal.
Yeah, she's pretty darn low as well. Just 2 bullets from a Vandal. Take her down, even if through a wall. And she's going to try and circumvent across garage to maybe find that Sid's watching this. Spikes out in the open. The strike first right. She wins it. A great shot from her. 10 HP against Seraph. And she can, yeah, she's got time. She can rotate away from here.
But does she have the patience? Does she have the idea that Seraph might be chasing her exactly to hide in a corner? To expect that he doesn't clear everything, because I'm looking at it right now. Here's the tap on the spike. Knows that he does have a bunch of safe passage to get over to the safe side. Sherlock landing in the open. There are so many angles you have to consider as Seraph right now.
Yeah. Oh, she goes to heaven. Better choice. Last time she was an A main, and that's what probably he expected to come on the flank as well, because Seraph is coming in from A short. 1 versus 1. Last time this was won by Sherlock. This time.
I mean, he hasn't cleared long at the moment.
Yeah.
It's clearing on towards hell. You got to get an expectation that heaven might be possible, but the wrap around to CT2, you can just see how paranoid Seraph is. The runnings, they're happening straight onto the site. Sherlock will need the headshot. She's heard him. A tap. It's all a fake at the moment, and she finds the headshot. Look at that one, folks.
Another clutch for Sherlock in this game, as she will put her team once again in winning ways. Well, she's been pulling quite the weight for that team. Although there's been a little bit, extra space creation and good plays by their Jet, it's Sherlock to, kind of tie the game up towards the end.
It's going to be a heavy round, though, for Team Phantom. Look at all the ults that are available, too, right? So you could certainly assist your team, even though you've got lesser weaponry coming in towards this one. You want to see an opener from Binks. You want to see some good reconnaissance from Alpha. And the tour de force that Sid has is actually going to be online.
Damn. Oh, there he goes, almost getting him. He wants to go to the smoke and challenge as well. The paranoia comes through, but he's not going to follow it up. And now Seraph might be in trouble. There he goes down. There's the one, but Sid is the trade. Out comes the showstopper, and this time it connects.
The trade from Sherlock. We're still being kept relatively honest here at 3 versus 3. Sherlock going to do her own from the shadows as well to get out of this one. But the Hunter's Fury, look at the tag. T-Bone, he sits through it. Sid is shut down.
Spike planted.
2 versus 2. Spike at A.
Cover going out.
Once again, Sherlock in the driver's seat. She's going to get this one. Yes, she is. Sherlock with another huge play for Team Vandal.
It's either going to be a bit of Omen diff here, or Ankita might look to use the ultimate.
Scaring. That's a spray down. Nothing connected onto Millie, but she needs this kill. Sherlock is going to take her down as well, and another multi-kill clutch round for the Omen of Team Vandal.
What have we seen? A 4K, 2 3Ks in a row?
Yeah, exactly.
As well, so definitely building up some confidence for the team of Team Vandal.
Yeah, people came here expecting Bing's T-Bone to make these plays, Fatu as well, but nah, it's Sherlock's land right now. She's enjoying this, and the crowd seems to be loving her as well.
Nah, absolutely great to see all of the loving fans here.
My question is any team going to actually use a... Yeah, finally, there we go. The ultimate has been popped by Sid. I was just going to mention that as well. Sid's tour de force hasn't come out the entirety of this first half, and he's popped it in the last round as Team Vandal pushing in towards that A site. I think that does dodge that grenade.
You can see how close Fatu was from looking into the site, though. The smoke that does get dropped at the right timing will force him back. Meanwhile, the C site is completely vacant.
Rotations were called in pretty early. Joker's gotten ahead of the curve. He will get the plant down and his wall as well.
Not a plant for long,
though. A little bit safer, and now they're going to wait for the retake. Fatu's in behind garage doors, so he's going to play for the late game here.
A 5 versus 5 as well, tagging up onto the recon. Joker down. Smoke on towards long as well, so this has to have members of Team Vandal thrown into the mix. Hunter's Fury comes in. Now that's a sharp one to come through from Fatu, and now the Hunter's Fury is splitting wickets. Another one onto defuse this time. It is going to be Millie low in HP, denied by T-Bone. He's sacrificing himself for the team as Team Vandal come out on top for this half, 7-5.
Absolutely. They're going to be really happy with that. And I was actually kind of concerned about Fatu. He was behind the Sage wall as well. But that kill onto Binks was so important. Binks was expecting him there. He knew that this usual on-ranked teammate of his is much of a baiter, and he's going to bait this team. He did, but Fatu, he used it perfectly. They're not going to have any complaints about that at all.
Do you reckon the changing of the sides here does anything because we are too close? You know, 7-5 is pretty equal.
I would say that Binks is going to be a lot more aggressive now. You know, on attack, usually he just flies into the site like it's nothing, and he takes duels, you know, with full confidence. And he's confident about the ability, the fact that he can isolate these duels all by his lonesome, because he knows and tells his Omen, he tells his Sova where to throw the recon, where to put a Paranoia, because he's, of course, been an IGO.
I think I'm looking towards Seraph for Team Phantom as well. The aggression down mid, the quick, sharp opening kills, getting out of dodge as well. I think that's going to be a real important factor for Team Phantom to try and get one up on Team Vandal.
True.
Get maybe T-Bone into the mindset of keep getting shut down, maybe do something a little bit more risky, because when we switch up as well, these Cypher utility and everything, you want to try and find out where T-Bone is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that I haven't heard or anything from these streamers, though, is nobody stood up yet after a clutch. You know, I would expect Sherlock to actually be owning the stage right now every time she finishes off a round, but none of these guys have actually stood up and, you know, given a bit of a chant to the other team yet. I'm hoping to see some of those moments, especially from Binks, if at all, you know, he is managing to stay alive till the end of the round and clutch it up himself.
Oh, maybe if we get an ace, I reckon that's stand-worthy. If we get like a 3K on a rocket, I mean, the Hunter's Fury getting 2 with a single bolt.
Yeah.
That's, you know, nearing, maybe not a jump out of a chair, but maybe a slight raise.
Yeah, you know, put your hands up, take the crowd's love in a little bit. Let's see how it goes. As on the defense, Team Vandal now going to shut off Garage completely with that Sage Wall. And they're actually going to go break it, it seems. That's another.
Yeah, they got a couple to do here, unfortunately.
A little carpentry going on here.
Well, T-Bone is actually over at the A site, so it is good to see that the defenses are pretty catered for from Team Vandal.
They're going to push in through that smoke. He's ready. That's a recon that's gone past them, so they're going to be okay sitting in that smoke, and she's going to get away from Garage, and that is a cavity to be exploited.
Oh, the trap wire, but T-Bone can't quite get it. Is his camera still up? It is. He can get a retag, but you can't quite try and find where Alpha Clasher is. Shock darts now. This is all a ruse, folks. The Vikings are naturally coming over towards the A site, and Sherlock is going to get an unexpected surprise. Cannot continue to take this fight. Will get shut down in the end. Joke is good for 1 at least, but it's all coming up Red in the kill feed. It's all coming up Seraph in the kill feed as well for a 4K. I told you I was looking for Seraph on attack, and this is why.
This, by the way, is all Binks. This is his usual. You know, he tries to do this in ranked as well. He sends the initiator all by himself to go and, you know, get a distraction, put in the recon, go give a couple of steps, maybe get detected by the Cypher, especially if the Cypher is T-Bone because he missed all his shots.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'd like to say that nobody saw that, but I'm pretty sure a significant amount of people did.
That works.
I can already see a lot of clips, you know, being turned into reels, shorts, and put on YouTube. His chat giving him all of what they can when he's going to be, you know, doing the watch party later on. Yeah. Once again, towards the C side is the activation of...
oh, the short. And one, but now Sherlock traded on out.
C.
There's a flank already. Fatu might just actually get ahead of the curve here. Does he find Binks? No, he doesn't. And Binks wins that, makes that a triple as well. Sid to add to the tally, and Joker's left alone. Maybe he could go for a wall defuse if at all, but he got to be careful because they're coming in to hunt him.
Only a classic. Not going to be able to find much at the end of this one. Again, really close in this show match, 7-7. Binks taking this one for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an eco round, so not too much lost here for the side of the defense. But if they're going to have to, you know, try and win this game, they need to get back on their feet instantly with this buy round of theirs, because this bonus might help Binks and co run away with this game.
Most definitely. The Vandals are going to come out, though, for Team Vandal, so this bonus for Phantom is going to look just a little bit weaker. You know, Spectres across the board. Sid going to be onto the Sheriff, but you would most likely expect the Headhunter to be the primary weapon of choice.
Oh, there's a push in once again from Fata towards A short. Does he get that kill onto Sid? There is a hold up, but I'm not quite sure he expects this.
Yeah, Fatu doing his best MW0 impression at the moment, just up through sewers time and time again. See if that's going to repeat.
That B wall, they're just waiting for that B wall to crumble down. They want to take these short-range fights towards the B side. That's exactly why they're waiting. And what could be a burst of an attack coming on this side? Is Ankita and Joker ready for this?
Oh, but the judge, you don't need to sit too
T-Bone
from the lead. T-Bone finds two, Joker for two of his own. They are looking for a full house to clean the deck over at the B side. It's all going to be on to Sid. Stuck in the cubby at the moment. No one quite able to see him. And look at the rendezvous position. I mean, you can't get out of this one, unfortunately. Able to find one, but at the end, he is Sid down.
Yeah, it's just the one that he finds, and that's going to be the buy run. Pretty simple execution. T-Bone, spray through the smoke, find two. Joker, find blinded, 2 kills with the judge. Of course, that's the one weapon that you can count on when you're blinded by the paranoia. And with that, it is the lead for Team Vandal.
But this is where we get to see Team Phantom get their guns out as well, right? This is where we get to see what their attack is most likely going to look like. Got the Empress online for Xerath.
And it seems like they're going to use that Empress towards that A side. The recon out from Ankita, she's going to get back instantly and leave that A side for the retake, it seems. Smoke's dropping down. It's going to be a free site.
They're definitely feeling the pressure. The rotation's already starting to come on over. Binks again missing out on these satchels. Need to fine-tune those in the later stages of this half. As the trademark is destroyed, now we have a multi-pronged retake to come through from Team Vandal. Fatu to start it on off, looking for another one. Taking down Alpha Clasher, but immediately traded by Binks.
Oh, Sherlock, that's going to be a risky teleport. Is she going to go for it? Yes, she does, but Zerf only good for one. Out comes Binks, and he drops dead as well, as the defense gets another.
I mean, are we going to see a world in which we get a good extension of a game? Is this the time where we're going to see, Team Vandal maybe just overwhelm, take the lead?
Yeah.
Take it convincingly, close the map from here.
Absolutely, and we know, of course, that, T-Bone doesn't lose on land, and his team is supporting him, especially Sherlock.
Yeah. You got Fatu in the mix as well.
Absolutely. He's been doing a good chunk of the work. He's getting at least one per round, right? And he's going around on the flank quite so many times. Making, even on the flank, even though they know he's coming, he's able to get one, and that's a good thing, actually.
Yeah, we got a pretty important round coming up too. One of these swing rounds. Tour de Force and Showstopper nearly available for Team Phantom. You've also got Joker with the Resurrection and T-Bone with the Neural Theft very close too. But we're going Groundhog Day. We're going back towards the A side, and once again, we're expecting a retake.
Yeah.
Hey, he made the jump this time.
Yeah, this time he did, and he's gone over and cleared off short as well. That smoke is going to be inconsequential. And Fatu once again on that back line. And this time he's got a close-up enemy as well. Sid's waiting for him on the other side. Okay, Millie, great shot onto T-Bone, and that's the Cypher eliminated. No more information per se on this. Ankita has got something on her hands.
Yeah, I dare say Fatu's not going to be expecting Sid to be playing in the lobby corner. Binks is going to be missing another one of these rockets, but Fatu. Sid was not expecting that to happen. A little bit distracted. Binks though, playing in and off corner. Suspected now. Another one out from Binks though. Looking for a third. That is the shutdown. That is pivotal to keep Team Phantom in this one.
Binks with the 3K. He did miss the showstopper, but made up for it once again by taking out everybody in sight, making sure that Sherlock doesn't go unchecked on top. Actually, she kind of, I thought she was going to try and teleport onto the side in between her smokes.
Hey, look, we found T-Bone IRL.
Oh, yeah, T-Bone. Hello, yeah. Can you hear us? Yeah? No? Okay, he's playing like T-Bone, NPC. All right. No harm, no foul. Sorry, I apologize. I love T-Bone. He's a good friend. But he needs to pull off. I would love to see him pull off a 1v3 clutch 1v2 because that man deserves a shout of praise for the amount of entertainment he provides, and this might just be it.
Let's see.
It's coming down to him. First kill. T-Bone, let's go. I take on your name. You got to show us the greatness of what you can do with that Cypher, my friend.
One and out. Blades are available for Fatu as well. This could be a well-coordinated retake from Team Vandal, a plant for the long location. Let's start to go on down. Look at the paranoia. Fatu is in, looking for more. Shut down by Millie. The squad, though, for Team Vandal starting to encroach CT. No flanks going to be here in this round. 3 versus 3 and counter paranoia as well. But Ankita coming in for this one. Just like that, everybody of Team Vandal getting the job done.
Once again, the defense working together as a team. Impact coming when impact needed, and they will find themselves another round on the board. Okay, I want to know, are these T-Bone fans or are these Binks fans? I hear a bunch. You want to test it out? You want to see a little bit of who's under the fire right now?
Who's under the fire?
Yeah.
Who's here for Binks? What about T-Bone? Okay, I think there's a little bit more for T-Bone.
Yeah,
You
T-Bone,
want to
of
play?
course.
Let's play.
Oh, this just in. Well, we've got a tour de force online.
Yeah, there we go, Sid. Let's show them what you got. A bit of a garage aggression here. Tripwire has been taken out, and T-Bone across the border itself from garage window. It's going to be given up once again, but we've seen that these retakes have been fairly more successful than Phantom would like them to be.
Oh, the trap wire is going to be
brilliant
successful to keep the
setup.
bait in for the Hunter's Fury. We need to see more than just one connection. There's going to be a second one, but a 5 versus 5 coming in for the retake down.
Yep. Drone goes out, and everybody's actually funneled down to the C-long position. This could be troublesome if you're able to just stick that defuse.
I mean, the wall has been used from Joker, so they can't go down towards long to make sure that there is a full focus from Team Phantom to destroy that before an eventual defuse to come on out. The tour de force is not cover
He's sticking it.
that
He's
provides the
sticking it.
protection. Fatu finds two. Sid gets one onto Fatu. Remember, that's the body block.
Yep.
So the
that is
defuse is here. It's 11 for Team Vandal.
absolutely. The smile on T-Bone's face was worth watching, of course. The minute he stuck that defuse, he's like, yeah, I'm going to be that sneaky Stefan. There it is. Yeah, there it is. He's enjoying it. 11 for Team Vandal as the attack is just crumbling with every single round going by. And even though they clear on the scoreboard, you can see that maybe, you know, a lot of their players have got the effectiveness. It's just that they've not been able to convert rounds. I'm not quite that, and this is the problem. You take a C-long plant, everybody goes C-long. One should have been on site, and I should have been essentially Binks to take that fight.
It's risky, but so is... oh, well, maybe it's not a risky if you're getting that collateral and getting out of there. I was going to spin a narrative that he's going to be just completely dead to rights, but looking for another this time. Xerath is going to shut him down. Billy under the heavens will be traded out by Sherlock, so a 3 versus 2. Team Vandal looking to try and get us to map point.
Yeah, 2 players left. Xerath has been pretty consequential for his team's success of the 8 rounds that they've built up, but they need another here to put them up at least to reaching distance of Vandal. And this B side is going to be the point of attraction unless they choose to go in towards A-Link where T-Bone is actually waiting for them, and this might be cause of concern.
I like this really passive approach from Team Vandal as well. I like the crossfires that they're establishing, and it's all a bit of a ruse at the moment.
T-Bone!
Narrow focus, T-Bone on towards Sid. They're not expecting another one to be on the side. It doesn't even matter as T-Bone finds Xerath at the end for Vandal to find 12. And you can see the frustration starting to come through.
Well, it's pretty much seemingly gone a momentous way for the side of T-Bone and Co. And of course, him being the smirk, right?
That cheeky smirk.
Yeah, of course. He loves being at the edge of his seat, ready to win any given moment on a LAN stage. And he's about to do it in less than 2 minutes. If at all, it does go his way in this round as well.
Early wall towards the front of B. Everyone from Team Phantom, they were waiting to see what's going to be meeting them over at A. A reposition as well from Fatu, elevating himself. Also see Ankita ready with the recon bolt. That'll be destroyed. It'll reveal information no matter what. It actually gets a ping off.
Gonna pick up the orb from... Never mind, she's actually just baiting it out as out goes Binks into the second. She jumped in, and T-Bone might not be ready for this, but he is! And T-Bone takes out Dart's rival as he gets a bunch of damage himself, and he's going to back away from that B site.
I wouldn't mind Sherlock just tucking in behind this barrier wall at the moment. It's about to crack, it's about to fail. T-Bone managing to find another one despite being on low HP. And now is the time for the defenders to look to close the match. But hang on just a second. Into the B site, we actually situate ourselves. A plant going down. A Hunter's Fury also available.
The recon, it's not going to reveal anything. T-Bone's out of reaching distance of it, and Joker's got to reveal, a revive, and he's got Fatu back up on his feet, and they're running in as a trio now.
Xerath has the Empress online, and early Hunter's Fury as well. They're trying to cause a ruckus in this one. The bolts do go awry at the end, but it's only just trying to buy some time. Slow actually on the spike is not helping Fatu to get in. And you already know where Joker's essentially coming from because you saw where the slow up was. It's Seraph to get another 4K in the mix.
All right, finally we see something from Team Phantom, and they're gonna get themselves up to 9 here. A much needed round, but it's coming maybe a little too late. Can we expect an overtime here, Komodo?
Oh, maybe not just yet.
Maybe just not yet?
I think, you know, we've got to see a little bit more coming from Phantom. We've got to see some clean rounds. We've got to see Binks hit a showstopper again.
Yep, he needs to
50-50
deliver.
at the moment.
Yeah, he's delivered 1. I think he's missed 2. Yeah, he's missed 2.
I missed 2.
Missed 2, yeah, he's missed 2. He's hit 1. And he's going to try to hit another onto probably T-Bone on that C side, unless that tripwire catches him. And T-Bone's ready for him. That tripwire catches it, but the connection comes too late, and Binks is going to find him as he's blinded.
Yeah, the rotations are all starting to come on out though. Keep an eye on Fatu for the flank. The trademark has actually just been smoked off by the cloud burst. So Fatu, this flank is going to come into fruition. They're none the wiser. The Blade Storm is here as well. The remaining 2 players from Team Vandal to come in from CT. Seraph gets traded on out, and it's all down to Sid. The one but the right click is missed. Oh, Sid, settle down. You've got the spike, the jump spot information secured. He wants the challenge with the swing. A tailwind gets him out. And Sid, does he expect that he's already repositioned to an off angle? He hasn't. There we have it. It's Team Vandal and for our show match.
And for the crowd, of course, this is quite the victory as well, because a lot of them supporting T-Bone. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them right now are screaming, Jod! The Land Demon continues his streak as the duo of T-Bone and Fatu are going to go ahead and beat their, I would say rival, but friendly rival of Binks and Co.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to the team of Team Vandal as well. Everyone pulling their weight. Multi-trade coming up from Sherlock. Great reveals from Akita, making sure that just the assists are going to be there as well.
Yeah.
So it was well coordinated. And I also just want to give a little bit of credit tactically to T-Bone. The change-ups coming through for Cypher as well. The team happy enough to just leave him sit on the site where required to.
Yeah.
It's nice for, you know, a show match to show us some depth.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that I was kind of missing was maybe a little bit of a knife fight. Didn't come really through, but there were a lot of great plays from a lot of players here. Especially, I would say, the credit where it's due. Sherlock, she's done amazingly. Multi-kill rounds back to back to back. What actually delivered this team that, you know, depth that they needed in terms of taking a lead, right? And her clutches were phenomenal, taking out pretty much everybody inside that she got.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you know, we'll flip it onto the other side as well. A valiant attempt from Binks in the end, from Seraph as well. These duelists trying to do what they could. If you want to add Sid to the mix as well, Chamber, I mean, still kind of on that pseudo-duelist variety, but was just trying to really be the guardian of the B site when it was on the defensive side. Not really able to find too much, which is why you see these shifts of Seraph walking down mid. That actually was working and wasn't really punished by the likes of T-Bone's squad. So maybe if they kept doing that, they potentially could have found some more rounds, and maybe it could have got to 18.
Yeah, probably. And I believe that they kind of did, you know, as much as they could, but the side of Vandal were just a little bit more well-rounded.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's it for the show match from our point of view, because we have some analysts to see what they thought of this match.
You know, as they say, the Plat players are a little bit harder to beat by the high elo players because they're so unpredictable. And that's exactly what Terrabone T-Bone brought to the table in his undefeated streak.
Here's the thing, Tash. I think it is just the fact that the Vandal is better than the Phantom. That was just proven to us. That's conclusive. Nothing else to suggest otherwise. It's facts now. It's gospel. Vandal better.
I mean, let's be real here, everyone. Just now on the stage, even Team Phantom was buying Vandals. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting them, the only rifle that they would be buying was either Phantom or Vandals. Definitely disappointed at that end, so they're not really holding true to their names. But let's talk about the players for a bit. It felt like Fatu saw a bit of Cena yesterday and thought, all right, I'm going to just replicate that again.
Yeah, I think that what's really interesting about this particular matchup was mostly because I did tell Binks specifically, hey bro, can you buy me an Odin? And he was like, guys, it's not fair, guys. Everyone on the other team is pro. I'm the only good one on Team Phantom.
Yeah, complained long and hard. I mean, kind of. Honestly, I'm most impressed by Sherlock, who was sort of portrayed to me as one of the weaker players on the team.
No, she's not. Did you know she used to compete? There we go. She used to compete for Game Changers.
And there we go. Now we know why. Damn good on that Omen.
Pretty good, pretty good. All I'm saying is that I got talked to about T-Bone and what he was capable of.
Yeah.
I got told, I was promised
Yeah.
the Nats version, the Indian Nats, essentially,
Okay.
because he's so good on that cipher. I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Wait, you saw a T-Bone cipher.
I saw a T-Bone cipher. No Nats. No Nats.
No Nats.
Betrayed.
Betrayed.
Granted, yeah, still had a pretty good game, you know, 18 to 17, certainly not bad at all. My heart does go out to Binks and Xerath though. Double duelist in a chamber is certainly a brave composition to go for. But you know what's a show match? Why not go wild? However, as I say to all my ranked teammates, don't pick chamber if you're not going to drop 30.
100%. That's true. But let's see who exactly got the MVP here. And the MVP is... Can I have some drum rolls? Oh, it's 25.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. That's a lot. I feel like there were multiple players at different moments that stood up. For me, it was Binks, right? He was carrying so much on that raise at the beginning. Maybe there were some moments in the middle that he had some multi-frags, but Fatu was just consistent every single round.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to go at least another few more rounds for Team Phantom just now, because especially the last fight, where I was like, okay, we're going to see maybe a 9-12, 10-12, 9-13, 10-13, didn't happen. Bit sad about that, but Fat too. Honestly, not only is he consistent, his teammates were able to play very, very well with him. Binks, like it or not, maybe you're not Radiant. I don't know, man. I'm just kidding. Love you, Binks.
Maybe he's not Radiant. I don't know. What is Radiant after all? It's just...
Radiant
it's
is
just
Twitch
an
chat,
icon.
Pavlos.
Just an icon?
Or even YouTube chat as well.
Everybody
That's
watching is Radiant.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Undisputed. Well, everyone who uses the Vandal is Radiant.
And everybody else on the broadcast is Bronze.
Actually...
Well, speak for yourself.
I'm not Bronze. Actually,
You're
I'm
Iron?
Iron.
Yeah,
that's why I'm not the box, you know?
Yeah.
Need some... Need a carry.
Need a little bit of carry.
Need a carry, yeah. Yeah, but let's have a look at the score head-to-head here. Fatu and Binks, the two top scorers for the team. Honestly, I'm not surprised that Binks is in the leaderboard. 3-2-1 to 3-4-1 is, despite the disparity in terms of score, he really still manages to catch up.
What Binks needs to learn, I think one step behind Fatu in this one is because he doesn't check his corners. I thought we saw a couple of times where blast packs were used, and you know, you can use those to move and traverse quickly, but you need to make sure you look behind you or to the side sometimes.
I have a question for you.
There's only double E key
What's
involved.
that, Tash?
So if your teammates don't check their corners, what do you tell them?
An assortment of phrases. Usually,
assortment of phrases.
Usually really colourful language.
Very colourful.
Passionate speech to rally them and to not abuse them in any way, shape or form.
Alt F4, that's it.
Alt F4.
Yeah,
just leave the game.
Tash, we're kind of toxic.
Oh, so the way, you know, I feel like, you know, one day Binks said, you know what, if I lose, I'm gonna sub my teammate out and bring you in, and I'm like, yeah, bring me in. I'm higher ranked than T-Bone, but now I'm terrified of T-Bone. A plat player that's just a demon, a land demon? I don't know, man.
There aren't many players who are a lower rank than you, though, Tash.
What?
There aren't many players who are a lower rank than you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I love that you just take it. I love that Crow just throws in a punch and you're like,
I mean, to be fair, did you see the PaperX tweet?
Yeah, which one?
Only 0.9% players are Iron, and a rank is still rank.
That's true. And
exactly.
No matter how much I bully you, I'm still punching down.
Excuse me, sir. What are you talking about?
Even on your tiptoes on a box. We have a monitor in front of us. You can't lie.
He's on tippy toes.
Oh man, this is the worst day of my life. Regardless, thank you so much to everyone who came down to support your favorite streamers, and thank you to these streamers to shape the communities, to keep our community for Valorant Southeast Asia alive. And for now, we're gonna go for a quick break. Be right back.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge.
We got this. Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Hi, my name is Mehmet Yazıpek. My nickname is Sined and I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Eray Budak. My nickname is Yetuje and I am playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Doğukan Kraks Balavan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hello, I am Furkan Mustafa Linyen and I'm manager for Foot Esports.
Hello, my name is Atatan. My nickname is Atakaptan. I'm playing for Foot Esports.
Hey, my name is Alpes Kulancı and I am the assistant coach of Foot Esports.
I didn't come with any expectations. I'm just come to visit, play tournament and get some experience, so that's it for me.
Yeah, same like Sned. I like the foods here. I didn't expect like that. They were so good. And yeah, we are here for tournaments, so send out.
Well, I didn't have any expectations too, but I think I don't know, tried some Indian food here, and like it's our second day, and I don't know, food is really good right now. That's it. Yeah.
Anlat.
Indian is very good.
I don't have any team to face, so we will play and win all our games.
Vitality, I guess.
Vitality.
Global Esports.
Nothing.
Vitality.
Aggressive, unexpected, and smart, maybe.
Smart.
Onu demeyecek.
And unexpected too. And defender, I guess.
Oh.
Support beklenmedik. Yardım diyeyim.
Calm, support, and smart.
Calm down.
Sakin. Chill.
Supporter, smoker, defender.
Like I'm the coach, I don't have a play style.
The coach style.
What's that?
My coaching style is calm. That's calm. Sakin.
Nice.
Ata.
Ata.
Ha?
Ata.
Komik olay.
Ata.
Ha.
Ata.
I think balancing guns better.
I think I will just delete the Odin.
Jet'i kaldırırdım.
Fix bir ulti.
Everything is okay. Nothing.
Yeah. Fixing stuns are the correct answer, I guess.
Sakın jinxleme. Sakın jinxleme.
Rakiplerimi söyleme, karşı takımdan söyle.
Öyle bir şey diyeceğim. Karşı takımda kim var?
Bizim True Reapers.
I think the... Neydi lan bizim grup?
True Reapers.
True Reapers.
Genji.
It was my brother nickname and I just reversed it. That's it.
Oh, it came from WWE, the reality show, and coming from Chris Jericho, I guess.
Klavyeden random geldi. It's my real name is shorter than. That's it.
Adım. Teknenin adı Ata Kaptan. Adım Atatan. Eskiden de kaptanlık yapıyorduk. Mesleğimiz o.
Like, I was just searching for nicknames randomly and I found Sway and it sounds good and I just put 4 and that's like...
I'm Salah, the head coach of Vitality.
I'm Destrian. I'm I guess a controller player for Team Vitality.
I'm
Yeah.
Safe. I'm a player for Team Vitality.
Sander, in-game leader for Team Vitality.
Hello, I'm Kix, a player for Team Vitality.
Hello, my name is Runner, and I'm also a player for Team Vitality.
Just in case anyone forgot, he's also a player.
He's a player, bro.
I mean, I shouldn't be able to beat anyone here, no? If I can beat one of you, it's bad, guys.
Maybe on a good day, Sal.
It's bench.
Maybe on a good day.
On a good day?
On a good day.
On a good day, who would you beat?
I'd throw. On like my best possible day, I shouldn't be able to beat any of you guys, but probably... I feel like you send it, no? Fred's better than everyone, but I feel like I know how he plays. But if I can beat him, it's bench, guys.
I mean,
benching.
For me, there's an easy option.
You don't pick me, guys. It's boring. It's boring.
I mean, last deathmatch I played against Sander, I destroyed him, so I'm gonna choose Sander.
Everyone is bullying me.
Yeah, I'd smash Runner in a 1v1. Absolutely clap him, I think.
I think my teammates are too powerful for me, so I won't beat them. I will just go for the easy option to beat Salah.
Go for the 6th player.
I mean, maybe Harry, but Harry is off limits.
Easily demolish Safe, I think, in Oreo.
I like that.
I will have to take down Safe. I will have to.
I don't know why we're spreading propaganda. Like, why are we doing?
To challenge him.
Maybe in a 2v1.
Yeah, maybe in a 2v1. Me and Kimi group up against him, but yeah, I'll try my best. You wanna say it, Sal?
I want to smash Foot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think everyone
would enjoy nothing more than smashing Foot like 3 times this season.
In grand finals?
Yeah, every game we play against Foot this season, I want to smash them. They're fun. I mean, I don't know. They would be fun to beat like this.
Yeah, but you're gonna play from their same region, so I would say playing from other region would be interesting to see the play style. So it's good for international events.
I actually have a funny story behind mine. So I was born in England, and my mum decided that it would be funny if she gave me a weird name. But then the real meaning behind my name, it was a bit too weird. So she said, okay, let's make it Salah. That's behind my name. So she named me Salah from birth.
Wow, what a story.
For me, it's a long story, but in short, it comes from the word pedestrian. So it's Destrian, without a P.
After an NPC.
Yeah, it's Safe because I was born with the name Safe. So I just wrote Safe, and that was it.
Mine is when I was 10 years old, I stole someone's pro player's Smurf account nickname, and I just kept it as that.
Actually didn't.
Actually a fraud.
I don't actually remember how I came up with the name. I think I was trying to think of something that starts like my real name, like with the same stuff, and I put something random.
You like kicking?
Yeah, I like kicking.
He plays football, so he played.
Maybe that. Maybe that played an influence.
Yeah, I just stole mine. You know.
Yeah, most
I was like
6, 7 years old.
Eastern European.
Saw it in the internet cafe, someone left his name. I was like, yeah, this is mine now.
Damn,
Did you take anything else?
so clean, bro.
No.
He saw Runner, he was in love, bro.
Bro, ever since then I was like, this name is so cool, like it has big capital R at the end, it looks so cool. And ever since then I became Runner. I don't run.
I can say for myself it was NIP Forest when he was playing back then. He was playing 1.6 in CSGO, so pretty much it was my idol.
I think for me it has to be Robs, you know, being from Estonia and seeing how he started so young. So, I mean, it's really cool to see, and he's still one of the best players in CS. So, yeah. For me, it has to be Pasha Biceps. Seeing how I look like him exactly. I'm chiseled like him. You're getting there, bro.
Yeah, you're chiseled.
People have Pasha Biceps. One day, I'll look like him.
Bro said chiseled. For me, it's Get Right maybe in CS. That's how it all started, and then in Valorant, Bonka.
For me, yeah, it's an NIP roster. Like their streak in LAN, the wins, everything. I wouldn't say like one player, just the whole team.
I'll say Bonka as well, actually. He started my career, so it's only fair. Bonka.
Meu nome é Ilan Eloy Nogueira, meu nome no jogo é Havok e eu sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Leonardo, meu nick no jogo é MWZera e atualmente sou jogador da Fúria.
Meu nome é Victor, meu nome no jogo é Conan e atualmente jogo pela Fúria.
My name is Felipe, my name in game is Liazi e I'm creative player for Fúria.
Cara, a expectativa é sempre de ganhar o campeonato, mandar bem. Acho que, falando de cultura, é bem diferente do que a gente vive no Brasil. É uma cultura diferente, é muito legal a experiência. As comidas são diferentes, mas a gente está aprendendo, a gente está se adaptando. Algumas coisas são boas, algumas coisas é bem estranho pra gente, mas a gente está lidando bem.
The expectations are the same. We came here to win and bring back the trophy to Brazil. And when it comes to the culture, it's kind of different with the culture that we see in Brazil. And talking about the food, we are not that used to the spicy food, but we are just trying to adjust. But the overall thing is good, the experience is good. It's true that there are good things, but somehow there are also some bad things. Overall experience is good.
A FUT, por ser mais forte.
FUT, FUT. Você? FUT will be easier for them, for him.
Eu não tenho muita preferência de adversário não, mas tipo, gostaria de jogar contra a FUT para enfrentar o Cined de novo.
Talking about adversary, I don't have a preferred one, but I would like to play against FUT.
Eu gostaria de enfrentar a Genji, porque eu acho que é um time muito bom. E a FUT.
I would like to play against Genji because I believe that is a good team, but FUT also.
Pra mim é FUT.
FUT.
Bom, os fãs brasileiros, mano, primeiramente eu agradeço pelo carinho que eles estão tendo com a gente. A gente tá tendo um apoio assim que nem a gente esperava. Tendo um apoio gigantesco e isso, mano, dá uma motivação a mais pra gente. Então, muito obrigado de coração a todos os fãs.
The first thing I would like to say, thank you very much. We are really grateful. We're not expecting this support, and when we see people like this supporting us, it really motivates us. So thank you very much. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this also.
Cara, sendo bem sincero, a gente tem poucos haters, mas acho que eu agradeço aos haters porque eles dão combustível pra gente. Então acho que só dá mais combustível pra gente calar a boca deles, tá ligado?
So talking about haters, actually we don't have that much of haters, but whenever they are, it's like the haters are fueling us, helping us to go forward, to give our best. So it's like we are giving our best so that we can shut them out.
Ah, sendo bem sincero, eu roubei do meu irmão.
Talking sincerely, I just stole it from my brother.
Eu roubei do meu irmão. Quando eu era pequenininho, 8, 7 anos, eu ficava vendo ele jogar e ele usava esse nick. E eu roubei dele, quando eu fiquei maior.
So I stole it from my brother when I was 7, 8 years old. I was seeing him playing with that. So when I became like older, I took that name.
O M e o W do meu nick não tem significado nenhum. Não tem significado nenhum.
The M and the W of his IDM doesn't have any proper meaning.
Mas o Zera, no final, o Zera é por causa do Cold Zera, que é uma lenda no Counter-Strike no Brasil. Foi o melhor jogador assim do mundo alguns anos atrás e eu era muito fã dele.
And Zera, it's because it's actually one of the legend name back in Brazil. So I really love him, so because of that he took that.
Yes.
Caralho, é foda. Meu nome é um personagem do Naruto.
Do Naruto? My name is actually one of the characters in Naruto.
O meu é literalmente por causa do meu sobrenome, Galeazzi, aí ficou só Liazzi.
Right. Him is because of actually his name, Galeazzi, so he took just Liazzi.
안녕하세요. 저는 먼치킨이라고 하고요. 젠지에서 IGL을 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 카론이라고 하고요. 젠지 발로란트에서 연막을 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 활동하고 있는 메테오 김태호라고 합니다.
Hi, my name is Eric, and I'm the manager/interpreter for the Genji Valorant team.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 타격대를 맡고 있는 텍스처 김나라입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트에서 활동하고 있는 라키하고요. 역할은 이니시에이터 맡고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀에서 코치를 맡고 있는 HSK라고 합니다.
라키야.
먼치킨.
오.
HSK.
카론.
HSK.
이거 플레이어 아니야?
그러니까.
플레이어.
아니 왜 감독 공격하기 있어?
오케이. 라키야.
확실하긴 해.
저는 일단 인도는 처음이긴 하지만 이제 날라올 때 너무 걱정이 됐는데 오래 걸려서 근데 막상 도착하니까 되게 뭐라 해야 되지? 되게 이뻐서 네, 되게 좋았어요.
I was a little bit worried because the flight was super long. But when I actually arrived, I thought everything looked super nice. So I really liked that.
인도에서 코끼리 한번 보고 싶어요.
I do want to see an elephant.
타지마할.
Maybe not Taj Mahal, but
너무 멀어서.
난 그냥 카레.
나도 카레. 카레.
Some curry.
저는 일단 무조건 푸시긴 해요. 왜냐면은 푸다 진짜 2번 지긴 했어요. 이젠 이겨야 돼요. 이제는.
For me, it's absolutely FUT Esports because I played them before and I lost to them twice. So this time I do want to win. Revenge.
Yeah.
저도 일단 풋인 것 같은 게 대회에서 일단 감명 깊게 봤고 이 무엇보다 그 가끔 나오는 미친 샷 그런 게 너무 잘 봤어서 그게 기대가 가장 잘 됩니다.
For me, it's FUT as well because when I watched them play on stage, play on stream, like I think they played super well. I noticed that some of their players can have absolutely insane aim at times, so I'm looking forward to playing with them.
저는 오히려 G나 바이탈리티. 왜냐면은 이번에 리빌딩 끝나고 데이터가 아무것도 없어요. 왜냐면 다 처음 하는 경기이기 때문에 그래가지고 정말
여기 없어 밥 먹고
For me, it's G or Vitality because after their rebuild, for both teams, neither team has played in an official yet, so we have no data on them. So it'll be exciting to see how they perform on stage.
세 가지.
세 개요?
그래서 빡셀 거야. 나
단어
지금.
세 개? 세 개였구나.
저부터 하자면 전 이제 침착함 그리고 공격적이고 그리고 클러치.
For me, I'd say calm, aggressive, and clutch.
저는 팀워크랑 침착함이랑 스마트.
Me is teamwork, calm, and smart.
너는 그거 일부러 침착한 3개.
공격적, 변수, 침착함.
For me, it'd be like aggressive, and like unexpected plays, and calm.
Hello guys, my nickname is Blaze King, and I play mostly initiator for Global Esports.
My name is Aviru Palchadri and I'm a controller for Global Esports.
Hey, I'm Russ. I'm the IGL and captain of Global Esports.
My name's Big Time. I'm the assistant coach for Global Esports.
My name is Polvi. I'm the dualist for Global Esports.
My name is Jayan. My in-game name is Skills. I'm standing in for Global Esports as a flex sentinel.
And Spin, I'm coaching the team.
You want to start? Okay, yeah, I'll start. I want to play Furia. I've never played a Brazilian team in an official before, so this will be my first time, and I like how they play and stuff, so I'm excited to get into it.
What to say? The same thing.
Furia. For me, it's the first two games which are important, so obviously it's Vitality and Furia.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to play against Vitality. I mean, for those of us who were in the team last year, they got the better of us in lock-in. So it's definitely nice to have another shot. Nice rematch. I know all the guys from Vitality, they're great guys, so they'll be excited to play against.
I mean, obviously I want to play against like every single one of them because I haven't played against like the other ones on like big tournaments except Fnatic and Liquid. So those are like my go-to ones. Like Furia is a Brazilian one, so I'm excited to see them and face them.
Same here. I'm looking forward to play against every team because I haven't really faced against teams which are from other from Asia region. So I'm really excited to play Vitality and Furia.
I hope we get to play True Rippers because that will mean that we've won our group and they've also won their group and we get an All India final.
Ooh, nice.
Wow. It's a bang dance.
Lovely.
I think I said it like a ton of times already. Poster.
For me at the start it would be Deathmaker himself. So we grew up together and then he kind of inspired me to become a professional player himself.
Flusher and JW from Fnatic back in the day. Yeah, I looked up to them. Yeah, till this day.
I think with coaching, the first coaches that I really looked up to were Sliggy from Liquid at the time and Minnie from Fnatic because they were both from the UK and they were having big success. So I thought if they can do it, why can't I?
I mean, I didn't really look up too much into people, but I guess Jampi, because Jampi was a young star in Finland and he used to play a lot of CS and beyond his career and now he's on the top, so I think he's one of the goals.
For me, I guess it's Nico from G2, you know. I really looked up to him. I really liked his playstyle.
I've got a good answer in mind, but unfortunately I've forgotten the name of the coach I'm thinking of, so you guys are going to have to help me. Maybe you can as well. So obviously the first is Alex from PaperX. He's one coach that I think has had the courage to kind of take his team in a direction that's different to other teams. I think the courage specifically is important. And the other is the head coach for FUT, whose in-game name I've forgotten, who I've been really impressed with them all throughout the year, where they've picked different like off-meta comps, they've done different things, and they've you know, they went from a team that no one had a lot of expectation for in the community as a whole, and have, you know, they've made champions. They've just been really good across the year. So really respect his outlook on the game. What's his name?
Guys.
Guys. That's it. Thank you.
The class clown.
This is the clown himself.
Two clowns right here.
Two clowns. Probably for sure.
I think they're tied. I think they're tied.
Ben comes in clutch, man. Yeah. Ben is clutching all the time. I think it's the key phrases that we have set out for our like in rounds. Like we have certain key phrases which we use for specific situations. I think that is what helps us a lot in understanding the situation and keeping ourselves calm.
I think from like a coaching perspective, the one thing we always talk about in terms of communication is about people being able to kind of feed that information back to like to Russ for when he's making those plans, and just lots of conversations. So something we've always spoken about is like you should speak directly to someone and answer back. So we try and encourage as many mini communications inside the game as we can.
Hello, this is Shravan and my in-game name is Techno and I play for Team True Reapers.
Hi, this is Narius. My in-game name is Disrupt. I play for True Reapers.
Hi, my name is Shagnik. My in-game name is Salaf and I play for True Reapers.
Hey, my name is Devanjan Das, also known as Deathmaker, and I play for Team TR.
Hi, my name is Philip, and my AGN is Aryu, and I play for True Reapers.
1v1. मेरा नाम है सनी भाई.
Oh.
You.
Of course, everyone.
Yeah, I think everyone. Easy for me.
And for me, I don't need to say. Like it's
I mean, for me, everyone, because 1v1 is a different thing.
Underrated.
Are you?
Yeah, I think Aryu.
Same.
I think Techno when it comes to experience, since he has the less.
Foot.
I'm looking forward to everyone.
The same actually. I think I'm really excited to play against franchise teams. Any team works, so yeah, really excited.
For me, it would be G.
I mean, personally, Foot, stats wise.
Passive movement and less experienced.
That's 2 words.
Chaotic. Aggressive.
No. Confused. Confused with the team and a bit of experience maybe.
Aim.
For me, it's calm, collected, and boring, basically.
Both of our shooters can answer.
Yeah. I'm not a shooter anymore, bro. Message friend. So for the fans, like thank you for all the support जो आप लोग हम लोग को देते हैं, and we will try our best on the LAN. Like हम लोग अपना best करेंगे, देखते हैं अभी future में क्या होता है. And for the haters,
just keep watching us. Keep on hating. We will show you what we can show.
Me actually, I don't remember how I got it. It's been a long time. I'm quite old now, so I don't remember. I seriously don't remember mine.
Actually, I remember though, but वो बहुत ही long story है. But मैं short में बोलता हूँ कि जो मेरा actual नाम था, it was Death Breaker actually. तो बट वो टाइम पे कैसा था कि वो एक टीम का नाम था, टीम का नाम मैंने डायरेक्टली कॉपी पेस्ट किया था मेरे नाम पे। तो मेरे को आके फिर हाँ, तो फिर मेरे को आके बोला कि क्यों तू हम लोग का टीम का नाम ही कॉपी करके अपना नाम देके तू खेल रहे। तो उसके बाद वहाँ से एक वर्ड हटा के मैंने वहाँ पे लगा दिया मेकर, तो वो तब से मेकर है। और वो बात है आई थिंक 2010 का बात है शायद वो।
Well, that's the year he was born in, right?
2005 I was born. And for me, I think it was one of my best friends. He recommended me that name, and yeah, it was 5-6 years before.
For me, I was in college that time. I just play competitively for fun, and I just want to disrupt the scene. And I came with the idea of like using disrupt as an IGN. Like, okay, I'm gonna disrupt the scene like for fun.
I mean, basically for me, my previous IGN was too long and hard to pronounce. So I literally just went to Google, searched for the shortest name and easiest way to pronounce. Then I came up with my IGN. Aryu. Yeah.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long. Nothing on credit.
Hey.
One enemy remaining.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion. A relentless force with sheer brilliance and might rises to conquer the battlefield. A formidable powerhouse advances towards the same prize, annihilating every opponent in its path. It is the ultimate convergence of champions. Let the battle begin.
The battle between the worlds seemed to continue to no end. Some were on their feet, and some, their backs, on the floor. The hopes were high, but soon, everything crumbled in the way of complete absolution and made irremediable destruction. There were some victories, which almost gave in back the faith needed to push on and continue their journey. And they paved the way for their worlds to gain the honor and power and self-esteem to go all the way through towards the end. But in true reality, not everyone makes it to the end. One by one, they fell, leaving the rest to either stray away from the fight or to try and ascent. In the end, only two remained. The best of two worlds. The finalists, the conquerors, final battle yet to converge. They are ready. Are you?
Powers. Powers, powers. Powers. Powers, powers. 4, 3, 2 in the morning. Yeah, I'm still up here boring. Life keeps getting better and better, and I'm not stressed, I'm snoring. It'll get messy, get gory. Simple, that's not for me. I don't care about football, care about this, that, care if it's active for me. Like quick callback, can't ignore me. I don't even know my story. One enemy without my clothing, so he flows on point like gourmet. Powers.
Convention Center. Nama Bengaluru.
Oh. Well, I think we're gonna go ahead and
There we
take the
go.
show underway.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Let me try that again. Nama Bengaluru. I love that energy. This is Convergence, the final day, grand finals. Everything converges to now as we see the final two teams left standing. We have Foot versus Vitality.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the kind of expected teams, I guess one might be able to argue coming in towards this, but the journey along the way, it got a little bit rickety along the road.
Yeah, it most certainly did. And of course, we've had some, stand-up performances from the likes of Runner, C-Ned, and of course, the rise of players like Kix and Ada Captain towards the end there. It's been quite the journey from the first game that they played till here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you sum it up quite well there. I mean, we're looking down the barrel of what is going to be some of EMEA's finest going into 2024 season. Of course, roster changes coming into it, the core three of Foot being stayed together through this journey as well, bringing on some new blood, which is always going to be really cool. And the experiment of Team Vitality looking pretty good.
That's right. And for now, let's have a look at our first contender for these grand finals. Turkish Aim meets Turkish Brain. Once again, Foot Esports. Rodeo Foot Esports has had against Vitality. They've gone against each other for a total of 3 times, of course, with different rosters, and all 3 times Foot Esports came up on top.
Yeah, absolutely, and Foot clearly have a head above shoulders kind of situation for Vitality, but Vitality are coming in with guns blazing this time with a roster change that is pretty feared at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean,
coming into Foot as well, Foot only dropped 1 single map this entire tournament.
Yeah, close games though. All things considered, I think Gen G would have been a little bit of a wake-up call. I think True Rippers coming in towards this one as well. A lot of unexpected results maybe coming out from them. Again, the team that wasn't expected to be at this event, True Rippers, but they certainly put a question in people's heads here for the fans as well. Were True Rippers looking to go toe-to-toe against Global Esports, who, I might add, actually managed to take down Furia too. So that was a really exciting match.
That was definitely something, a sight to behold. And for now, another sight to behold. Let's bring out Team Vitality, the team that has not dropped a single map in Convergence. This is a very interesting outcome. We are seeing an EMEA Grand Finals coming forward, and for Team Vitality, could this be the comeback arc for them with this roster?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the question when we go in towards 2024. Are they going to be able to kind of one-up the trajectory that they were looking for in the previous roster installment as well? We can be asking the same question for Foot. You know, these guys did battle each other quite a decent amount of time ago, the core three of Foot battling in the playoffs of EMEA, where they did manage to best the previous team of Vitality. But who knocked them out of playoffs? It was Team Liquid with Safe on the roster, and now they have to stare down the barrel against him again in a sub-leader role with a new formed team, with a team that, as you mentioned, hasn't dropped a map just yet. I think that it might be a little bit of cause for concern.
Yeah, I agree that there is a little bit of a, I would say, fear that they would say that, Safe is and was one of the best players from EMEA last season, right? And he was the highest rated in terms of, impact as well. And of course, he was one of the main reasons why Liquid won the VCT EMEA, and now he's here for Vitality to try and see if he can replicate that. But first, I'm pretty sure Vitality as a whole are going to use him to get that sweet revenge that they're looking for to beat Foot.
Regardless, let's have a look at Foot Esports. The team coming up forward, they do have 2 new players, and it looks like it's looking very strong for them, especially with CNED, who has been I would say the star player that has been enabled to really make the space.
Yeah, I agree that CNED's actually been kind of, he's had a kind of a mountainous performance where he's had a couple of maps where he's been really good, and other times he's had his teammates be a little bit of a support to him. And he's done really well, to be honest, in terms of, the capacity requirement, right? In the last game that we saw, he played the Rays, where there was a qualification on the line. He put his life on the line towards the end of the game, and he pulled up a massive performance against Gen G, right?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, but you got to remember as well, when CNED does start to falter, the team is there to pick him up. You're looking towards Cracks, you're looking towards Mr. Farland as well, to see what engagement and what information they're going to be able to get. But this is the team that is, I don't know, seemingly had the crowd a little bit more excited than Foot did, Team Vitality.
I'm mean, honestly, when you look at Team Vitality, they're very strong, they're very aggressive, and very, very clean the way they play. Safe coming in as their star player, giving them a lot of firepower and a lot of breathing room, especially to enable Runner moving forward to take that space.
Yeah, I mean, I look towards the first game that they were playing up against Furia as well. How are you looking to shut down MW Zero? Liazzi having some good performances in that one too. And you're kind of, you know, expecting the runner show, right? You're looking for kicks to come up and get all the assistances as well. But when I look towards that, it's the first sort of installment on differences that we're seeing for Safe. Coming on towards this Sentinel role, it is a change and it needs to be adapting. The team needs to be able to change things on the fly in the maps, because when you look at the competition, Furia would have been a good battle for them, right? That no one's going to question that. But coming up against Foot, we've just seen more caliber players come through than Foot than we did in anyone else in this tournament.
Speaking of caliber players, let's have a look at the head-to-head here. We're going to be looking at CNED alongside Runner, the two duelists. And I think that they have both done an incredible job of doing what the team needs, which is giving the space and allowing them to breathe.
Yeah, there is another parallel that I would like to draw here. You know, CNED, Runner, and I would say NW0 as well. Another competition that these two have had, right? And they've had to battle him to come to this final. And of course, Runner has been pretty much the, you know, top-ended player of this entire tournament. He's absolutely amazing. I don't think there's any game where he's had below 20 kills, and that's actually his worst. 20 was his worst figure. And CNED has had a little bit of a downside when it came to one of those games against Gen G as well, right? So he's had a bit of an up and down, but Runner has been the top guy for Vitality. And that actually kind of sings a problem towards me, is that our Vitality kind of dependent on Runner's performances, and could he be running the engine across all 5 maps if it's required?
I think after day 1, you could potentially make that argument, but coming in towards day 2, there was a switch on for the likes of Kicks, right?
Yeah.
Stepping up, you've got Destrian getting in the mix, you've got Safe actually clutching up as well, coming on towards the sort of pseudo-caller 2 that we were able to get previously on some information on. There's a lot that this team actually has to function to bring these new teammates in. The amount of opening frags that we've seen come through from Runner for successful round conversions is more than CNED's been able to do, because one of the things that kept running, you know, in my mind, just repeating in my mind rather, was the fact that when CNED was dead.
That's true. I mean, I think Kremer did bring up this point. When CNED is playing good, it brings them to victory. When CNED falls apart, the question is, will they fall apart as well? That is the question to have. Now let's talk a bit about the Foot map with. I think they struggle a little bit on Lotus and Haven. Could you share a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we saw a clear, you know, resemblance from both when they played against, you know, Chirippers and Gen G as well, right? They've got a little bit of a problem with these 3-sided maps in terms of how they actually allow CNED to play around. When he's, like you mentioned, when he's having a good game, they've got this kind of thing where they play as a parallel to Furia, where MW0 is having a good game, Furia surrounds them, and it's the same gear. Now I'm really, you know, okay. Would have actually gone for Ascent. What do you think about this?
I mean, it is a BO5 at the end of the day as well. You're only going to be able to get out what map you feel the least comfortable on, and then you have to float the rest of them. What are you actually feeling like you can get the edge on in this series? So starting off on Ascent and Sunset, I actually wouldn't mind having Split as a guaranteed unknown quantity coming in towards this. I probably would say it's going to be the decider, all things considered, because it has been floated a little bit. And like you mentioned, Lotus, it's kind of teetering on the edge of being a possibility on this one as the third, because of the performances that we have seen from both teams.
Yeah, and Foot selecting it themselves is kind of a bit of a, I would say, a bold move from them, given that Lotus has been a little, you know, shaky. So I would expect that, of course, the momentum that they got off against Gen G, they're going to probably use that same way to get into this game as well. But they need to know the Vitality are coming off of a pretty clean, like we mentioned, not a single map drop run, and they're feeling probably a lot more confident than Foot are at this moment.
And Split is going to be that last final decider.
I like that.
Once again.
I mean, Split is always going to be the floater map. I mean, the last map, only because it's a little bit more difficult to play, especially on attack side. It's very one-sided, and if you lose that momentum early in the game, especially on attack side, that's when things start to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me personally is I just want to see the differences that Runner and CNED are going to employ when it comes towards Split, because of the close proximity angles and the difference that you need. You know, we're going to get Viper, Astra lineups, or switch it out for an Omen. There's just so much versatility that we're already seeing from Viper. You could really maximize Safe on that map as well, lurking around with Killjoy or Cypher, whichever, or maybe he's even going to switch out and change roles completely, because at the end of the day, it still is an experiment for Team Vitality.
Yeah, and speaking about the Omen, that was a good mention actually, because Yerijay clearly had a problem on that Omen when he played on Lotus, right? That was the only change we saw from him in terms of, you know, composition of agents. He's been playing that Sentinel role pretty well. I think he's got a stability about him, but when he came on that Omen, there was a bit of a confusing, you know, play around style of Foot, and Lotus is coming up, so is he going to continue that?
I mean, Lotus is a little bit, decent time away, but for Ascent, I just want to highlight quickly before we get ready into the game, the flawless win rate that Foot had against Gen G on this one. They switched to the defensive side, so I think that is going to be a focus for Team Vitality to try and upset the balance on this map.
Yeah, you want to be able to get those points and then make sure that they're not able to ride off that momentum. Understanding that CNET needs to feel good to win is something that they can definitely abuse. But coming from yesterday, Foot showed us that they can all step up when CNET is not having a good game, which is something that I would really like to see. And I think most importantly, I want to see what exactly Vitality is cooking. Are they still going to put safe on the Sentinel, or is there going to be another role switch? Regardless, let's see what exactly will be the team comp as we go into the game. Krem and Pavlos, on to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tash, for that. Thank you very much indeed, because it is time to get the show on the road, right? It's time for the final. This entire tournament, this entire week has been leading up to this moment, and we've got an EMEA showdown here in India.
It feels like a showdown that we're going to see multiple times over the next couple of months, going into next season as well. So this is going to be a great litmus test, Pavlos.
It really is, it really is. Let's have a look at the agent, of course, of this first map. Ascent, of course, so far we saw Foot in the offseason absolutely obliterate on this one. Let's have a look if we can see any changes. By the way, Vitality haven't played Ascent so far in this offseason.
Mirror matchup as well, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the play styles actually are affected, despite the fact that we see the same agents. Now, FUT, they've floated different comps before. I like the fact that they're listing towards something a little bit more default. I believe previously they were running the Fade. The fact that we are seeing the KO come out again, I quite like that. For Vitality, on the other hand, it's uncharted waters.
Yeah, it really is. It's the Sova that actually got switched
Sova,
out.
that was the Sova
KO's
phase.
been consistent for them for a
Makes
while.
sense. Krax is so damn good on that KO.
Right. You can't look away from him. Krax has had insane performances throughout this entire tournament, right? I think if he's not top fragging, he's second fragging. And if CNET can't get the job done on entry, he's definitely the second one in that gets the job done instead.
Yeah, he is damn good, Pavlos. However, going into this first map, going into this best of 5, you need to remember this is going to be a long series. Who do you think is going to be taking this?
Oh, this is a difficult one. I know in the past, at least in the previous iterations of the roster, it's Foot that had the upper hand. For this one, I'm just going to call it for the storylines. I think Vitality today get their vengeance.
You see, you say Vitality, Pavlos, I say FUT. Bear in mind, from an org standpoint, the last two times these teams have played against each other, FUT have been able to run away with it. And you know what? I think if CNET brings his A game today, they may very well do it again.
I'm so glad we get to see the crowd being cheery and full in this particular matchup, the final, the absolute pinnacle moment of this tournament. I'd like to hear everybody scream for this one. I'd like to hear you make enough noise to give it up for Vitality and for Esports.
Going to the pistol round, Pavlos, it looks like FUT are going to slowly encroach towards this B site. Nothing too wild as of yet. It's instead Vitality. It's going a bit aggressive. Clear the entirety of B here. They're going to have to go for a fast rotation now to try and get into a position to shut down FUT.
Already, Foot moving into B. First in, CNET, of course, that cover coming in a little bit late, but it's actually from the defender's side, so it might like Destrin to come in a little bit quicker, but no. Mr. Fallen first to find the shot, Sender retaliating. And all of a sudden, Sender with doubles up, Vitality might have the upper hand in this one. Destrin having the off-angle spike, might be in the control of Foot, but for how long? Krax needs to get them out of this situation. It's a pickle jar he needs to get themselves out of.
He needs to get them out and fast. Of course, I believe we are going to see the plant now from at least FUT, but for Vitality, a man up.
Planted.
I think they're going to go to this retake pretty damn quickly. The second this one-way fades, Pavlos.
One enemy remaining.
Safe for a shot, and now Krax has to do it alone. We highlighted them earlier. A couple of players low, one taken down, but it's not going to be good enough. Run it, bullet between the eyes, and that's Vitality with first blood.
Pavlos, we're off to the races. Let's see what Vitality can now do with that lead. And as we saw sort of in our previous days here, both of these teams have been a little bit streaky when it comes to gaining momentum. So a pistol round victory for Vitality means that they've set themselves up wonderfully.
And entering the second round, Vitality, yeah, indeed. How important is this first map? Getting a best of 5 started right and the right momentum. How important is it, do you reckon, for Foot to close this one out themselves?
I think, bearing in mind that you'll set your momentum, and Sunset is a map which Vitality have shown that they're well versed on and that they're very effective on. I think that for Vitality, you have to think of the long run when you're getting to that 4th and 5th map. So it makes Ascent actually one of those key benchmarks to have, Pavlos. My word.
Yeah, the thing is, with both of these teams, you can't count out their pistols. I think there's a few of them that can do quite a bit. Sender on the one side, CNED on the other. I think there's a lot to look out for all the time. So if this is going to be a best of 5 going all the way, they can't rest a single moment.
No, and bear in mind that because these teams have got such strong duelists, have got such strong firepower, the second you do give an inch, they're going to take a mile, Pavlos. Safe, with the Bulldog, ready to be challenged now by that Marshal in the hands of CNED. Spots him out, information ascertained, but no damage done as of yet.
Wary of safe position. Gets a dagger out before he has to fall back. But as the time ticks down to 45 seconds, no real movement coming out from Foot. Instead, sort of a pivot towards this B site where Vitality have got quite the setup.
Sender did a very good job on the pistol round and just staying alive and waiting for the rotations to come, but he's going to have to do it once again. And the safest when he gets challenged on short. No way.
30
Spike
seconds
is
left.
sticking around towards short, so they haven't really made their minds up yet, unless they wanted that to be the fake.
There is not much time left at all, actually, for Sender. The pressure's going to get more and more, especially now he knows that there is no way this isn't an attack towards this B site.
Nanoswarm's going to delay it even further. Kicks is an opportunity to rain upon them with this Bulldog. This is going to be like holding out with the smoke. Oh, Sender coming alive. Quick kills going their way. Vitality, strong hold, and it's all down to Sender.
Well, there you go. Sender having proven himself to potentially be the real difference maker when it comes to Vitality here. I wonder if we're going to see Sender actually be the one who steps it up. I mean, we've been talking about Runner and Kicks, but at 5-1, only a few moments away from getting the first lockdown of the game, it looks like Sender's the one who's really given a bit of impact here.
Right here.
And now, Foot find themselves some guns. Could change the outcome of this one. This is one of the tournaments that I think for Foot and Vitality, it's the best moment for them to figure out and perhaps even sort of measure up the competition in the MEA. And in a LAN environment like this, it could be a better position for them to be in. Ada Captain might be in trouble here. Oh, Dave! A bit too aggro there and gets caught off for it.
That's a great reaction, and Destrian just has to get the hell out of dodge. Remember, Vitality's buy here really isn't pretty at all, only a Sheriff on Kicks. So for FUT, just picking off players one at a time is going to be perfect for them.
Right here.
And with that, it's Foot's turn to have the numbers advantage. Kind of noticing a very slow play start for them.
Yeah.
Even on pistols, even on a buy.
Take flight.
It seems they find value in figuring out what Vitality's hold looks like.
It's almost uncharacteristic, isn't it, Pavlos?
Yeah.
Here.
And it gives a chance for Vitality to peek through mid, make this hold a little bit more uncomfortable. And as they do look to push, Runner spots one and still traded out. Vitality wanting some damage with the shock dart, but the entrance towards the A side is successful.
Destrian has to deliver here. He just doesn't like Sender. Make that a gone Sender. As well for Destrian now, he's really got to find some kills to fast up.
And the captain triples up, Destrian finds his way back in, but Mr. Fallen has the final say in that one.
Out of ammo, out of hope. Destrian's finished off, and for FUT here, I mean, it's a recovery, Pavlos. Remember, they went into it with at least firepower advantage, and I can't help but think that Vitality, now rifles come out themselves, this is where they either respond quickly, or they start giving FUT the momentum that a team like this thrives on.
Right here. Right here.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about momentum. Foot had some interesting moments playing throughout this tournament, right? Whether that was against True Rippers, whether that was against Gen G. Both of those teams managed to challenge them in ways that I didn't think were expected. Maybe Gen G less so, right? Because, you know, a lot of Korea firepower. Seen an opening pick for this one. But yeah, it's that tempo switch that can really affect a team. Foot has been able to come back from it, but it does take a little more time.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, Vitality, once again, losing a player instantly. Runner does have the first operator of the game, though, Pavlos. So potentially a chance to ease themselves into at least a 4 versus 4. Mr. Farlin, again, a lot of information here. And with the KO having to run, Runner is going to have to be called into action.
Oh, just a trade.
Spike down, mid.
And only one to defend the safe side. Runner alone, he's heard the dash nearby, but he's also got to account for the position in main. Moves down, cloud burst to try and conceal his position from that recon, but still unable to get the kill.
Spike planted.
A man down, Vitality. They need this first kill very damn quickly, otherwise they're going to be left in a horrible position.
Oh! Seen it. Good spray transfer, but not good enough for the kill. Kicks instead square things up. And now it's all down to a 2-on-2 actually, a close one. With Kicks looking to ease up, it's all about timing and able to pick off Cracks. Nice first shot, tries to open up that angle. Runner realizes, I can't do this with a knock. Has to back out.
Can't do it with 12 HP either. FUT, they're going to equalize that 2-2-2, Pavlos, for Ascent. For FUT, with the ults on the horizon here, this is shaping up to be a quite nice first half.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. I'm interested to figure this one out, right, Kremer, because so far we've had a lot of presence from the crowd when it came to matches like True Rippers, Global. I'm interested to see which teams the crowd supports here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do an experiment. I want you guys to make some noise for Vitality and Foot respectively, but let's start it off with Vitality. Who's here to see them win?
That's quite a few.
Quite a few. All right, let's give it a go for Foot. Who favors them?
Oh, I think Vitality slightly have it there. I'll have to see, though, because Captain has that from the shadows available. For Vitality, that's hero operator on Runner. He's got to do a lot of heavy lifting here with only Sheriffs and Stingers to back it up. They're, again, from both teams, ultimates are going to come online around the board here. But at least for the time being, they're not quite there. And so that's why Captain now has quite a lot of influence in this round, actually.
My ult is ready.
Oh, collection quite important. Runner very eager to get a pick here. Oh, successful in doing that. In and out, scot-free.
With the one-way following it up straight away as well, it means that there's no way to trade him. For Runner, it's get the hell out of there, reposition, and just hope that FUT continuously keep peeking him one at a time. But FUT, they've got other plans. Heading towards B, Sender, he's been great on the defense so far. Can he do it again, Pavlos?
Hunter Shuri enabled. I don't think he's figured out any of the positions just yet. Seen it. Onto site, Vitality. Again, relying on very little here. So if the rotate from Runner comes in soon enough, there may be a chance. Flash, well timed, Kicks, forced to not see no more. Runner though, he's already here, but Cracks wants to put an end to that one. Still, they haven't pushed into the site entirely, so Destrian is going to cause more issues. Vitality on the verge of winning off a pistol round here, but Cracks doesn't let that happen. Safe in a 1v2, a Sheriff and a Dream.
Remember that, Cracks is low on HP here, Pavlos. This is by all means winnable, and Save's even able to retrieve an Operator, make that a Vandal. The odds slowly get better for him.
Safe, I believe, may have more experience than any of the other players with Vitality, at least on global stages. Can he make it work this time around? No, Mr. Fallen shuts him down, and that's a round for Foot finally.
That's pretty damn disciplined from Foot as well, to fall into that 3 versus 2, to then just have both players hide, allow one player to do the baiting, have the second in a tight corner, and they just bait Safe in there. Great round from FUT, great afterplant from FUT, but if you look, Pavlos, there is a myriad of ults available now. The only advantage being that Hunter's Fury on Kicks. Sender with a lockdown, Destrian and Runner also with theirs. It's that null commands on Cracks, which for me is going to be the real question mark of this round.
Fast Swift, out of Captain, look at that. Gone behind him, behind enemy lines. Out of Captain catches out Destrian in time, even though Destrian was behind him. And of course, Cracks, having no command available, is back into life. Safe onto site. I don't think they know he's here. Never mind, Mr. Fallen is well aware. Out of Captain, still up coast, but drops back in time. Cracks is just delivering time and time again.
Once again, Vitality have to back off, save their weapons, cling to their weapons. As FUT make it 4, and they make it 4 in a lovely fashion there. The fact that we're able to see such a convincing execution off the back of those ults, Cracks, he commits that no command very early on to make sure that once the from the shadows comes out from Captain, there's no real response from ultimate abilities, for instance, the lockdown. And so for Vitality, they then have to rely on their aim. They're being flanked from 2 angles, and for FUT, just works out.
To be honest, I never knew that was a corner in Spawn. I never knew that was a position you could take. He knows everyone's right after it. Steal them at least. Shotgun might want to soften them up, but no, it doesn't reach the mark. Tables interrupt that effort. So Vitality won't survive with any of that round, and Foot are able to square a couple in a row.
Yeah, and it's that momentum we were talking about. And what's worrying for me, actually, is that CNED isn't the one who's sort of spearheading those attacks. He was the one who fell fairly early on. He was the first pick of the round. The fact that Grax, the fact that Captain, the fact that Fallen, the fact that all of them are coming online and pulling their own weight makes me think that for FUT, the questions we had about if the team has impact after CNED are being answered very, very early on into this series.
What's this?
Vitality still with a lot of ults to play with, though. It's the economy which seems to be the restriction for them. And it may be the man count as well, Pavlos.
Runner will think twice before doing that one again.
Cover going out.
I'm already loving how this duel is shaping up between Runner and CNED. Both of them sort of going blow for blow for the time being.
Looks like CNED might have more fans than Foot altogether here. Yeah. Vitality, of course, they need to be reactive on this one. I think they're really blown back by the fact that Foot are playing so slow this game.
Yeah, it's a complete characteristic 180 from them. Sender this time not even playing on sight. He's going to have to rely on his first bullet accuracy here, but up against the likes of CNED, I mean, that's a tall order. Look how slow this is, Pavlos.
Yeah.
30 seconds left, and they're only just leaving main and well for CNED.
You can see
he doesn't care where he is.
You can see how difficult it is to stay patient, right?
Yeah.
Sender wanting to push out through that smoke. Obviously, they're on a lesser buy, so you want to take some chances. The Foot have done a solid job keeping this very clean.
Yeah, they play it masterfully. They know because of Vitality's weaker buy, because the Blade Storm came out so soon, it was just a matter of where the peaks were going to come rather than when. 3 versus 5 though. Vitality hoping potentially to get a few exits, maybe even save a few rifles here. It's only really a Bulldog on Destrian that you have to worry about if you're FUT.
For Vitality, I'm already wondering what they can do the next round to counteract Foot's play so far, trying to disrupt it. I mean, Runner did try to bring up some aggression earlier on. Didn't quite work out. Destrian, you sneaky man. Oh! Good attempt, nice try, but I think the paranoia missed the mark on one of those 2 players. And that means he will be falling.
FUT actually get out in what could have been a disastrous exit for them there. Bearing in mind that 2 of their exits were covered. Tell you what is covered. That's a great audience, Pavlos.
That is a great audience. I think it's full attendance, full crowd. Nice to see you all. With this one, I believe Vitality will be entering a bye round, right? So for Vitality, right, bring me Coach Kremer back. What would you tell to the boys right now?
I think it's bearing in mind that because FUT are playing so slowly, you have to really rely on the fact that come that sort of 30-second mark, you have to have utility left over. You have to hold on to that util and use it to delay these attacks. Because when you are playing against someone so slow, you feel almost compelled to force a fight. But as FUT have shown, that's exactly their game plan.
Right here. Right here.
Foot, on the other hand, pretty steady stuff. And I think with this slow in tempo, it must have been something that was discussed from the previous days, right? Obviously, this tournament is an opportunity for them to rectify mistakes, figure out where their weaknesses are, kind of be as prepped as possible for the upcoming VCT EMEA season. And I think one of the weaknesses that they did figure out is that they don't take enough time to speak with each other. You know, at the start of the week, maybe they were a bit fractured. They were working well in pairs, but not really as a full 5-man unit.
Yeah.
But now I think they're given time for Mr. Fallen to relay his plans and for Foot to really be on the same page.
Yeah, and it feels like the entire roster's clicked at this point. Bear in mind they are going up against an Operator and an Odin, split between Runner and Safe. Looks like Runner's going to be tested very, very soon into this round, Pavlos. Early peek shuts down Yeta J, and followed up by the Hunter's Fury here. Kicks even able to get Capitan. I think there was another tag as well onto CNED.
Oh, what a shot by Destrian. And now Vitality are looking well strong. Foot have been granted space. You don't really want to do that. Aldrome will be spotting off CNED. Gonna make his Chances here, a little bit more difficult. Flash to assist, updraft. Oh, that is bold! But Kicks at least is there as the guarantee, playing the anti-flash position. And Cracks, paranoid, blind as a bat, will have to do this all by himself. That's a first. Wait a minute. No, Vitality aren't going to take any chances here. Group their players together and secure the round instead.
And the Fidelity, when you lose that flank coming from the Omen, it's very easy to panic. To see that there's one player left, okay, you don't want to give him the space, you need to overwhelm him, and a lot of players fall into the trap of accidentally splitting up while trying to overwhelm that final player. But no, they completely slow the tempo. They know that fights have to be taken with them.
Here.
They stack up, safe on the high ground. I believe it was Sender on the low ground. And, well, the third for Vitality. They're still 2 rounds down, and interestingly enough, FUT, or specifically CNED, isn't going for these operator buys, and is instead sticking to the rifle. He still has a Blade Storm in his back pocket as well for when the finances get a little bit rough.
And with all the ultimates coming on board as well, Vitality have got more options, right? Definitely, if they want to play a little bit more proactive with no command, or want to wait out for the lockdown.
You should run.
But that pick from Runner is all important. Get that operator on his hands. It's exactly what they've been trying to do for a while. Foot throwing down their lockdown and wanting to secure the A side.
Lockdown isn't going to allow them a bit of space here, but I worry about how Sender's going to use his. Yes, the dagger may buy a bit of time, but for Sender, he's not tagged by it. And you can see from the coalescence of Vitality players, it looks like a counter lockdown's ready to come out.
How do Foot respond? There's only Cracks there to try and deal with it. At least has Yetajay to his side on short. They expect it. No, they don't. Yetajay, good shot to Sender. Trying to take down the lockdown, but he does run out of bullets, and he is going to be detained. Oh no! Mistakes made, and Vitality can take over the A site without a captain looking in despair, receiving bullets to his face. Vitality, glorious round by them.
That was very vigilant from Destrian as well to look at the players locked down, saw that it was actually 2 instead of 1, and then he just goes on a mad hunt through main. And I guess by process of elimination as well, if that second player is tagged by it, it's likely that they were initially hiding, told not to bother hiding because the lockdown was going to get destroyed. Bit of a whiff, is punished by Vitality, and I mean, they respond instantly. Great job off the back of that timeout as well. And you see how FUT, they respond instantly with a timeout of their own, Pavlos.
Oh yeah, I like that. I think one of the other things that we were very critical of for Foot about was the fact that it took them a while until they respected their opponents and got a hold of these timeouts, you know. And I think momentum was something that was illustrated in yesterday's match with Furia playing against Gen G, right? I think that matchup was all about momentum. Once that, you know, when Gen G had it all rolling for them, it all worked brilliantly. As soon as there's some sort of timeout, it could have disrupted that flow. And I think you could say the exact same thing for Furia. And Foot being the team that they are and the experience that they've had together, and you know, the playstyle that they elect to choose, it's very momentum based. And for them to be able to draw it back in their favor would be really sharp.
Yes, it would be. And you've got to take into account though, FUT, 5 rounds on their attack. Genuinely, anything more than this is bonus. I think a 7-5 is a very common scoreline for Ascent. So if you are FUT, I think now you have to focus on the fact that this is going to be a long series. I will not be surprised if we go to a 5th. And I think for FUT, it's now a matter of, can you preserve Cracks? Can you preserve CNED? Can you make sure the pressure doesn't get too much? Because if you start feeling the pressure in map 1, how are you going to feel on map 3? How are you going to feel on map 5?
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
Look at the ult management as well. Safe with a null command available. Hunter Fury to Mr. Farlin.
Yeah.
And that Blade Storm, of course, on CNED. He's held on to that for quite a while now, actually, Pavlos.
So we're seeing a bit of a difference of approach. Early B main presence, and now this time around, looking to move on short. But for Runner, that's exactly what he wanted, because that's where he was holding his angle.
Instantly, he plays that one way as well, knowing CNED's going to try and punish him for that. It feels like Runner's had a little bit more impact than CNED has this map, Pavlos.
Yeah, it's a bit come and go, and for Runner, it feels like he's really enjoying having that big gun on him. I'm a big fan of the Odin on safe, though. No command. Also enabled by him. 55 seconds. A lot of respect for Foot in mid.
Yeah, look at where the spike is positioned as well for Foot. So it looks like they are looking to re-engage onto this B site, but they want to wait for this utility to fade. They want Vitality to keep deploying pieces of utility. Unfortunately for CNED, it's more than utility Pavlos, it's also bullets into the 4 versus 3 now.
And if it does end up being a B crunch, there's also the guarantee of Sender being in B main.
30 seconds left.
Definitely adds to the complexity here. Mr. Fallen picks it up, though.
Look at Safe instantly as well, falling to the backside. He knows that this fight is going to come soon. Hunter's Fury deployed to try and counteract from the shadows. Unfortunately, it does not quite land.
Oh, the last shot does. Paranoia towards Kicks. Spotted, even though he takes take it down, but Runner's got his teammates back. Mr. Fallen on side, Runner looking to close up the gap, or no, that might be a mistake by him. And now Kicks versus Mr. Fallen. It's over 1v1, and it's the young gun Kicks picking up the win.
19 HP, but he's able to bring the equalizer as well. Pavlos, something else to worry about is not only is that equalizer found, but it also came after time. So survival there was imperative to the victory in that round, and I think for Vitality, they've done a real good job. It's the second time now we've seen them realize that they're going to win on time and instantly adapt to it the moment it becomes a possibility, something which a lot of other teams are a little bit hesitant to do, especially teams that come out of EMEA.
It's so true, so true. And I think for both of these teams, the narrative is that they want to do better than last year.
Yeah.
Right? For successful, you would say overall, but they're hungry for more. Vitality, I wouldn't call that successful, right? Didn't qualify to international. Yeah. They wanted more for sure.
Oh, Killjoy rotation is going to allow Runner to get very aggressive here, Pavlos, and the timing favors him. Fortune favors the bold. CNED, he's vigilant about it, but is he wary of it?
I think the bigger question may be if Vitality have got the right idea.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they're positioning a lot of their players towards this right-hand side of the map.
I think you can get away with it, especially with Runner being so deep into B main. Bear in mind, he's one away from his Bladestorm anyway, so the first pick, and he's almost in a quite self-sustainable position here.
Right here.
CNED. Goes up the place. Little did he know, if he could pull the trigger there, it would have been his. But no, CNED instead pushes towards the side. He's alone for now, but now he's got friends with him. Safe, denies him, kicks from an upper level. Still to be stopped. And even though Krax has got his no command available, there's no way CNED can bring it back. Tries to bait for it. Oh, not quicker enough. Yedoje, the prodigy. One found, but Sender is there quick enough. Vitality at least secure that they'll be even at halftime.
On the topic of prodigies, Pavlos, Kicks, another great round from him there. The fact that he was able to find that 3K while staying alive, whilst putting himself in kind of jeopardizing positions, bearing in mind that he's the one who drops once that KO resurrection was sort of baited there by CNED. So brave way to play, a selfless way to play, and the fact that he's able to deliver despite that is damn impressive.
Isaac.
It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Now for a 7-5 score, I think, you know, if Vitality are able to pick that up, considering how late they were to actually be present in this game, to actually get a read on foot, would be quite impressive. Oh, come on, save. This is a shade buff, for sure. Sender, oh no, they don't check the corner, save! Oh, Sender, stop it! What a cheeky man, safe as well, shoots upon main. And Runner wants to make it all clean. 7-5 is the score at halftime, with Vitality on top.
You can see the smile on Safe's face there. He knows that that was a round that was easy to the point where they shouldn't have got away with it. I feel like FUT, bear in mind, they've been playing a really good half up until that point. We see the first shaky moment from a team that has been almost dominant throughout this tournament. Bear in mind that their road here was a little bit shakier than Vitality's. They did drop a map to Gen G. They needed a comeback in their final map against Gen G. Whereas for Vitality, they've been pretty comfortable just throughout.
All right, I'm going to ask you this question. I think it's a difficult one, right? So bear with me. For Esports, they had a lot of success last year. Yeah. One of the reasons that they were able to do that is because they had a very coordinated team, having 2 years of experience and, you know, besting other teams that, you know, might not have been as clean. This time around, they're bringing in more firepower, a little bit more oomph to it, but they do lose that cohesion that they have. Do you reckon they'll have time to best their performances they had last year?
It depends what their schedule looks like going into next year. If sort of going into the new year, we see them on boot camp together, we see them living together, regularly scrimming, I think they absolutely do. Bearing in mind that their coaching staff, their support staff is all extremely damn good. It's sort of, FUT is the coalescence of the best in Turkey. So they have all the pieces to make it work. I think it's going to come down to how soon they start practicing in the new year.
And at least for here, I'm sure they'll want to taste a little bit of victory.
That would make it that bit sweeter, wouldn't it, Pavlos?
It really would.
Going into our second half, Vitality 7-5 in the lead, looking to continue this success on their opponent's map pick of Ascent. Remember, our next map being Sunset, Vitality's map pick. So for them, at least psychologically, it's only going to get easier.
Vitality leaving towards this right-hand side, and I think for them, the best decision, I mean, even though there's a lot of Killjoy utility, it's sort of a passive hold from the foot side, maybe a retake heavy one.
Potentially a retake heavy one as Runner looks to just send it straight onto the safe site.
Yeah, they're playing it slow on the back end of the site. Up draft from Runner spots him. And now Yevgeny surrounded. Can he take anyone with him? Out of Captain drops. And he's able to find one before he dies himself. But I think Yevgeny, with Nano Swarms at his feet, will have a difficult time. But look how quickly Foot have rotated over.
The utility doing a lot of carrying to get that round there. However, Vitality, they have the space to potentially tap a plant here.
The moment that they do, though, Foot know that there's one less player with their gun out.
Yeah.
Right here. Right here.
A Frenzy, actually one of the best weapons to imagine in this position for kicks as well. So do not rule Vitality out just yet, Pavlos.
Yeah, they know that both of the Vitality players are fairly close together. Let's see if they're able to isolate them one by one. Safe here in the corner, dealing with cracks. They're both together, brothers in arms. Spike touch, putting pressure on the Vitality players, but they're actually went out on their duels. Safe doubles up, kicks with the other, and Vitality gets the 2v3.
What's around there from Safe and Kicks? Bear in mind, Safe, the old duelist for Vitality, he gave the space to Runner, he gave the space to Kicks, and now we're starting to see why, Pavlos. These young guns happen to be quite good with their guns.
I love him memeing on, I don't know if it was actually me, but in the interview he had with Tash Bunny earlier on in the week, he did say that this is something we're trying out, it's not necessarily what is going to stick, but I do like the fact that Safe is sticking to alternative roles.
Yeah,
he did jump into it as Sentinel at the start of the week, so there's still a lot of trial and error going around. Putting Sender on Killjoy this time around, it was a decision.
Considering how successful Sender was in that first half with the B-site defense, I actually much prefer him on the Killjoy than I do the KO.
So even though, admittedly, Vitality may have had role issues, it seems that the chemistry is there.
It's almost like the role issues have sort of ironed themselves out the longer this tournament has gone on for.
And that's the importance of having a lot of flex players in your team, you know, being able to pull out different roles, being adaptive to the meta. I think Global Esports also, you know, being 180 on their decision making, on picking up their new team, focused on flexes rather than duelists, which was their old ideology.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It makes complete sense. It gives you that flexibility. And for CNET now, he's going to have to be mighty damn flexible to avoid all his util heading his way.
Yeah, he's the only guy on the team right now with a proper gun to work with. Yevgeny trying to work something interesting on the flank. There's an alarm bot, but two players looking at him, gets one down with him. Hasn't actually dropped, sticks to position, Kicks, reads it, and back to square one.
Back to square one, 4 versus 4. Destrian still with only a Ghost as well.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left, Vitality. They get ready to regress onto A, and unfortunately for FUT, they may have gambled the wrong side, Pavlos.
Paranoia misses the mark on the crack. Runners updrafts have been so important to scouting out all of these players. Destrian being a bit sneaky here, but the matter of the fact is, Cena has made this a little bit dangerous.
That they have 3 versus 3. Vitality, this is not as comfortable as it should be.
It's taking them a while to break this wall.
Right here.
Can they coordinate the drop? Just looking at what they have available, there's no recon. Maybe they're waiting for the next chance that pops up. But in the matter of time, Kicks is able to find another, making this endeavor slightly more lenient in Vitality's favor.
Last player standing.
Hop, skip, and a jump to death. Out of Captain, the only one alive, but it's barely got any health on him. Switches up the position, had his crosshair in a fairly right position, but it's still Destrian that picks it up.
9-5. This was the same scoreline FUT had to come back from in that final game against Gen G. So it's a circumstance they are all too familiar with, Pavlos. And it's a circumstance they've proven to us that they can convert, that they can win. For Vitality, it seems to be just another day in the office, bouncing off one another, playing together, and then just making off one another in those 2 versus 1s. It's a terrific afterplant, and as they go into their bonus now for the 15th, Runner, or safe should I say, with only a Sheriff.
And I think Vitality have got a really good buy for them, right?
Yeah.
They've got enough to buy the next round. They know they don't have to risk all that much for the bonus. And if they're able to grab a win here, that puts them on double digits. And quite a scary score for Foot to face up against, given that this is their own map pick. This is Ascent. This is a map where Turkish teams thrive.
Yeah, I mean, we've played on Frankfurt servers. We know how good Turks are on this map. Vitality doesn't even care, though.
No, it's still a 1-1 at the end of the day, but look at Crack, just not caring about Smokes, just pushing them all day, all night. And out of Captain, even though he's got the high ground here, there's a smoke blocking his vision, drops. Scenic masking his drop. Good microplay. Do they spot him? No, they don't. And a Captain with Rod, Mr. Fallen, picking out on time. Well coordinated by Foot, putting them on the board.
Sorry to mention as well there, Vitality, they fight when they didn't necessarily have to, Pavlos. They still had the spike, they still had a chance to plant, and then almost put a fuse on the round. I think once they heard that first player drop, once they heard their captain had already come down, they were worried about being outflanked, and it makes a lot of sense.
The Foot house, a lot of focus faces over there. But yeah, for sure. I love the fact that these teams, you know, always put get watch parties out. I think the Turkish teams have been some of the best and the most impressive ones. Without internationals or off-season events, they always will make sure that the fans are well treated. I love that.
Captain, a very aggressive push there through a main. He just about gets out, but his life there, both sides being completely flashed. And so for Vitality, once they secure that ult orb, they get the Hunter's Fury up on kicks. And now it seems to be relax, go quiet, and see how FUT are going to play this defense. Bear in mind that CNED has a judge on a close angle of this B main position, so running into that has got to be a scary prospect.
And here, Vitality spreading out. I think for Foot, they play this comp a little bit more differently. I think in the mid-round, you'll see them all clunking up together, go for a little bit of a death ball approach, but for Vitality, I think they enjoy messing with Foot here, making them confused about where the actual setup is going to end up being.
Yeah, the Killjoy gets a lot of damage done to them, but they just exchange utility towards B main, and with that lack of information, the Owl Drone committed, the Recon Darts on cooldown, the turrets on both sides being destroyed. You look at how it's shown on the map here.
30 seconds left.
They're potentially gambling a stack here towards the safe site. Luckily for them, it's exactly where it's needed. 25 seconds left, they've got to move fast.
I thought that shot did quite a lot of damage, and indeed it did. Hunter's Fury to the back of the site, but it's running quick enough to deliver on that finishing blow. Vitality need to move in quickly because there is the rotations coming through. CNED with a judge from a distance doing world of work.
10 seconds
and
left.
Foot may be behind, but at least they can interrupt the spike from being planted. Kicks, what a shot. Oh, Yadajay, can you interrupt this? I think the plant barely just got down in time.
1 versus 2, Pavlos, turret deployed, but they're going to try and push him.
Yadajay faking his movement to heaven. Is he going to get picked? 7 bullets, he's got 2 of them in front of him. What a shot, but cannot deliver on Runner in the end. What a try, but Vitality persevere.
They hit the double digits, Pavlos, they make it 10, and I tell you what started as a very slow map has really started to accelerate when it comes to these sort of mid-round engagements. Once that first pick has been found, they just explode onto a site, and granted, it's the time between that first contact and the first pick is a big, big distance. It's sort of 20, 30 seconds. But once they have that first pick, Vitality, they seem to not be slowing down at all.
I think the best way to describe it is calculated chaos, right? Because they always have an impression of how they want to approach the front. But it always, may not go right depending on someone is looking the right direction. It takes a lot of coordination to pull something like this off in such a small amount of time.
Yeah, and for Captain, he's tagged down fairly low. Remember, the buy from FUT here certainly isn't a pretty sight. The silver lining for them is that Killjoy has got quite a bit of control over in mid here. Does Kicks anticipate Yetajay's position? Bear in mind, the utility on B is still active.
I think highlighting this playstyle of this map and how these teams are tested in the mid-round, I think it really gives attention to how good the calls are from Sender and Mr. Fallen, right? Both of them kind of having a battle of the brains right now, and so far it seems like Sender getting the better end of it.
FUT, they've gone for the gamble stack again. Worked previously. Flicky on heads also works, and with the information that it's going to be this big hit, Vitality to accelerate, and for FUT, yes, it's a man advantage, but it's a retake to contest with.
Yeah, you always take a risk when you have an aggression push like that. You need to make sure that this B site is covered one way or another, but no, they leave it open for this time. And it's a retake that's going to prove it all. Mr. Fallen, oh no! Could have gone wrong, but he's got it all covered eventually, and now it's 2-3v5.
The ults are about to come online for FUT as well. This could get very damn scary for Vitality.
They should be winning this one. They shouldn't be losing against pistols. But hang on a bit, Runner might have a spray down across them. Gets a little bit nervous here as he misses the mark on a couple. They can't let their opponents pick up any guns, or else it could all be over very quickly. Runner, what is the spray? Safe alone, but he's tested by cracks, and that's foot on the board with a thrifty round.
It's not just a 50 round, Pavlos. It is a dominant round. Only one player falling on an eco, just completely outmaneuvering Vitality, and then anticipating that aggression, which Vitality like to go for in the afterplant. Solid round from them, and unfortunately for Vitality, they've also fed a lot of ultimate abilities to FUT, who will happily exploit them going into the next buy.
I think how you can characterize these two teams as well, they've got quite the fan bases in their home crowds, right? Vitality with the Golden Hornets. We've seen how crazy they can be, whether that's in Berlin, in France, anywhere.
Right here.
And for FUT as well.
Get out of my way!
You can't mess around with Turkish fans. They are quite the hype ones.
Spike down mid.
But now, with the Indian crowd ahead of them, it seems like FUT are looking to close this gap up, especially with Vitality on an eco here and a player down.
Right.
Absolutely right, Vitality. Only 4 players to work with here is, even though the buy's not great, the Blade Storm on Runner is going to try and get a bit of impact as he sort of makes his foray through mid. The last time he tried to go for a high duel against CNED, he was plucked out of the sky, and, well, even worse for him, CNED has an operator now.
Again, similar to the previous half, CNED.
Blocking sight.
Respect granted. Mid Runner, oh no! There's been a couple of rounds where it's been a bit rough for him. Getting to his own head, perhaps.
Sober duel on short now going to be equally as impactful. Mr. Farland just tries to get the hell out of there. This is the setup for this A-take, but FUT, they've rotated perfectly for this.
They have. Seems like Vitality can't catch a break. But to be fair, both sides would be inhabited by plenty. Oh my god! Runner is a Jod, and now the captain. I mean, enough fun, he says. Let's close this all out. Kicks. Moving into Yetterjay, off angle, but cannot quite collect it. Mr. Fallen from a distance, he found damage. Oh no! Runner turns his back, and there you have it, Vitality. Come out on top. Or FUT, rather.
FUT come out on top. Operator Ashraf Pavlos. Yeah. We suddenly have a bit of a back and forth game on our hands. You see here the lovely crowd here. Over in Bengaluru.
Hey, look at all those friendly waves.
You see that little light at the back, Pavlos, at the end of the red carpet?
Yeah, that's a trophy. That's what these two teams are fighting for.
That's exactly why they're here.
And with this, we're actually approaching a very monumental game, monumental part of this game, right? It's it's buy round where Vitality, if they lose this, they probably lose their eco as well, meaning that FUT are set up for a 2 consecutive round streak, meaning double digits for both. You can't let that happen if you're Vitality.
Yeah, and it's going to be down to the ability to try and mitigate the impact of CNED here, but here comes that null command, out comes the execution. Vitality, they change their base power loss. It's going to be a much faster round than to what FUT may be used to. Look at the flank as well, that's going to come from Omen. Vitality, if they want to get on this side, they've got to do it fast.
The spray doesn't work, but then the second time's a charm, I reckon, and a captain. Quickly shut down as well. Vitality, though. They still linger around this B site. Haven't quite made the decision on pulling the trigger on this attack.
Yeah, they seem to want to trap FUT in position here. CNED, timing doesn't quite favor him there as Vitality disengage.
They made the right decision to head towards Mr. Fallen here, but can he trade his life? He can.
Spike down mid.
With the spike, they head towards an A site from the shadows. Fuldestrian, get him there just a little quicker.
What's bold angle to teleport onto. He
30
just about
seconds
survives though. 3 versus 3 after plant. Lockdown available for
Spike
Yesterday.
planted.
Blade Storm for CNED. Sender with a lockdown of his own here. And after plant utility already established for Vitality. There's the counter lockdown, Pavlos. And oh, the abilities start to come out.
I feel like the next 10 seconds is them waiting it out. I don't think they'll want to go aggro in this one. That is a no man's land area if I've ever seen one. Wait, one suppressed? Is that a bait? CNED left on site purposely.
Flank coming as well from Sender Pavlos. Up short now.
Gonna have to play aggressive with this one. Gonna have to challenge the positions. They got the defuse halfway, but Vitality make sure that they close this round in their favor. All players win their trades, and that means Vitality get 2 rounds closer to that glorious map win.
1 frag apiece, and for FUT, the retake fails. Capiche? Let's see how they're going to do now with... I think they have enough money for another buy, so it's still a little bit to work with, but what they don't have is rounds. Vitality just a hop and a skip away from closing it out and taking us to sunsets. FUT, only 3 rounds separate them and their European counterparts. Operator once again on CNED. Odin on Mr. Farlin.
Yeah, that last round win gave so much breathing space for Vitality, especially economically.
It's the finances that are really the big killer of games like these. CNED on mid. Have the timing, and Sender sends him to meet his maker.
I think that round, that kill might have made the difference about who is going to be winning this match. CNED not connecting that shot might be the downfall of Foot in the first map of this best of 5 grand final. Foot patient, but it's Runner to open yet again, 2 consecutive. Yetajay concerned of where that one was coming from. Looks the other way, and that's going to be his fall. Foot forced to save this one. There's no other way they're going to be winning this round.
They've got to. They need that operator out on CNED for the next round. For Vitality. My, oh my, Pavlos, something clicked there. Once Sender found that opening frag, Vitality realized that this was their round to capitalize off of. They accelerate onto that A site, and Runner does such a good job with those entries, Pavlos. Consistently, he's been there for those entries.
He really has, hasn't he? I think throughout the middle of that map, throughout this map, you know, the first instance of this half, he had a bit of difficulty, you know, but got a couple of breaths and he's back in it.
I like how Vitality are hunting a little bit here as well. I think they realize that the money isn't great for FUT.
Revealing area.
Yeah, the thing is that they can't afford to fall back too much either.
That's
but
right.
at least now for them, there's only 1 round needed to close this out.
Yeah, and to win the first map of the best of 5, not only does it sort of help you a little bit when it's your opponent's map pick, but it does wonders for your confidence, Pavlos, which is really, especially with a young team like that of Vitality, that's really where it takes its impact.
I think for Foot, this is focus faces for sure. They've fallen a little bit far behind, and it's a quite change of pace from what we saw at the start of this match, right? Where Foot were able to control the tempo, we're able to breathe. But now it seems like they're a little bit more confused as to what they have to do. Vitality having the answers to anything Foot bring to them.
Yeah, and for Foot this time out, off the back of it, it's got to be 4 rounds in a row. And considering how quiet of a game CNED is having, quite a game, to be honest, the entirety of Foot haven't really had a sort of standout rounds where our players come alive. We've seen sort of 2-3 Ks from the likes of Krax and Captain, but you need more than that. You need to have that consistency like we're seeing from Runner. And I can't help but feel like for CNED, there's got to be that pressure there. And I feel like this timeout may actually be directed to him a little bit.
Trying to get their heads back into the game. It is a long series after all, right? Even if you lose this map, you've got to be able to come back from it. This is a close one still. Can't feel drained out and fall into a losing mentality if you do end up dropping it. So Vitality here with a chance to start things off strong with a bang, trying to take down their opponent's map pick straight into the fight yet again. Match point for Vitality here on Ascent.
Take a look at the ult management as well. Kicks. Hunter's Fury ready. Captain forced off the position. Vitality once again, maybe looking to accelerate onto this A site.
CNED might have been in trouble, but he uses his acrobatics to get out of there. But it does force out quite a lot of utility, right? That updraft, that dash, It's going to be really useful for CNED to be aggressive.
Look how aggressive FUT have gone through B main as well. Kicks is the way he anticipates this Pavlos.
There's no way, but he might be able to get a flank instead. Oh, Kicks. It's a matter of 2v2. Oh, no! He doesn't look to his side! Lenovo crashes now, and Runner's able to shut it down. At the end of the day, it's only a 2v2 trade, and Vitality still have a chance to move into the speed
Look at
side.
the position of the Killjoy as well. Sender, he's going to be the difference maker here.
Sender waiting it out. CNED wary of a position, could be taken up by Vitality here. Oh, and Sender's position is read by the captain, so Vitality now are falling behind 2v3.
Flankception, Pavlos Runner in main, wary of the Omen, but he needs to find that frag before he can turn his attention to CNED.
Had a captain last time he cleared this angle, was the one to win out the trade, but not this time. Runner taking revenge. We're square, we're down to 2-on-2. They know Runner's back in garage. The question is, where's Destrian? Is he also pushed up? Is he waiting on site? Do they isolate? Do they go on site? Decisions need to be taken, and they need to be taken quickly. Destrian could hide within the smoke. Cloudburst to at least touch it. Destrian not going to reveal his position, but Foot! Both win their trades, both win their fights, and Foot survive for a little longer. Yes, they do! Defuse successful, Foot on 9.
What's around there from Foot? And you know what's interesting? Both Blade Storms got committed instantly. Runner, it feels like almost a bit of shaking confidence. The fact that he didn't commit it instantly makes me think that he had it planned as, you know, a contingency for rounds in the future. Should they lose that 2 versus 2, he then brings it out on the first contact, then instantly dies with it. And so that's certainly going to harm him, at least psychologically, going into the final 3 rounds of regulation. Bear in mind for Vitality, they've only got about a round or two's worth of buy left in them.
CNED's not having the best game. 12-19, definitely quite the stark difference with Runner. And it could be the difference maker in this one.
Something else to mention as well is with no ultimates available, this is going to be a very rifle-heavy round here for Vitality and for FUT, especially on the defense here for FUT, as their utility starts getting destroyed over in mid. Vitality start pushing forward, trying to garner map control.
Oh, a really important kill here by Destrian. And now you need to spread out the defenses, and Vitality might be able to find a gap.
Look at this push through mid as well. Runner looking to lead that charge. Yes, Krax is there, but does he even risk peeking this?
Both of them. Don't want to take up the space. Instead, it's just a lurking roll as Vitality start to pivot their way towards this B site. Now, for them, for Yedajay at least in Foot, it's a bit of a setup. Oh, is Yedajay going to play this aggressively? No, here's the Owl Drone and thinks better of it.
Yedajay is going to have to do some absolute heroics here. Flash goes in, Vitality. This will still be probing efforts. 35 seconds left, though. It looks like it's going to be one big elaborate fake. Destrian, can he find that lurking Sova?
The dagger only spotted out 2, so I think the fake is read by Foot. Look at the rotor coming into this A side. Mr. Volin taking the fight. Sender able to trade it back, but CNED is here, stopping them in their tracks. 20 seconds. Vitality need to move in quickly. That is Crack, stopping them in their tracks. And now Kick safe. A 2v3 with barely any time. Have to win it out. Yedajay is there to stop them. The young prodigy wants Foot to be back on top.
We said that Yedajay had to step it up, Pavlos, and doing so on that B side is what we expected, but no, he's there, he's here, he's everywhere. And I tell you what, for FUT, that's the confidence builder, especially once they see the state of Vitality's economy. It's not in a great spot. I believe a timeout is going to be called here fairly soon from the members of Vitality, and it makes sense. They just need one, Pavlos.
Last time I brought back Coach Tremor was to sort of give Foot some advice.
Yeah.
Right, so for Vitality now, I mean, there's no advice really required in this one, given that we're only talking about a couple of rifles, but
it's the Coach Tremor says no respect, send it fully, get on top of them, make them panic.
Let's see if they can send it correctly. Aldrone, so far, they used to slowly gain control, but this time it might be the initiation to some hyper-aggressive plays. Aldrone only just shot down, and that shot dart will be able to stop it all from happening. 2 trapped on site, Foot approaching. They've got control of mid though, look at Vitality. Smoke depletes, Mr. Falling, Yedajay get the kills, and there's no trade for Vitality.
Doing it with a shorty as well, that's got to really hurt. Bear in mind that Mr. Farlin here, every bit of damage is going to stack up. Vitality, yes, with control of the market, but not much else.
It's Destrian's time to get them out of this pickle. But he moves away and tries to regroup with his team, allowing out a captain come in for a flank. Kicks. Tries to close up. Yadujay from another angle, and a captain closing in on them. The map is all shutting down for Vitality because there's nowhere for them to go. Locked in space, and Sender isolated. One round of difference between the two.
FUT, they made a comeback to overtime to win in overtime against Gen G. Will they do it now against Vitality? One round is the difference maker. And for Vitality, they tried something fairly fast there. Having 5 players stacked up outside of B suggests a full execute, a full blown, full fleshed out assault. But FUT do such a good job at delaying with that Killjoy utility.
I'm about to be happy with that one, for sure. It was, I believe, 12-8 was the score?
Yeah, 12-8.
So 3 consecutive rounds have put foot and an arm's length away from overtime.
Yeah, and here's that timeout from Vitality. Makes you wonder, Pavlos, doesn't it? What on earth goes in the mind of Salah?
You've got to give respect to Mr. Fallen here. I feel the reactions from Foot have been ever so quick. Vitality take a decision, kind of figure out where they want to go, and every single time it felt like Foot for the past few rounds, they've had the right reads. They've been reading Vitality well. I think it's time for Vitality to try and find out, are they going to try and outsmart Mr. Fallen, or are they just going to commit to something and not give them enough time to react?
I feel like for Mr. Fallen here, you're not really going to outsmart him. You're just going to have to hope that you can outpick FUT, which is what Vitality were doing beautifully sort of up until now. Going into the final round as well, the plot's going to thicken when we look at the ults here. FUT, they're about to get a lot, but going into the round, they only have a Hunter's Fury to work with. Over on Vitality, they have that lockdown. They might be able to get that from the shadows out, but past that, there's nothing to work with.
Will this be Vitality's map, or will this be Foot taking us to an overtime on the first map of this grand final season? Look at this push, thinks better of it as his dash starts to run out of cooldown. And we'll have to take another fight later on. Down to 70 points of health might hinder his confidence, but given it's Zenith, even with 1 HP, he'd go in.
Yeah, I think, if anything, it may annoy him a little bit. Might frustrate him, a bit of mild inconvenience.
Detrian has been able to find picks here before, but this time around he doesn't have the help of Safe with the underarm flash.
Down to 17 now, Pavlos. Maybe it will harm his confidence. Mr. Farlin, even in Spawn, just going for the info play here. Yeah. Look how passive FUT are being.
Yeah, and they're not being challenged, right? So there's no reason for them to change their game plan.
Yeah, Vitality, a little bit of control now, pushing up to market, Mr. Fallen. What can you do? Can you keep FUT alive for this B-side defense?
Lockdown enabled in B main. 2 locked out in sight for Foot. Hunter's Fury to take it all down. That's going to give away Mr. Fallen's position, but Zenith is able to open it all up for Foot. Getting closer to the score they needed. 2 at the back of the site. They are detained, so they could be easy pickups. Oh, Runner, do you expect another one to be there? Yes, you do. Cena trying to draw it back, but it's still a 3-3, and Cena trying to blockade this garage pick from Sender.
Spike is to go down now, Sender. He's got to stay alive, Pavlos. He's got to do his damage.
At least he's taken one down with him, so if he dies here, he's still done enough. But him being here means that Foot need to waste time to try and deal with him. Runner's trying to help out, and he's coming right on time. Cena is no more, and the captain is no more, and Vitality win map number 1.
It's almost poetic, Pavlos, that Vitality have Runner to deliver that killing blow.
Well, they've got to be happy with that one. They've got to be very happy with that one indeed. Vitality. You know, it got a little bit too close to comfort towards the end. A nice little comeback from Foot, but Vitality secure it in the end, and that's what it's important, right?
You're absolutely right, Pavlos. It's by no means pretty. We did see some shaky rounds from both teams there, but towards the end, Sender did such a good job at staying alive and making sure that the attention was split between the retaking players, and it felt like it's those afterplants and those lockdowns especially, where Vitality were able to get their mileage, to get their one-up almost against FUT.
So moving up into Sunset, Vitality definitely have to got some comfort for them, and I think they've eased themselves in a position where, look, we might have not been able to beat this organization in the 3 times we beat, in the 3 times that we faced each other in recent history. Maybe there's a chance here. And what a better place to do it than a grand final.
And it's poetic, a grand final best of 5 as well. It's no excuses when there are that many maps.
To be fair, that one of the times that they did get beaten was a grand final. VRL finals, by the way. And that cost them a spot into VCT, which they did end up getting anyway. But either way, guys, I'll let the analysts, let's break this down because there is quite a lot to talk about.
Yes, indeed, and what a map one for the best of 5 grand finals between Foot Esports versus Vitality. Could this be Vitality's run to take the victory over Foot? Now, let's talk a little bit about that game because it felt very, very back and forth.
Yeah, it was pretty much back and forth, especially in that first half where I thought that Foot actually had a pretty good control of the game, but Vitality did manage to, keep things interesting, at least towards the second part. The one thing, of course, I think we're all surprised about was Safe's KO, which was a bit of a question mark to me, but then also not too much because he did mention, right, that they're still experimenting. And he, of course, did not have the best of games. His utility usage also was kind of a hit and a miss at times. He was not able to set up too much of his teammates up. He did have a couple of impacts, 0 points. The null command also was, a little bit of a useful tactic in the first half, but in the second half, he was struggling to find his feet. And his previous footing, which is, of course, the Sentinel role, was taken by Sender.
Yeah, and Sender's impacts can't go unquestioned, right? The amount of kills that were actually really pivotal to providing success. I'll just highlight that last one that he got, right? 3 versus 3 into a 3 versus 2.
Yep.
Runner to close for the 3K for himself. I want to highlight the head-to-head as well because I think with the scoreboard coming up, that is going to be such a crucial factor and form for CNED specifically to try and answer back coming into the second map. The head-to-head between these two. Runner leading it, 6 kills against CNED, 4 in reverse, and the operator prowess as well. I mean, more op kills towards Runner, but you just have to highlight the start comparison. 28 at the end of the map for Runner. He is certainly having a field day today.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, this guy is, of course, the spearhead for Vitality. He's making sure that he finds the openings, the spaces that's required for his team to run in. And I'm pretty sure that even though he was the one trying to get those first picks, there were clutch moments from both Kicks and Sender as well. They were the ones backing him up during situations where the team was not able to find their backs because there was that momentum run, right?
Yeah.
The timeout that came in from Foot.
Yeah, and good patience as well. When the timeouts are called, changing of paces afterwards, going fast, going slow, resetting yourselves as well. Just doing something as simple as an execute on towards the A site from an individual as well, right? Recon bolt in, Hunter's Fury to a player at Dice, entry in towards the site, you get it cleanly, you force a save. These should be your bread and butter when it comes to a map like Ascent. So it's good to see, along with the complexities and the chaos thriving that these teams are going through, they still are able to cleanly execute what you should be able to do in a map of Outbreak.
Speaking of that, speaking of executes, I think it's very interesting as well, given the fact that how these pivotal moments really change the mindset of these players. Especially when we saw this the Thrifty from Foot, where we saw a Vitality catches Vitality off guard, and then suddenly it just stops the bleeding from Foot Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Thrifties are always going to be a little bit of an upsetting thing, but you got to figure out how you're going to get back in towards the game, right? Both pistols go over towards Vitality. They're able to double down into the second round as well, and then you got a couple of isolated ones in the second round from Foot. So it feels like for Vitality, of course, still getting the map win, mind you, that it didn't phase them too much, but you got to look at the tail end of the map as well, right? You start to feel like Foot are finding a wriggle on. CNED gets a little bit of things happening into the mix. You've got also Cracks getting a couple of multi-frags as well. Yeah. When we're looking away from CNED, we've seen it in the previous 2 matches for Foot Esports. Who are we looking to? It's Cracks, and he stepped up, right, where it was required. It just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I believe that Foot really had this good grasp in the first half, right? But speaking about how they kind of got outright done, was that one timeout on round number 8 where Vitality kind of turned the round around thanks to runners, dashing in. He was being a little bit more passive, but they gave him a little bit of free reign, I believe. And I think Sender, gave him a free pass saying, you know what, you can tell what you want to do. We're going to support you. And then Safe came in, and we had even Kicks giving him the utility push. And he was not taking any fights without any advantage. He was making sure that the utility usage allows him that A-side push, especially when he and Destrian were dashing in together into his own smoke, and they had a double split out from the smoke, making sure even if one dies, there's a trade instantaneously.
Honestly, I think that when it comes to Runner, It was a very pivotal moment as soon as he got that op, he started to get those frags, and I think it was a big change in the mindset where he starts to landslide toward Vitality's side. And the same could be said about Foot as well toward the tail end, as you mentioned before. 3 rounds in a row, and then suddenly you start thinking Vitality had no idea how to break into that defense. Regardless, after this, we are going to be going into Sunset. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, we're kind of expecting a change again, at least in terms of Jets disappearing and Razors coming in for these two teams. Whether or not we're going to see another different composition come in. You think about Neon being brought in from MW0 for Furia. We look at the changes that we've just seen for Safe and Sender right now. Are they going back onto what was comfortable in the previous installment of Sunset? Because you've got to remember, both of these teams absolutely smashing scorelines. 13-4 against True Rippers for Foot, and you flip it on over for Global Esports, 13-5. So for Vitality, respectively, there. So another great map to be having in the guaranteed maps of 3 in this best of 5. And I'm expecting, to see a little bit more from maybe Destrian as well, because if we're going onto the Viper, we know there's going to be a lot of B main pushes. We're going to need to see some mid aggressions come through as well, because when we look at Sunset, we're talking about pretty meta plays at the moment being, are we taking control of mid as an attacking team, or are we foregoing it?
That's a comparison between some of these players, honestly. And I'm really curious to see how exactly would the executions be for Sunset. In your opinion, what would, if you could have any kind of combination for Sunset for Vitality, what would you like to see?
I would say that there is a Cypher meta that's right now running, of course, for Sunset, and I think that he's a pretty strong agent, especially in the hands of Safe, right? We've seen it against Global Esports as well. He was being a menacing Cypher, more like lurking around the smokes, playing in the shadows. Is he going to be able to replicate that against Foot is the question, because he's had a more quieter game.
Yeah, I mean, when we look towards Kicks and Mr. Farland as well, going in towards Sunset, we're looking for repetition. We're looking to see if they can get the kills here, the ACS here, but more importantly, we're looking to see if they can get these droning abilities on point, because there's going to be an expected change-up for at least Kicks, right? Bringing in the Sky, as opposed to Mr. Farland expected to bring in a Sova.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see the lurks, especially for Sunset. You know that mid control is very, very important, especially control of tiles. It really catches everyone off guard. You get to see across the mid area into market as well. Sender, Safe, my eyes are on them to see what exactly they can be doing, because we don't know if they're going to be swapping roles once again.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried about the fact that if Safe, he's finding his individuality, right? He's got his spikes every now and then. He did have a great start, but how is he going to pick it up from here? Because he's having a battle with, himself to be a little bit more free in terms of how he plays, right? He's been a duelist for Liquid for the longest time, and now coming in here, he said that he's open to that change of roles, but now he's gone up. He's played the Sentinel, which was a lot better than the Initiator role that he's just picked up on, and this brings to question: are they going to actually change things up on Sunset and keep things fresh? Are they still experimenting, or is it going to be we want to close this out on map 2 and then maybe we can see what to do?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see at the end of the day on that one, of course. We did get a lot of glimpses of great ideas coming in from Vitality when it came to Sunset as well. And I guess counterparts as well from Foot, right? Again, I mentioned it, really good scores coming forward for this close first map that we did have here on Ascent. A map pick, I guess, they have some regard on this BO5, so that was the pick of Foot going into Vitality, with defense being the starting for Foot, and defense was where both of these teams had a 75% win rate. It was the lion's share of the rounds that they found against the teams the other days.
Yeah, and I'm actually, concerned about Foot's defensive abilities. Yesterday we saw against Gen G on Ascent, right? They were so strong, did not let a single round play out, but Vitality were able to exploit them pretty easily in that matter. They were changing up things towards that climax of the last 4 or 5 rounds. Yes, the timeout that was taken kind of made Foot, change their approach a little bit more. They were being a lot more aggressive. CNET had a couple of impactful frags, but towards the end, I believe that coming on Sunset, they're starting on defense once again. If they don't find that first half control to be a successful one, unlike the last one, they're going to have some trouble finishing off this game, because if you start at 5-2 and you're up by that much, and you let it slide to 7-5, it's going to be a problem in terms of mentality.
I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a lot of picks happening, especially. It's going to be a lot of default picks. I don't think it's going to be a full execute because coming into what we've seen so far, the way they play on defense has been they're very adaptable. They can go aggressive and very, very defensive. What do you want to do when the other team does not want to pick these fights with you? What do you want to do if the other team doesn't want to challenge you? You have to find a way to get onto site and challenge them for that space.
Yeah, and I think it's going to change a little bit for not so much Team Foot, but over towards Vitality, because we're looking at the composition for Vitality, right? They had to play against Russ on the get-go. It changes how you play, but when you look to a more mainstream composition on Sunset, that is what Foot played against when it comes to the True Rippers. Again, this was the map that the True Rippers didn't quite find success. They only managed to navigate 4 rounds at the end of the day. It was cracks on this map. If you're looking at this heat map right now, I guarantee you majority of this is either from Krax's 0 point, netting a lot of information for the team to open up with a kill, or it was himself getting a kill, because he ended up with 28 kills at the end of that map.
Absolutely, and if you look at the map once again, the affinity towards that A side is massive, right? And especially that link region, that shows that FUT actually like taking that mid split from, making sure that they push their opponent to the spawn region and make them feel uncomfortable in terms of gathering space. So on their attack, they're so much more, aggressive in terms of making sure that that triple split, especially on the A main, both sides, and of course from mid, where they have usually Yerje come in with that killjoy that he did multiple times against the previous team that they played. So they like taking that mid aggression, a little bit late sometimes, or pushing CNET itself at times.
And more spread around the map for Vitality as well, and I think a lot of this is going to be attributed to the fact that it was a bit of a different play style that Global Esports played on toward this map. You're trying to maximize Russ, letting him play a little bit safer when you've got the Dizzies coming out to spot out information. For Blaze King, a lot of these Prowlers as well to try and highlight where opponents are positioned, specifically around the elbows. So again, I don't think we're going to see an agent composition from Foot that's going to change. So we're going to see Vitality probably expect something similar that they did against the opponents previously.
But seeing how exactly they played against, coming back to your point about how Vitality was able to adapt to the different way that is played for that map for Global Esports, I can expect a little bit more, I would say, dynamic sort of plays, very adaptable coming in from Vitality. But for Foot Esports, because you said you're not going to be expecting any changes, Vitality probably has an idea, not only just to outplay, but also to just really catch them off guard. We've seen very different compositions coming through from Vitality. If anything, what do you think is going to be happening?
I believe that Foot have a sense of predictability to them, and I think they're going to probably catch that once again. Vitality having a lot more better at reading this, so Sender's mid-round calling is going to be probably a huge factor in this map.
I'll throw a curveball in the mix. If we do get an agent composition differently coming out from Team Vitality here, it could go on the far wing. We could have a Harbor, for example, right? There's a Harbor double wall composition. We've seen them be quite valid when it comes to the global architecture of this map as a whole. So that could be a little bit too far-fetched. It probably won't happen, let's be real. I think we're probably going to see something similar than we did the other day, but I make it hope.
I mean, nothing wrong with hoping, so let's see what exactly will be the team composition for both these teams on Sunset. This is map 2. Kramer Pavlos, on to you.
It's going to be an awesome endeavor. You're absolutely right, Pavlos. It happens to the best of us, man. But let's see how FUT are going to recover. Going on to Vitality's map pick. Map 2, having lost 13-11, that's obviously got to be quite tilting. But let's be honest, they've come back from being a map down before. They've come back from being down before.
That is true. That is true. I think they can have hope on Sunset. I think it's not all done and dusted. I think especially for in this situation, they've played this map already 3 times in the off season. Obviously, they brought in some changes after Cypher has been buffed up and must have been a must pick really in the situation, which is why they kind of have the composition that they do. Interestingly enough, they stick to that composition. Team Vitality, the double controller that they do love to play, seemed really strong against all teams they played against so far.
The issue I'm going to raise here, Pavlos, is that CNED, on a sense, just wasn't there in the same way Runner was. Now that they've both moved off the Jets, they're moving on to the Raids. For CNED, this is the shot at recovery. This is the shot to show Runner that actually this is still going to be a close fight when it comes to that duelist matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for Vitality, it's them being able to get the ball rolling from the start. Because it could have been a really easy affair for them if they had had those early advantages. But, you know, it's still good signs that they can read their opponents, even if there are adaptations to their play. If they're able to change up their play style, that should be a way to go. Also considering here, right, Vitality have been really successful on this map. Their composition has been tried and tested already a couple of times. Does Foot use that to advantage the counter-strat?
Feels like they've got to. However, it's time to go into game 2. Let's see if Vitality are going to be able to extend their lead versus FUT, or if FUT are going to strike back. Pavlos, we are going to sunset.
Yeah, take your seats and get ready for this one. It's time for map 2 of this best of 5 grand final. It's Foot versus Vitality.
Vitality on the attack here, FUT on the defense. Now, Vitality, last time we saw them play this map, it was that tiles control into the mid-split, which was giving them such a huge advantage up against global esports. We'll have to see if FUT have adapted to that, or if they're going to completely avoid it and mitigate any damage done through mid by just using the Cypher utility in sort of more passive sense.
Yeah, but for Vitality now, they're going to take a kind of slow approach into this one. They want to make sure they can get a 2-0 you know, quickly into Foot. Every time they played against them so far, it's more often than not led into back and forth maps. So if they get a clean one here and not let Foot gain any momentum, would be the most optimal outcome. Into market, and they're met by quite a lot. Paint shells and paranoia deterring them for a little bit. And you can see Foot now kind of wrapping towards that direction, adapting to where Vitality are placed.
CNED now going to be the man to be tested. Man, it was tested quite a bit on Ascent. This would be the shot at recovery. Vitality, they want no part in it though. They move over to the safe site, the stacked site for FUT. It couldn't be better for them. With 35 seconds left on the clock, Vitality, they've got to start accelerating soon.
Oh yeah, I feel like Vitality are in big trouble moving into the safe site, but they are moving all together. So they might be able to win out trades eventually, because there isn't a massive crossfire setup. There are a couple of players looking towards elbow. It's Mr. Fallen actually at a drop first. Kicks, very successful with his shot. Yatuje isolated and so is Cracks. Vitality don't lose a player throughout that.
It's a slaughter on that ace site. Now CNED on at least a bit of a deeper angle than that may be anticipated. But even then, FUT, they're in a 2 versus 5. They need these frags to start coming in thick and fast. Otherwise, they're just going to get overwhelmed.
Oh yeah, you're expecting something brilliant from Foot to come out here, and CNED's already started that effort. Unfortunately for him, Ada Captain doesn't have the same luck. And it's CNED against the world, really. I think there are a lot of CNED fans out here today. But whether he's able to do anything in this one, unlikely. Vitality, first blood scored for them.
Yeah, and that is a dominant round, to say the least, Pavlos. They've shown us that they haven't slowed down, despite the fact that that first map was a little bit closer than they would have liked. Taking the pistol round, doing it with 4 players left alive, it's certainly going to maybe send some chills down the spines of our Turkish fans.
Again, we're seeing a little bit of a switch in responsibilities. Safe right back into the Sentinel role. It seems like they may have tried stuff out in certain different maps. You can definitely see there's some adaptation going around here and there.
Revealing area.
But Vitality falling back to what they did earlier in this tournament. Obviously, they got better weapons here. We don't expect much, right? Here. But then again, Foot are Foot. On the previous map, they did have some Sheriff rounds go their way.
Foot are indeed Foot, and with Runner leading the charges, good for the first Pavlos. This could be the start of a very gory round for FUT.
Looking simple, really, just overrunning with the Trailblazer.
Last player standing. Spike
a
planted.
simple setup. Double blast back entry from Runner, finding access to the back of the site, Crack alone, kicks down with him. I think it's a matter of finding damage here. Sender's low, safe possibility, but no. Runner picks it up, fairly clean again. 2 rounds, 2 casualties in both, so there you have it. Vitality, 2-0.
2-0. I'm starting to think that for Vitality, bearing in mind that Sunset has been almost a brainchild, hasn't it, over the course of the tournament. For FUT, it may be a matter of just making this map close, preserving a bit of confidence, making Vitality really work for it, and then look to Lotus our third, look to Haven, and look to Split. Split a map which every team in this tournament has been very comfortable floating for a third, but we've never seen it actually get played.
I'm curious here from Foot, what do they try and do? Right, I think what lurks in the balance here in Sunset is the aggression you can make on the extremities, whether that's taking early B main control, whether that's taking you know, some effort into that A site. But Vitality seem to be the one seizing control of B main so far, and they actually might go for something aggressive. A little bit different positioning here from Runner, which does catch Yetijay off guard. Krax is there right behind him, so he does quite literally have his back. But is that going to be enough? The entry hasn't quite succeeded. They need to take full site control to stop Krax from getting the diffuser.
Spike down.
The planter, if you will. So a 2v3, still without the realms of possibility for Vitality.
This is where things get a little bit worrying for Vitality, because FUT, they've just gone quiet. They want Vitality to try and take a fight with them, but they are not being obliged. Kix has to go aggressive. Spots out the first. Information to work with, and a clean shot to bring it down to a 2v2.
Oh! I would have said they were back into the fight, but CNED got a nice little angle to keep it going for Foot. Safe. That's the shot. The Star Turkish player is out. And now our captain, touching the spike. Trying to see if Safe takes the bet, but touches it again. Safe, does he take the chance? Safe is quicker, Safe is cleaner, and that's 3 on the board for Vitality and none for Foot.
Look at the face of Safe there. He is delighted that he's able to find that clutch, maintain the momentum for Vitality, show that the full buy of FUT can be completely mitigated. And well, now if you look at the economy, FUT up against it. Neither side with ults as of yet, but that all says to me that our 4th, our 5th rounds are going to be just complete and utter chaos.
I feel like Safe with that hand gesture was like, hey, it's that easy. I'm not sure it'll be that easy when Foot are able to get some rounds on the board, get that tempo flowing for them. But for now, at least, they've got themselves a nice little buffer.
Poison's off.
Vitality looking at this duel in A main, but instantly FUT try and strike back, but the sheer numbers, the sheer quality of weapons just overwhelms them.
Yeah, I like the fact that Foot are taking these challenges. I don't like the fact that they take them one by one.
Yeah, conceptually it makes sense, bearing in mind that your weapons are weaker. If you can pick off a few rifles, you can snowball with them. But as you mentioned, the 1 versus 1s to try and avoid the flashes just end up handing frags over to Vitality.
Yeah, and I think Vitality are prepared for that type of playstyle. Yes, against a not as well-rehearsed team. Could have worked out, but Vitality well aware of what to expect in this series. Yetijay hiding within his own right pit. Oh, wow, okay. Finds one, but it's not going to be good enough. Vitality keep up with their undefeated streak.
That they do, and once again, Pavlos, it looks fairly dominant, actually. I can't help but think that for FUT, something needs to change conceptually, and very soon. Bearing in mind that they've been very reactive as to the first point of contact from Vitality, and they've just been rotating to take their fights. I feel like we need to see something a little bit more aggressive, some map control start being taken by FUT, because Vitality right now are being given free reign until the 35-second mark, where they just go into these executions. Ult advantage for Vitality, but that won't be for long, because almost everything's going to be coming online over the next 30-40 seconds.
Runner. This actually is going to be a lot more aggressive for Vitality, but the Paranoia is going to delay them substantially. On the other end, Safe actually picks up one, not untraded.
I've got your trail.
But these Seekers do show that Vitality don't want to slow down their pace, at least throw down a cross. Showstopper coming through. Successful with picking up 2 kills, and Vitality are being stopped a second. Krax wants to move in, and at least he's got Yetijay to work with. But is patience granted here?
Planted.
Is this what's going to allow them to get the victory? Paint shield in their direction is getting difficult and difficult as long as this round goes on. Vitality pressuring and not giving them an inch, not peeking them at all, not wanting to make any mistakes. For this is virtually impossible. Send up. Different elevation as well to add to the complexity.
1 enemy remaining.
He does achieve with one, and Yetijay forced back. That's the save, Vitality. What a tremendous turn of events. After having such a close match, Vitality are winning every single round so far.
Yeah, and it feels like for Runner at least, he's just come alive. They're even going to try and hunt the rifle. But Yetijay here, Pavlos, they do.
Wow.
The economy for FUT just getting pummeled right now. And for me, that showstopper from Runner essentially sealed the round. Getting 1 would have helped the execution, would have certainly sort of accelerated them. Getting 2, just done and dusted. That's one of the final nails of the coffin. The fact they're able to take the rifles off of FUT as well means they're just sat there hammering it home. This may actually be a very early timeout from FUT as well.
Yeah, I mean, not only Foot is silenced, I feel like the crowd is silenced a little bit as well. Guys, come on, make some noise. Give it up for CNED and Foot. They might have a chance if you give them some more love. Same goes for Vitality. All right, 5-0. Decision-making here from Foot. What do they do differently? It feels like Vitality has switched up the pace a couple of times. They've run into B plans that were also successful. A few variations catching the Turkish team off guard. What do they do?
I think once again, they need to make these bids for map control. The only parts they're fighting for right now is A main. That's it. I mean, look how much ground Safe was able to get on his own in that last round. He went all the way through B main, got out of B main, fought a player over through connector, was almost able to get out before FUT were able to respond. I think that it's almost too much respect being given by FUT here. Look at the ult management. Cracks with that null command is going to be the big one to look out for. CNED about to get a showstopper of his own.
Yeah.
As for Vitality, they do have ults to work with, but they've not really been depending on them too much.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this match seems to be determined off of macro outplay.
Yeah.
Rather than heroics and pure mechanical ability. Vitality running circles around the map from Foot so far. Had a captain opportunity granted, but not taken. And with the smoke, will cover his tracks for now.
Vitality just slowly gaining map control. Mr. Farlin hit down fairly low on HP, as is Kicks, but if they're fighting in mids, it means that FUT have backed off somewhere else. So this has allowed Destrian to get some serious control over to A short.
Cover going out.
Safe. Last one retreating from that mid side, while the rest of this team slowly inching their way towards the safe side. It seems like the call from Foot now, in comparison with the rounds before, is that let's make this a 5-man retake. Let's not lose any players early in this round.
Yeah, and I like the fact that the Trailblazer there from the sky actually hit every bit of cyber utility there was, Babnos.
Let's see if it's going to be the difference maker though. Hunter's Fury denying the palm for now. Tag onto 2. Not the kill though. Missed chance to shut down a lot of them, but Extender and Runner, all of them alone, can Foot clean up. No command. No one can use abilities on site from Vitality. Opportunity now for Foot to move in. Mr. Fallen starts, well placed. Can Vitality delay long enough? Crossfire for Vitality step up. Safe wary of positions. This is going to be close. Foot are running low on time. They've got to move in quickly. Trace coming out. Finding the opportunity for Foot to move in. On the spike they go. Sender on site, doing so much. Sender! The leader of the team doing absolutely God's work and keeping Vitality on the board yet another time.
Leading from the front, Pavlos there, and I love actually that the thought process would be, okay, you've used your snake bites, you rely on the Viper in that after plant. Instead, Sender capitalizes on that. Instead, goes hyper-aggressive, just sprints into the foray. But look how aggressive this was. Just taking every fight he can, one after the other. It is masterfully, efficiently ruthless.
And you can blame Foot for lingering a little bit longer there for a bit, but I think Vitality did so well with balancing their util to pressure them, to never give them space to actually go for these fights.
Yep.
This doesn't look like a roster that was formed a month ago. These guys.
You wouldn't think, would you?
Look so clean.
FUT set up once again for mid-take, this time though Vitality set their gaze to this B site. The rotations are in place in time, and Vitality sort of extrapolating that to hit FUT with the repartee in mid here.
Shadows traveling.
This round, I mean, oh wait, they don't check yesterday. Guys, check your corners. Oh no! Oh dear me, no. Yataji's got to be feeling that one for the rest of the night. You'll be seeing nightmares of that one. At least Cracks can do what his teammate couldn't. And it seems like nerves are getting to Foot right now.
It feels like it, doesn't it? Vitality, they're just going to accelerate onto this A site. You've already got the flank coming of Safe as well to almost guarantee the rounds. For Foot's here, what do you do?
Yeah, it seems like it... Never mind. I was going to say there was a flank in the making that could have catched them off guard maybe, but Tripwire revealing him. They definitely know he's only got a sheriff, so they're happy taking these fights. And to be fair, I don't blame them. Vitality had built up quite a healthy economy. Out of captain and Mr. Fallen have done damage, and all of a sudden Vitality are with less players alive, but Safe has got a luck in the making himself. Destrian winning his own fight. Foot are given a slither of hope just to be taken right back up. Destrian quick to react, and there you go, Vitality with 7.
It should have been a bit cleaner, Pavlos, but it feels like it's almost being nitpicky at this point. Incredible work from Vitality to make it this dominant in this half, and we're at a stage now where even if we see FUT win every round for the rest of this half, it's still a favorable position for Vitality.
Look, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams. I mean, yes, it's an off-season event. Yes, it's one where they're looking at practice. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that your rosters are performing better than the previous iterations. And they put Turkey on the map in Valorant overall last year. This time, they need to do something even greater. Challenge for titles, and so far this roster is taking some time to get up to wraps with each other. First blood goes to them at least. Maybe this is where they end their drought.
Safe trying to go accelerate here into the Sober. Krax is good for one, but
oh my god!
Pavlos.
They missed each other! And that means Foot! Wait, Krax got a quadra, by the way.
Krax, that was an incredible round. Bearing in mind, Pavlos, that Krax is sort of the second name you mentioned when you're talking about firepower on FUT. He's done immaculate on his KO before. Now it comes alive, but in finding a 4K like that, Pavlos, can that be repeated?
Yeah, it's not a very repeatable circumstance, but at least they get around on the board, hopefully for them. It can be a confidence builder.
It can be, but will it be? Showstopper available for CNED. From the Shadows available for both Omens, and with that Viper's Pit on Destrian, I'm very curious to see how effective Vitality's Alpha plants are going to be, but for Runner, already taken down, Captain, this is a great opening.
It is indeed. I think Vitality are actually going to find an opening towards mid here. Safe gets a pick, which does equalize the playing field. Krax is spotted, so Foot are going to be wary of it. Sender aggresses even further, and he's got his team with him. Showstopper enabled. Be careful. Oh, everybody avoids it. Everybody avoids it.
From Sender there to avoid it. Just gets out, teleports again. He's here, there, and everywhere.
The thing is, if Kix gets killed here, he's got the spike, so he might not be able to get to cross. But CNED doesn't expect for Kix to be there.
Viper's been expended. That's going to guarantee the plant. The Seekers as well, also finding the last 2 players. What looked like a great opening from FUT, maybe crumbling around them. Already a man down. Kix with so much utility to work with here.
Yes, Jay. A lot of people have been banking on this 18-year-old, saying that this guy could be the next star of Turkey. Yet to see it in this map as a whole. Safe says a no to Alacapta. They get a J, forced in a 1v3 in full darkness, but no, unachievable. And Vitality just take the momentum right back.
Absolutely perfect as Vitality, they strike back. They show that for FUT that round, that was not the start of something. That was not the inklings of a comeback. That was just a fluke. And for Vitality now, 9 rounds to their name. Anything more now is going to really start hurting for FUT.
It's got to hurt, for sure. And what's going through your mind at this point? What's going through your head? You're like, oh, we were so present on Ascent. We had things all under lock and key, but now shots aren't connecting. Vitality have a better read. It feels like they don't have control over their own match.
There's a silver lining, which is CNED finally has that operator out, but if this gets shut down instantly, what's that going to do for the confidence?
Indeed. But at least for now, they're winning out on the trade, so finally playing off of a numbers advantage, but they need to enter the site, Vitality do. And I think that from the Shadows is well timed. Because that allows the B site to have an extra defender. Sender no more. And Foot, double the amount of players alive than our opponents do. Destrian, sneaking past. At a captain, do you expect this?
Maybe he hides as well. Bear in mind that the Vitality players, they're very separated here, Pathless. There's still a bit of time to work with, but it's all fakes from this Viper utility.
Guiding light to maybe allow Destrian to move into the back of the site. Oh, we know instead. Just walks past it. They know there's someone there. The captain reads it in time. And that means Foot have a solid hold over this. CNED finding the last shot of the round. Foot on the board again.
Yeah, they strike back, and it's with that operator on CNED. That revelation seems to have harmed Vitality a little bit. And you can see in the Foot house from Istanbul.
Silence.
Yeah, silence for the time being. That maybe the hope hasn't been rekindled just yet. The ult management as well, still going in favor of Foot. They do have that neural theft and that null command to work with, so the retake still has a bit of teeth to them. For Vitality, that mid position has been disregarded a fair bit.
And I mean, the casualties they've been taking the past couple of rounds has also put them at a rough point economically, right? Okay, yeah, you've been able to win 8 rounds already. That's already a solid half, right? 8-4 on attack, not too bad, right? But given that Foot like controlling tempo, you want to make sure you maximize your games here on the attacking side. And if Vitality were to do that, they need to make sure that this round goes away, because next time their buy is looking rough.
Pavlos.
Yeah.
If Vitality take this map and we go to Lotus, FUT's map pick, do you think that FUT are going to have sort of the confidence left in the tank to be able to recover over on Lotus?
I think that's the beauty of the best of 5. I think definitely Foot are well aware of how they are able to come back from it. I think they're just in a slump that they just need to snap out.
Brazil, KW. Someone wants to start a war, Pavlos.
Oh, they do. They do. Uh-oh. Yeah, shout out to yesterday's match, Global Esports taking down Furia. Quite a match that was.
That it was, and I mean, that was pure, unadulterated passion we felt there from everyone in the building.
Indeed, indeed. All right, is anybody shy here? Make some noise, everybody. Get excited. This is a grand final of Convergence. Sliggy Gang, shout out. Are you a Sliggy enjoyer?
I am a Sliggy. Who isn't a Sliggy enjoyer, Pavlos?
True that, true that. All right, shout out to all the watch partiers out there as well. Technical pause coming out. 2-8 is the score. Foot finding a mark, at least, which the way could work with. A footing, if you will. I dare to say that was pun intended.
For Vitality, Pavlos, do you think that even if they lose the last 2 rounds, going into the second half 8-4, do you think they have the momentum still to try and to take that pistol round, try and close it out?
I mean, it's a 50-50, right? Whether that ends up being the case. I think for Vitality here, it's just keep on playing their game, keep on playing how they know how to do. They've got some solid plans in the pipeline, and it seems they haven't been running out of them so far. I think Sunset, definitely the strongest map they've shown, and it doesn't seem that Foot are able to challenge them that far.
Well, I can see a lot of the messages being held up here, Pavlos. What is it you do to get that little banner on your phone?
I think it's just an app.
There's an app for that?
Yeah, there's an app for that. There's an app for anything nowadays, Kremer.
There is an app for all sorts. Do you reckon there's an app which predicts if FUT are going to make the comeback or not?
Yeah, there probably is.
Yeah,
there probably is. Yeah. 8-2 again. For look a little bit chill, at least. I think this is an opportunity for them to actually compose themselves a bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, they can't have chat time with coach, but it's an opportunity for them to relax, you know? I think all of these players have, at some point, you know, playing at this level, have an opportunity to speak with a performance coach. There are definitely moments in time where you can take a step back. I know they've learned ways to cope with it. Let's hope now they can get into this one and make this final a little bit more competitive. Foot versus Vitality, the show is back on the road.
That we are, and on something to highlight that we were able to do just before the timeout there is FUT, they have the ult advantage, even have that operator, but it doesn't come in time. This is Farland Falls.
Ooh. One of the players that we wanted to see come up alive is seen it. And he gets the kill.
He's going to keep going as well. I like the aggression behind this.
Safe does punish Yatej though. Cypher vs Cypher. Vitality looks to create gaps within the defense, and I think Cena is forced to do it all himself. Good shot, backs out. And do you expect Kicks to move in this quickly? Get your gun out, Cena. Oh, close one. Nice try. What can this Turkish star do? Stuck in a corner. Do they expect it? Oh, runner pre-fires it. And here's Foot back onto the defense. Cracks, double kill. Foot, is this their chance to get a third? I think it is. Cracks is back.
The no command's absolutely perfect as well to try and protect Runner. Instead, he just gets overwhelmed, but it's counteracted instantly by Cracks. 2 quick, precise kills, and then he gets onto the off angle for the third. What a performance, and what an opportunity for FUT now to make that comeback.
Yeah, great chance, great chance. And like I said, feels like a completely fresh situation for them. Winning out their trays, that's what they need. I think basically, a lot of these moments are coming down to trays not being picked up. Okay, Vitality did a good job controlling the map, but for, say, time for us to have a piece of that pie. Vitality now move into the left-hand side, and like I said earlier on, B main will be tested out a lot.
It'll be just that CNED. He's in a very aggressive angle as well, avoids the utility, but can he get out, Pavlos?
CNED will. He gets one and he's out of there. And as predicted, Vitality will struggle economically upon this next loss. Oh, it's the last round of the half, doesn't really matter, does it? Investing deep, putting their hands deep in their pockets.
Cover going out.
Yedajay still with that neural theft. He's held onto it for a good while now. Mr. Farland has that utility to delay a plant, but it's out to Captain. Solo almost on this A site. Gets out, backs off, sort of sixth sense tingling him to tell him that Vitality are going to try and push into him. And it's all playing for info here if you're on FUT.
At the same time, Vitality
Shadows traveling.
are grouping all together. Oh, timing and a captain! Spotted by the cam as well. Tries to delay it a little bit, cracks. Finds a Hunter's Fury kill. And he himself dances in the sight. And stands strong, paranoid. Still collects it!
Word.
Unbelievable! And now save call to action. Only good for one, and cracks for a second time gives a star performance.
Krax has come alive, Pavlos, and he is looking so damn good. What a way to end the half for him. Sort of the last 3 rounds has just been a multi-kill, multi-kill, multi-kill. Currently going 15 and 8, actually top fragging the server, Pavlos. So we go into our second half though. It feels like the way FUT came online was Krax hitting his shots, CNED bringing out the operator. The issue they have though is it took them so long to actually bring them out. Is that going to be, do they have enough time?
Yeah, it's a matter of being able to close those distances in time, right? I think this map is all about rotations, all about traversals of this map, and I think Vitality, what they've been able to do well, at least at the first stage of this half, is, you know, kind of read Foot's positioning and kind of create those gaps themselves.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Now Foot, I need to do that on their turn.
On their term, and that's the interesting part, Pavlos. Do you think that for Vitality, having lost these last 3 rounds, do you think this is where they maybe get a bit shaken as they go onto their defense? Bearing in mind that Runner, he's not really had the impact against CNED that he did over on Ascent.
That is true, that is true. But we're starting to see some, you know, moments where CNED and Krax were able to come back alive even after a slow performance. And I think Runner was a victim of that the previous map, even though he had some off shots throughout the middle of it. At the end, he came alive, so if there's anyone that can bounce back from this, it's definitely going to be Runner.
Love to see just that, Pavlos. We go live into our second half. FUT on their attack, Vitality on the defense. Will we see Vitality win their map pick, or are FUT going to mount a comeback and level the playing field on map counts?
You know what I want to see? I want to see some more flamboyant plays from Foot. It seems that so far they've been able to play controlled, but that's jumping into Vitality's territory.
Yeah.
They need to play in their own play style, the way they know how to play. Bring us some real Turkish Valorant.
It looks like FUT setting up for this pistol round are going to go for your standard B hit. A few players sort of lurking in and around tiles, but it's going to be Mr. Farland to lead the charge here against Safe.
Safe is going to play a close angle, pre-fired by Mr. Falling. Bye-bye. And now Zestrian to the back of the site, struggling, but ends up picking it up, so it's still a trade.
Into the 4 versus 4 now. The rotation's got to come quickly, but look at this flank from Yetterjay.
Nice little underhand flash. Runner's in trouble, but no! Is able to skate away. CNED couldn't quite pick it up, and now he's dealing with 3 up against them.
But the flank, Pavlos, is still coming. FUT, they just got to buy time here.
At least our captain is making his way towards this A site, trying to get that plant down. CNED, can you find any kills? All 3 players against you are low, but Vitality are taking fights on their own. Oh no, the door is closed. There's nowhere to go. Runner punishes and takes him down. Yedajay on the back around, tries to deny rotations, but they're still punching upwards. There's 2 player per player on that Vitality side.
Captain going to have to be the next one to take the engagement. Vitality, they are low on HP here. They get the hell out of dodge. The flash is good, but for FUT, they can at least play for the spike here.
Smoke off one of the angles, but Captain's got to do a lot here to allow his team to move in. Yedajay doubles up. Ooh, let's see what you can do here, Yedajay. That's another. Maybe that's the clutch. You've got kicks up against you. 18-year-old versus 18-year-old. Flash on top. Goes around. Oh, it's rolled around the roundabout. Oh no! Yenaday has done it! Round goes to Foot, and the crowd goes wild!
Rightfully so, Pavlos. Oh my lord, that man is good. You wondered, why did they pick up the 18-year-old? Why did they take the chance on Yetajay? That is exactly why. A 3K and then to dance around that center site position while that spike ticks down to find the fourth. Immaculate plays, a 2 versus 4 converted for FUT, and this is where we start to see that momentum gained. It's a heavy investment into the second round with 5 rifles on every member, but you know what, with confidence to back it up, it may be the right call.
That's what they needed, honestly. I think Yetajay needed to feel alive on the server. I think he's not used to playing on a crowd like this, on a LAN like this. He's only, you know, had a chance to play in the Challenger Leagues in Turkey, so to be able to have a step up like this is experience. Now standing up in front of the crowd and saying that I belong here, it's quite the statement. Here's Vitality going aggro. This round shouldn't be for them, but if they can do damage, wouldn't be that bad.
Shouldn't, but it still could be. Cracks able to get the opening, safe to fall. Suddenly this B site may be a little bit less guarded than Vitality would want.
And suddenly you feel a lot of energy restored for Esports here.
Yeah, absolutely. Destrian on the close angle.
Good shot. That might be a potential pickup as a weapon upgrade. But Yetajay denies it. No one can cross, but Runner again back in. A big off by Cracks, but salvageable in the end.
Look how deep FUT have been able to get towards the spawn, though, of Vitality. Surely there's no way they clear for Mr. Farlin. And
I think Runner is able to pick up another rifle here, so...
Yeah, he is. Vandals as well, Pavlos.
2 Vandals. There is time, but by the time they do get to the A site, it will be a tough call to make. Had a captain catching him off guard with the angle, so Foot making this round a little bit more likely for them. So Runner deciding to pick up this free upgrade, run away, and be happy with the outcome of this one as they've killed a couple of players themselves. But that's not even going to be granted either. Foot, I think they're back here to play.
They absolutely are, Pavlos. The comeback could very well be on. And it raises the question for Vitality. When do you call your timeouts? When do you try and change tactics? Showstopper available for Runner. Is that going to be enough? Rifles to back it off. And for FUT here, it's a little bit of a bonus. Sheriffs on the players who died. But, Pavlos, this comes with a big but. FUT have a lot of momentum to work with right now.
Winning the pistol round is such a monumentous difference, right? Foot get to 6 rounds. They were down 7-0. And now all of a sudden they seem like a hair's length away. CNED. Nice shot onto Runner. At least it's traded right back up for Vitality. But still, slow pace from Foot, and they've got a play on the look towards the B site. I wonder how that will come into play.
I wonder as well, Mr. Farlin. Trying to find an angle to work with here. Instead, no information ascertained. Vitality got to potentially be quite aggressive to get even more information here, and we're going to see that from the Skydog. Kix still hasn't seen anything at all, only one bit of knowledge. Vitality may just
I know exactly where you are.
Well, the neural theft will definitely make it a little bit easier for the attackers. Vitality stick in place. Cam and Abel again, Kix is having trouble staying out of the cameras. Smoke coming through and it's rightly timed. Kaseta can just spray across. No way it's that easy. Paranoia avoided though, and Yetajay still in it. He succeeded with a clutch before and it was a 1v4, now a 1v2. Should be more fathomable.
Once again, he's given the call, the mantle of responsibility. Able to work with a bit of space here. Only 15 seconds to work with.
No way he's sticking it. He does go off it. Gets one, but it's not good enough. The power of numbers takes over.
Yetajay has come alive in the second half, Pavlos. Even in that 1 versus 3, he looked damn tasty. But Vitality, they keep their lead. 9-6 now. They extend it to, however, FUT now hot on their heels. Cracks as well, continuing to have an immortal game. But will it be enough? Will it be enough without CNED doing one of his characteristic performances?
I think at the end of the day, you've got to think that was a bonus round, right? That's one where you know,
Cage triggered.
you're expected to do the most amount of damage. And I think that's exactly what they did. Not only did they get spike plant, but they killed 4 out of the 5 players. So it's the next best option after a round victory. Oh my, did they get close to that result as well?
Yeah, they did, and for Vitality, look at the amount of utility that's been burned from both teams here, and this is within the first sort of 15 seconds or so. They've completely abandoned B main, but they've gained mid-control for it. Vitality, they've got to retake something or extend that B push a bit further.
Shadows traveling. And I think for Vitality, this extremity control towards B is actually really important because
not ready.
Runner can focus towards mid, so can Kicks, which is potentially where Foot is going to head to, but they are just waiting, lingering for the right opportunistic moment to just hit on that left-hand side of the map.
You're right here. Vitality, still a little bit to work with here as that showstopper on Runner is going to be very good for buying time, but unfortunately, he's got to make that rotation. They stacked that B site. They've read it correctly. FUT, they get ready to extend, but Sender draws first blood.
He does indeed, and that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Foot, given that Sender and Vitality are all here to defend. Showstopper in yesterday's face covered with paint, and now Foot, now with 2 remaining, have got to do it all. Thankfully for them, they've got high hitters. CNED there, but how the captain won't survive long enough to see CNED succeed. And Vitality on double digits bring back tempo all back in their favor.
Destrin there to almost seal the deal. 10 rounds now for Vitality, they hit double digits, and it was at this point, on a sense, they actually slowed down a little bit. So we'll see if they can continue that momentum, if they can continue that push through and take us to a 3rd map.
If Vitality continue winning here, I just start feeling sorry for Foot, because it feels like Vitality give them a chance, make them feel like there's hope, and then just snatch it away from it. It's as if you give candy to a child and then just take it away.
Or slap the ice cream out of their hands.
That is even more evil. I mean, both of them are pretty evil, not going to lie, and Vitality right now definitely acting as if, you know, the anti-heroes in this one.
You're absolutely right. Timeout called, I believe, by Vitality, so it's a timeout, just not one called by Vitality. We'll have to see what happens once we resume the game. And I'll tell you what, Pavlos, when it sort of comes to narrative here for Vitality, bear in mind that FUT, before the roster changes, was considered sort of up there amongst the best in Europe. Vitality also gunning for that position. Do you think that, having seen Vitality now perform against FUT, do you think they're going to be able to perform against the likes of Liquid, for instance?
I think the fact that Salah has got players that he can mold into how he perceives the game to be played out himself, Salah, by the way, being the coach of Vitality, will make it a lot easier for him, right? Runner, Kicks, both of them having a lot of raw talent that still haven't, you know, fallen into bad pits of behavior. I think what the issue was with Vitality last time around is that there were too many ways that players wanted to play the game, there were too many sort of opinions around, and no one could really get on the same page. Now, they've got a chance to completely change that right from the start. And the talent was always there. The fact that they've got Runner, Safe, and Kicks together now in this roster, it just looks even stronger.
Yeah, it absolutely does, Pavlos. And
so to answer your question, yes, I do see them challenging the likes of Team Liquid, yes.
To follow the question up, actually, for FUT, I actually think they could do the same. I think we have seen some real potential from this team.
I think potential is the only thing we've seen so far. But we also see the fact that Mr. Fallen isn't quite used to this new roster, right? I think he's realized that IGLing a roster from the start, from the beginning, is much more difficult than retaining a team and, you know, progressing your performance in a roster that you've been in for 2 years, right? So building up a new project is a completely different task. So Mr. Fallen, even though he's, you know, crowned as the player in Turkey that not only has made his country known for their aim, but also for their brain, has got his brain to work on for this season as well, in areas that he hasn't had the experience to do so much before.
It's got to go into overdrive, doesn't it, Pavlos?
It really does.
I think for FUT here, 4 rounds is by all means doable. We have seen 4 rounds get achieved by them, both on Ascent. We've seen them do the same on Sunset here. My thought process though is it 4 rounds in a row? Is it enough? Like the tempo, they've been able to switch it. They've not been able to hold it, and I think that partly comes down to the fact that Runner and this map Sender have done such a good job at trading so effectively that not one player builds momentum. Every time we see CNED get a little bit warmer, he ends up getting shut down. Every time Krax gets a little bit warmer, he's shut down. The same said for Yetajay on this map as well.
I think the attack side is just feeling a little bit more comfortable for Foot.
Yeah.
I think they enjoy having the tempo. I think they enjoy being the ones that can be proactive and sort of force Vitality dance around, you know. And Foot excel in that. I think they really enjoy that, and I think they've showed that so far. Definitely had a better start to this half. Yeah, okay, they lost a couple of rounds just now. Vitality get the better of them, but I don't think it's pure. I don't think it's purely down to Foot playing worse. I think it was a luck of the draw. Sometimes it does happen like that. This time around, they need to be patient on this one. You know, you've got Sheriffs. It's possibly Vitality get on an 11th, but definitely not an impossible comeback for them.
You're right, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. Kicks instantly fired in the opening. FUT trying to respond with mid-control here, but it's been anticipated.
Save having difficulty cleaning up there. CNED dances around the pillar. And Vitality, yet again, I think it's what they've shown throughout the entire week, is that they allow their opponents to move into positions that they want them to be in, funnel them into a slaughter.
They do just that now. 4 versus 3. Runner going to take a lot of util damage here. He is going to have to back off. There's always util used as well. So for FUT, they are making this expensive for Vitality.
How much more expensive can it be, though? At the end of the day, one rifle can't be all that difficult to bring back, considering, you know, Sender's on that 2.3 creds, 1.7 for Runner. Not too far off. I wouldn't mind a plant, and with a pick here, Krax might have given Foot a light at the end of the tunnel. At a captain, at a boy, Runner wants to stop it all from happening, but I think this is the best decision for Ada Captain. Get your ultimate, go to the other side of the map, and now you've drawn things to a 1v2 situation.
He's still got quite a bit of HP to work with as well, and that Vandal. For Vitality, they have to be very wary of the fact that the first thing Captain's going to do now is try and isolate one of these players.
I don't think Vitality is going to make that very easy for him. One of the things that Vitality have been really good at is that regrouping. Having some strong fundamentals in this way, buddy systems cover all around. This one will be no different. But at a captain, albeit the odds, eliminates the threat, halves it in two, cut in the middle. At a captain goes all the way around, and this is very reminiscent of what Yetajay did earlier on. All you have to do is wait for the clock to run out, and it's just what he's been able to do. Yes, you die, but the round is yours.
That's beautiful from Captain. Once again, leading from the front, Pavlos. And I love the fact that after getting that first kill, he doesn't look for the second. Instead, his focus becomes time. He realizes that he's saved so much in going straight to the other side with his ult, getting that plant, and forcing the hunts to come to him rather than isolating the 1v1s.
He did a really good job on that one. He did a very good job on that one.
Look at the economy for Vitality as well.
Exactly.
Pavlos, it's not in a great spot.
So we were talking about how unlikely it was to get the comeback?
Yeah, I still think it's unlikely, bearing in mind that the ult management's going to be massive next round.
Runner with a hero rifle. Says no more to CNED. I think there's a personal kerfuffle going on between those two.
Yes, Jay. Denying a bit of info in, but it's the swing from Vitality. Instantly shut down by Captain. A 3K. All headshots, Pavlos.
I don't think I've seen a cleaner spray transfer this entire tournament.
That is as clean as it physically gets. Captain, he's going to try and hunt for his ace as well, and I do not blame him.
I mean, it might be clean, but I also feel filthy right now after watching that one. Had a captain, wanting the ace. Oh, he's successful in getting it. The route to a comeback has begun.
The routes may have started, but have they taken hold? You can hear the excitement both in the crowd and on the faces of FUT here. Pavlos, look at the ultimate abilities. Almost every single ability is online right now. One away from a showstopper on CNED, a little bit more distance before we see... Oh my, it's just so filthy.
I'd watch that one again.
Bablos.
I'd watch that one again for sure. Hey, look, it's a pistol round, but at least they don't go down, losing too many players. It's really nicely done here by Foot. But as you do say, ult economy is a big one, and right now there's 4 ultimates per side available.
Yeah, so much to work with. FUT, they're going to have to be wary with these executions, purely, and mainly because of just everything that Vitality can throw back at them. They don't have any insta-killing utility, though, with that showstopper not quite available for Runner, but it won't matter. Null command expended, and a push coming towards this B site.
And with the ult collected, Mr. Fallen, as soon as he gets his unsecure, he's going to be using it. Runner avoiding it somehow, Destrian on site, but he still gets traded. All of a sudden, Foot have got all the control they need, and Cracks can be brought right back into life. Kicks, wants to move it forward. Zenith throws down a showstopper, successful in picking up safe, and Sendel all by himself is in big trouble.
1 versus 4, Pavlos. He's got to find this first kill, and he's got to find it fast. Being pushed through Connector, and as he backs off, clinging to that Vandal. FUT are going to make it 9, and Vitality are going to find themselves in, as we like to say, squeaky bum time.
Let's roll it back to the start of this map, where Vitality were up 7 rounds. 7 rounds to nothing, by the way, and all of a sudden Foot can smell Vitality. 1 round away.
They're starting to nip at their heels, aren't they? And, well, Sender, he may have the Vandal next round, and it gives Vitality at least something to work with. We saw Runner with the hero Phantom do quite a bit, but it feels like it's going to pale in comparison when you consider that FUT, not only have they removed that Vandal, but they're also now just 1 round away from equalizing.
Economical duress, if you will, right now for Vitality, losing those rifles.
Absolutely, and you see the love hearts from the Foot house. You can see that actually in the Foot house, excitement starting to grow, and for good reason.
Look, we had both sides of the coin here, having supporters for Vitality, supporters for Foot, but I think for some reason the crowd has chosen their favorite because there's a comeback in the making, and these guys want to see some good Valorant.
There absolutely is, and as Vitality call for that tactical timeout, let's see what's going to happen in lieu of this.
Great to see that everybody is having fun. I hope everyone at home watching as well is having so much fun. Phil, are they trying to do a Mexican wave, or are there goodies being thrown at them?
It may be goodies being thrown at them. All the more reason to come to the venue because goodies are being peppered into the crowd.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you better rush over here because Vitality, if they win this map, and they win the next one, it could all be over quite quickly.
I think it's cool goodies like mouse mats and stuff like that.
Ooh,
yeah, ooh.
The good stuff.
Yeah, the real good stuff.
I hear myself through their TV.
Those poor souls.
But here we go. Not much of a buy going on for Vitality. A couple of hero rifles, a judge.
I like this.
I'd love to see that judge
The
play.
judge makes me think that we're going to see this Vital Spit used almost instantly here.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. A main denied, but I think Foot already have made their mind up with pushing down mid and that B site.
Looking for the Cypher cam as well. Haven't quite found it. Different position means that Vitality are going to have the early warning system of information, but will they have the players in place to stop it?
Right now, Vitality have 0 information in mid. Only Sender perhaps for the deep side of it. Oh, spotted and anticipated by Yetajay. Foot, numbers advantage.
So smart, and we're seeing the utility used to delay, but it's not to stop. Rotations have to come in. Runner going to be pressured here, especially if Kix isn't able to find this frag in mid.
Foot, he's up, freeze. But with that guiding light, I believe Runner peeking, got all the information he needed, and now they can just place their players in a position where they can defend against Marcus, safe, in the corner, unchecked, and will have to get a kill down with them. Again, this is a pistol round by Vitality. Winning this one would be shooting upwards.
The neural theft gives so much information. The push now comes around what looks like towards A, so it's time for Destrian to shine, Pavlos.
Oh no! All was needed was 1 HP to take Cena down, and a snake bite causes his death.
The rotation's going from Captain from the flank, but there isn't enough time, Pavlos. There's only about 10 seconds left.
They've got to deal with Destrian, but he's got the most deadly weapon of them all at this distance. but that captain reads his corner position, and there you go, Foot back into the fight. They need to get the spike down.
Is there enough time? Oh, they're cutting it close, Pavlos.
Oh, they get it!
Not quite.
They don't.
Not quite. Vitality, the masters of time, the sands of time slip between their fingers as they weave their way into an 11th. 2 rounds separate them. Those same 2 rounds would give Vitality a lead here, would give them more than a lead, would give them a victory, Pavlos. And that's got to harm the confidence of FUT.
Oh my God, the fact that CNET ties there early. And yeah, no, it was a great effort from Foot to try and bring it back. But still, Vitality, I think the props is deserving for them because they started that round with Sheriffs, Judge, and a couple of Vandals. They weren't the favorites for sure.
They were not the favorites for sure, Pavlos. Say, getting bullied by Utility in short there. He's able to defend it though as Cine looks to extend into Kix, gets a bit of information to work with. Kix not looking to fight, instead looking once again to delay.
Now Runner might be challenged here. Trailblazer, opportunity to take a move to the smoke. Out of Captain, getting a shot onto Runner. Very nicely done, Foot. They need to react quickly because losing this round would mean that Vitality get to themselves a 12 match point. And Foot down economically, they're moving forward. Cena leaving control over mid and turning their attention towards the B side. But there's still Destrin here that can do a lot of damage. Cena no more. And all of a sudden Vitality are ahead. Out of Captain and Cracks turn it all around. Cracks enabled! Sender! A little bit too late to the party.
He's got to back off now, Pavlos. He's got to try and take a duel with Mr. Fall in the IGL.
And Sender comes out on top. Out of Captain is so low. Cover going out. Cracks down to 80 points of health.
30 seconds
There is
left.
a world where Sender picks this up. What a world would that be? Cracks reads it. And Foot double digits.
Once again, the prayers of Foot are answered by Cracks. He has been so damn good throughout this map. And when he comes alive, he's never just good for 1 Pavlos. It's always 2, 3, and in this case, 4. What a game, what a map. And as once again we enter sort of the final 3, the final 4 rounds of the map.
Oh,
we
that
still haven't got a victor decided.
I would have assumed that the players there would know that a tripwire was in place, given that they were so close to it.
Yeah.
So maybe a bit of a misplay, miscoordination that ended up costing them a few more players. Still, it does go into the hands of Foot.
Early aggression on A from Vitality. Fallen on deaf ears though, or Foot I should say. They know this hit's coming to B. They know that B has worked for them. And once again, they're going to try and shatter this Vitality defense.
One-way smoke enabled here from Save. He's definitely blind though, so he won't be able to use it to try and get one of these kills. Jumping over one of the tripwires, seen it, has to drop back here. Save reads it, and it's still a trade. Destrin to the back of the site. He's got a classic, so he's going to help. Well, wait for Runner to help him instead. Showstopper enabled, and Foot just ease back straight away. Don't want any of this, and leave Yetajay to die.
Yetajay picks off the rest of Foot. They pummel their way, they barrel their way down to A with Yetajay, with Mr. Fallen, left alone in mid to buy time, much needed time.
That's a linchpin position. And I think the entirety of Foot are counting on him to get the flank onto works. Oh, wait a minute. He's going all the way around, and no one is checking his direction. Oh boy, this could be deadly moving in. There's Destrin, that's a free kill. And that's a 3 versus 3. Cracks knowing where the rest of them are coming, but Vitality need to care of their behinds because Mr. Fallen is here to stay! Triple kill, Quadra, and that's the clutch!
What a clutch! It's not even needed for the final players. It doesn't matter that you had players in position for the afterplants. All you needed was Mr. Fallen on that Sova, on that flank. 11-11 Pavlos. It's all to play for, and the economy of Vitality, it is in a dire position. Yes, there's a buy, but if that goes, Pavlos, the Vitality are in serious trouble.
Break away.
Mr. Fallen, take a bow.
Right here.
Tremendous flank. Reigniting Foot's hopes in this one. Again, I'm going to say this over and over again. Vitality started this map with 7 rounds to nothing. Perseverance is everything this game.
Right here.
Absolutely. Stern pertinacity and nothing but sagacity from either side now. as Foots get ready to hit the A site. The A site which has been a hit and miss for them throughout this map. Now is a chance for redemption, Pavlos.
Vitality definitely going to play this as slow. Kicks will try and get a kill without being traded himself, but he's got painful thrown out him. Hunter's Fury here from Mr. Paul. It's going to be important. Reads the TP! Incredible! And Foot are ahead.
Plant goes down, 4 versus 5 retake. Make that a 3 versus 5 retake, Pavlos. The reposition comes out, Vitality. At what point do they call to save? Look at the money. There's nothing behind these Vandals.
No, they've got to save. They definitely have to save. There's no other way. Knowing there's 5 players, know they haven't done any damage. Foot, they've made the comeback work. Last round they equalized. This time they're getting the lead for the first time this series.
My, oh my, FUT, Foot, 12-11, Vitality. It looked like a sealed deal. It looked done and dusted. From the grave, Foot have shown us that there's still life within these Turks.
That's what we get for counting them out. That's what we get for denying that these guys have incredible comeback capabilities. Now, Vitality going to try their best to save these guns. Like you said, they have nothing. Oh, whoa, lose 2 out of 3 and Kicks barely standing with 6 points of health.
The reinvestment from Vitality, it's almost enough. The Guardian has to come out though, try and pad the ranks. Foot, who'd have thought it would have taken them this long to become favourites within a map? Who'd have thought that it was possible for them to become favourites within this map?
And who would have thought that Foot would be the team first to map point?
My, oh my.
Ooh.
Do you believe, Pavlos?
Of course, what do you mean? Yeah. Is there something not to believe?
I see overtime.
You do?
Yeah, I see overtime. I think that this is going to be, I think the winner of this map wins the series. I think if Foot are able to come back on Sunset, convert it, win it, I think that going into Lotus, going into Haven, they're going to be unstoppable, especially Lotus.
Still the best of 5. Anything can happen. Cena's like, yeah, I got my fans here. They've got my back. Full house. And I'd say 70% of them love Cena.
He's hard not to love, isn't he, Pavlos?
Really.
For a man that talented. I mean, my, oh my.
All right, 1 round to differentiate who will come out on top. Is it going to be map win for Foot or overtime? APAC greater than the EU. I'm going to have to beg to differ for this event, especially there's 2 EMEA teams. I'm sorry. For this one, that doesn't stand.
Straight into a tactical timeout from Vitality here.
Yep.
I actually like the fact that
Get the coach out.
They've saved that timeout for this last round. I think not only is this timeout for the last round, this is the timeout where Salah prepares for overtime as well.
Yeah, I think Salah's pretty proud of the fact that most of the rounds after a timeout tend to be won for Vitality.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at laying out the plans for the team, and they're pretty good at executing.
To counteract that though, for Pavlos, Sway and his effect on Foot has also been incredible.
Yeah, Sway, guys, both of them have done quite an impactful job for Foot as well. They've got a road ahead of them, together with Mr. Fallen, to get this roster up and running and capable of victories in VCT, EMEI, and maybe the world. Maybe on that global stage.
Maybe. And you know what? It feels like this map hasn't just been a battle of skill in terms of gunplay. This has also been a battle of minds. We go into this final round. There's that neural theft available for safe, and that's it for ultimates. Captain is going to be able to get from the shadows, but unless Cracks does another one of his miracle rounds, I don't think Foot are going to have many other ults to work with.
I think under any other circumstances, Safe would be in the position where he's the one that needs to do the heroics. That's what he's used to.
Yeah.
That's his role. I wonder right now in the position of a Sentinel, he feels a little bit more limited.
Potentially. Through mid. Looks like Foot are gaining quite a bit of map control, Pavlos, without really being contested. Vitality, they want to play for the executions. They want to play for the after plans from the looks of things.
Time to hunt.
Oh, a lot of players spotted.
That is so much info.
So much to work with now. The game is afoot. Vitality know where the push is coming from. Can they stop it?
Even though they had the info early, the spike plant is inevitable. And with Sender going down, Fur have got a clear opportunity here because now they're the ones defending. Now the pressure is all on the Golden Hornets. Smoke depleted. Recon still up for usage. Seen it to the back of the site. Paint shots at him. Vitality going to move together. There's only one on a different angle. That's going to be Safe. Doing all so much. Vitality might be able to close it out here. Yetuj and Mr. Fordanillo. And Safe has got to do it all by himself. Shorty does the job. He's got one more to find, but the spike is ticking and he needs to get to it quickly. Oh, Shorty in hand, and it's going to be enough! Foot from 0-7, solidified the second map for themselves.
What a comeback, and now as we move to Lotus, they look unstoppable.
Oh, they can be happy about that one. What a change of energy. What a change of attitude. What a change in gameplay.
And you know what? For me, the MVP of that map has to be Krax. He was the one that started that fire along with Yetuj. He was the one that ignited that comeback, and it has to come, the comeback had to start with a few hero rounds, but when called upon, granted late, they answered.
Sometimes that's all that's needed to bring back your mental into the game. Like we said, Yetuj might not have so much experience playing in front of a LAN crowd, right? So energy means everything to him. That positive attitude is what he required to get back into it. So that clutch spearheaded their comeback into this map in particular. Remember, they were down 7-0, and they're able to bring it all back.
Yeah, it's got to sting if you're Vitality. And now as you go to Lotus, you've got to have a very, very strong talk with the team to try and keep your psyche checked as you go to that third map of the series.
One thing is for certain is that this match is leading up to be quite the final, 1-1 per side. Let's throw it over to analysts to tell us what they think about this one.
India wanted a good game, and these two teams are definitely bringing it to the table. And now let's talk a little bit about Sunset, where this game, once again, very, very close between these two teams. Now, let's talk a little bit about what happened before. Previously, we talked in the pre-show about how these two teams seem to do so well in defense, but now that's changed. Attack seems to be the stronger side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't argue with the fact that Vitality thought they might have had it in the bag in the very beginning. 7-0, having such a stellar start. You look towards Safe getting activated nice and early with the patience. You're looking at Runner being able to get some multi-breaks. You're looking at Sender starting off really nicely as well. You feel like everyone on Vitality is just pulling their weight, but then things start to go a little bit awry. You start to see a little bit here and there for Foot. I think a really big turning point in this series was Ada Captain getting involved in the kills. Cena was trying to get done what he could, but that doesn't even compare to the impact that Krax had in this one.
Yeah. Excuse me, I agree, right? But there is one singular point in time where all of this changed, and that was Yetuj's pistol round. Because that was that one clutch that got the crowd completely riled up, and everybody's cheering for him. And this guy, he stood up, he was taking it all in. He realized, you know what? This is something we can do. That was where it all started, and Vitality's weaknesses were being exploited.
Yeah, it looks like they have a problem when it comes to these hero plays. They get caught off guard. We've seen so many moments where we see a 3K to an ace. We saw that happen. We saw multi-frags in the middle of those rotations as well. We saw one corner not being cleared, sprays through smokes to get a 4K. It's just impressive on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the only one that actually didn't get any more than a 2K was CNED. No 3Ks, no 4Ks, no aces. The rest of the squad, Krax coming out with a multitude, almost the lion's share, out of Captain with the ace that you mentioned, and then Mr. Fallen and Yetuj both getting the 4Ks in the mix. And I mean, the highlight as well, that caught me off guard with Yetuj just dancing around default on that A side too. Such a patient play, such a smart play for someone so young. But a bit of a misplay I want to kind of put on an extremity is round number 20. The plant being missed by 0.01, essentially. Trying to push through a Viper's pit after a little bit of damage done earlier on. It just bought so much time, and I thought, you know, was that going to be actually enough to frazzle Foot at that moment? No, they end with the next 4 rounds and the map's done.
Yeah, absolutely, and there were these hero plays from, Foot that were actually the biggest problem of Vitality, right? They we're heading into a direction where every single player, just like you mentioned, except for CNED, had these impact rounds where there's multi-kills coming in back and forth. And if you just want to put it in perspective, Krax was the one, like you mentioned, started off. Yetsuj had 2 rounds back-to-back where he got those clutches done. Then there was Krax with 2 rounds with 3 Ks, back-to-back. Once again, at a captain, that 1v2 that he won, and of course that ace round that he got, again, back-to-back. And in the end, Mr. Fallon with a 4K round that absolutely probably sealed the game.
Yeah, when we talk about hero plays as well, I really want to highlight that Foot seems to really thrive on ecos. There's so many rounds, it was just almost too clean when they played this.
Yeah.
What exactly happened in those rounds?
I mean, Eco is always going to be a funny thing as well when you come in towards this map after such a strong showing on your defensive side against the previous teams of Global and True Rippers. That's your only real sample size when you're coming into this environment, exactly in this arena and these setups too. So you kind of want to put a little bit more emphasis on winning out rounds like that, but you can't rely upon them, right? You want to be getting all these rifle rounds, and that's what happened. Again, CNED without him, right? The rest of the squad are pulling their weight without CNED. So come to Lotus, is it going to switch up? If CNED starts to activate, what actually does the rest of Foot look like with him firing up? Will it be cleaner?
Exactly. I mean, when we talk about Lotus, I think one of the biggest things you have to remember is that it's very skirmish heavy. It's a very aggressive map. There's a lot of areas and wormholes where anyone can pretty much just go through. The MVP, though, before we talk about Lotus, let's talk about Krax, this very cracked player. What do you think?
I think that he is a player who, has his time in the spotlight only after having a bit of, a downtime, I would say. He's got his game burning in slowly. He has a slow burn style of gameplay. He takes a bit of a slow approach. And when he gets into it, he's got more impact in terms of having multi-kill rounds. Like, Komodo mentioned that he doesn't really frag out as much, but when he does, it's always multi-kills.
Yeah, I mean, tail end of the first half, no one could shut him down over at CT at the A side, right? Popping out the null command, getting the 3K, essentially the next round, doing it again. You're starting to feel like, okay, individually, I'm just shutting down the team of Vitality. They need to be switching it up because if they're coming into my location, I'm just this brick wall that they're not going to be able to batter down. You're thinking, okay, Vitality, go for a little bit of different control in through mid, but there's no more rounds to play on attack. You have to switch over on towards defense at that point, and the defense for Vitality, it was a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, it was very lackluster. It was very interesting to see this change in pace. And on top of that, when you talk about hero plays as well, what does Vitality need to do to stop this sort of plays?
Isolate them. I mean, they did it to CNED, like time and time again. They found him, but then they have to just figure out how to get the rest of the team. How are you playing around your Viper walls, for example, for Destrian? Are you maximizing them? Are you trying to isolate someone like Mr. Farland to get rid of their information, or Ada Captain? Because previously we saw Ada Captain be a bit of a weak link for this roster. He's taken down early in these rounds, and there's no more smokes. But this time, when he's allowed, or maybe not allowed, when he's frolicking about the map, he is getting involved in all of these fights.
Yeah. And I believe that the comparison that we see in front of us right now is actually pretty good because both of them had a pretty similar playstyle on the attacking side of things. When Safe started off, he was poking that B side quite a lot with a stick, right? He's, testing them, whether are they going to be pushing, are they not? And more often than not, he was actually getting a good pick, or at least giving some damage onto that B side defense, time and time again. And they were getting trouble, Foot were actually getting a lot of damage from Safe in that first half. But then in the second half, when Yetsuj came on, he was able to do the same thing, but then he was also more variable than Safe on the second half.
And we see between these two maps as well a change in roles for Safe. Yetsuj still on towards the Sentinel, but switching from a KO, where you essentially, as yourself, you won that map of Ascent. I don't know if anyone caught it. The 0 point that Safe had thrown denied so much time for Mr. Farland to bring out the Hunter's Fury in the last round of Ascent that the timing was missed for a retake to come through from Foot, and it upset the balance, and that was a key component for Vitality winning the first map. Changing roles changes Safe's playstyle with this roster at the moment, going into a map like Ascent. We're looking for that mid-control for them. We're looking for Safe to get those lurks out, and there wasn't really that many.
I mean, when you talk again about the play style of Vitality, yes, sometimes you see a lot of moments where you kind of need Safe to really step up, and it kind of shows in the scores that come forward, the ACS. But when you have other players in the team like Foot who's able to step up when their main star is not doing so well, what is the idea? We talked about how it's going to be very hard for Vitality to close games, and that's been seen in the last 2 maps. What do you think of Lotus?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Lotus is going to be a lot more, confident for Vitality. I'm going to say that this is not going to affect them too much. Yes, they have problems in finishing off these games, especially given the fact that they were 7-0 up, right? And they would have expected to have a much better trajectory finishing off this map of Sunset. But coming on Lotus, I believe that they've seen that, you know, Foot can be a little troubled on this map, especially given the fact that Yerje is probably going to be transitioning to that Omen in this game, right? And I think that might give Vitality one little, you know, incision point that they're going to use.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yerje, he was really below the performance mark against Gen G. An overtime battle, attack, you know, it was kind of the crucial form for Foot and for Gen G to find majority of their rounds will be going on to this double controller line. So Ada Captain probably has a little bit more pressure to lock down these sites on the Viper, making sure these toxic screens are really viable, making sure that some rubble control happens, because that's, you know, almost a given that we're going to see that time and time again. If you can bait Team Vitality into sacrificing a lot of this utility around rubble early on, you can get these flanks happening at C Mound. It's just one of these common you know, tactical plays that come out on this map. So there's a lot of standard stuff that I would probably be expecting if we get these similar agents being picked in towards this map. But I think my focus is going to be on the utilization of Cracks yet again, because he's still going to be on the K.
What do you want to see from Cracks?
Fragging.
Fragging!
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I just want to see tapping heads.
I mean, we've seen it happen, but it's a lot also towards Yetude as well. You can't really say it's going to be just from Cracks. If the mentality and momentum still come through from Foot, especially toward the end of the game, that's going to be exciting. If Vitality still manages to tie up the loose ends before Foot manages to get hot, that will be the game changer for them. Regardless, let's see what's going to be happening as we go into a quick break. After that, straight to the game. We'll be right back.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. You got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
We did promise you this was going to be a short break, and that's exactly what it was. We're ready to get going with the third map of this grand final. And so far, so forth, this has been a banger.
It has been, and if the first two maps are anything to go by, Pavlos, this could very well be a 5-map affair. Of course, our final 3 maps being Lotus, Haven, and Splits. But without further ado, let's get into Lotus. Let's see our agent selection. And from the looks of it, Pavlos, it seems to be it's almost a mirror matchup, except the Sky comes out instead of the KO. Krax has done so well on the KO. I quite like the fact he's sticking to it. For Kicks, interesting to see that he now on the Sky is playing the same on Lotus, bearing in mind that he struggled a little bit over on Sunset.
I think for Lotus, this is a good map for Vitality, given that they got the win against Furia. And I think it was one of the moments where Furia looked the strongest as well. Right, yesterday against Gen G, there were a little bit of cracks in there. And I'm not taking away from Gen G's from Global's victory. I'm just saying that, you know, they weren't at their strongest at that single point in time. I didn't see the Furia we knew. But for this one, Vitality definitely needed to work for it, but then again, also came out on top.
Yeah, so going into this map, I think that, as you mentioned, Vitality did look strong, as did Furia. Both teams in that series, or in that map even, showed a lot of cracks. It was by all means far from perfect. For Foot even, they now have quite a lot of real almost to look at from this map. Bear in mind that Lotus has actually been one of the most played maps in the tournament. So for Vitality, I really want to see Runner step it up.
All right, give me the narrative here, Coach Kremer. Cracks have now switched into the KO. It's not the second time. It's the second time he's played at this tournament. But it's obviously switched from last time they played it over in Red Bull home grounds. Why is that?
I think that Cracks has just proven to be so good at KO. They've actually just adjusted their agent selection. Bearing in mind that it's still the early days of the team, you used to have a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of interchangeability between these comps. So when actually bringing out the KO, you just put Cracks on one of his main roles.
I do believe it's time to get this game started. Get into your seats, everybody, and make some noise because it's time for our third map of this best-of-5 grand final. Foot on the defense, Vitality on attack. Let's get this Lotus started.
Vitality, of course, with the start on this attack, their attack has been pretty shaky throughout this series so far. On Ascent, Foot was able to make a little bit of a comeback based on Vitality's attack being shaky. We just saw a full comeback off of a shaky attack from Vitality over on Sunset. So for Foot, I think every round here they gain is just going to make that second half easier. And I would like to see Foot actually continue the aggression on the likes of CNET, on the likes of Cracks, which was aiding them so much in that second map.
And for Foot this time around, it seems like there's a bit of a stack up towards his left-hand side. And for Vitality, I'd say the exact same thing. Spike left behind, though. They're not giving away on that information just yet. It feels like Vitality are prepared for some sort of spiciness coming out from Foot.
Seems just that. It looks like almost a trap play was considered by Foot there, but for Vitality, instead it's slow, it's calm, it's considered as they take mount control and set up for what might be a complete CX into the awaiting Hatter Captain.
Yeah, Vitality split their forces in two. Foot react quickly to that beat push. That cover is going to stop anything from moving. Instead, Vitality might be obscuring their pure potential, right? They're making them think it's going to be a C hit, but instead they're going to be hitting towards Yetajay any second now. Yetajay, though, good to take one down with him, and damage onto Sender. Is that going to be good enough?
The damage, actually, I think may well be good enough. Into the 4 versus 4 now, and looks they want to get straight into this retake, Pavlos.
Vitality have been really good on these post plants, meaning that they've been able to delay Foot a lot with their utility. This time around is no different, but they've run out of said utility. Only a Paranoia available.
You've got to look at the low HP on Vitality as well. Every single player almost on death's door already, and sort of as the Butcher's Bill comes in, I don't think there are going to be many people left standing at the end of this round, Pavlos.
Main effort is to try and shoot down anybody trying to defuse, but the fact that Foot are going to be moving in collectively is going to make the endeavor a lot more difficult for Vitality. But look at this. Sender's behind him, and nobody knows. This should be easy pickings. He does reveal himself eventually, but it does buy time. Vitality here, being stuck with, and it has to be interrupted. And for that reason, this round is going to the attackers. Vitality with the pistol of Lotus.
Beautifully played by those remaining 2 players for Vitality, just bouncing off one another, drawing the attention from the remaining defenders. And it felt like once that spike went down, it just came down to how much time could be bought for the flankers to try and outposition this retaking group. And for Vitality, it's textbook. Go to the second round now, and some Guardians come out on the likes of Sender and Kicks. However, but they enjoy this sort of hero marshal, don't they, as the second round by?
I'm not going to lie, I just got a bit of deja vu.
Yeah.
I think it was you that told me the first time, Langardium Leviosa or something like that. I think that was you that made the pun the first time.
I don't think it was. I'm not going to take someone's credit.
I feel like I got a bit of deja vu. Yeah,
that's very smart. I won't take someone's credit for that. There are people out there who are way funnier than us.
Oh, okay, but fair enough. Yeah, that is true. For me, at least, you're pretty funny.
Yeah.
Funny looking. But no. Vitality seems to be wanting to take the lead here early. Moving towards the right-hand side. Now, Foot, they've got a marshal onto Mr. Fording, and fortunately for them, he's in the right position to actually find damage here.
Captain actually going very aggressively past this C-mount position, and the map control is going to allow Foots to almost stack up and sort of preemptively shut down this A-hit from Vitality. Bear in mind, it's only a Sheriff to work with on Destrian.
Foot putting all their hopes into Mr. Fallen here.
Yeah.
But what Poison Cloud will make his impact now. And across the Vitality push onto the A side is successful. Save. Look at that, turning around in time, and he was a pistol with a pistol against the Sheriff. Not too bad.
Planted.
I think Vitality probably had a word in the previous matchup. They weren't happy with the results, not happy with not being able to close out that map. Both teams trading map picks. And they want to make sure they can secure a second, at least for a second round in this instance. And with snake bites, it's going to be virtually impossible to get this use in, especially with how many players Vitality still have alive and how healthy they are. Hey! No one said he can't do any damage though. And he's one shot away from shutting down Runner as well, I do believe.
I think it all comes down to damage here. Runner, the pre-fire works out, and you need 2 frags for your second round buy. You only invested a Marshall and the odd Sheriff Hill there. It's not too bad, but I think that if you are Foot, bearing in mind how quickly you lost momentum on Sunset, I think you need to be striking back much harder. Otherwise, we are going to see that sort of 7-0 lead, which Vitality were able to establish on Sunset. And I mean, even when they were able to get off to quite a good start on Ascent as well.
You know what? Exactly, right? You start to think 7-0, that should be a good start. That should be a solid victory.
I'd be pretty happy with 7-0, Pavlos.
Vitality were pretty happy until they weren't.
Another very, very aggressive take here for Pavlos.
Oh, but it's a strong start to the round. Vitality find themselves advantages.
Cracks through the smoke, not even really able to escape the mental Vitality. And remember, those dropped weapons from Yetajay and CNED are about to be picked up, retrieved, and then wielded against Foot if they're not careful. Captain not quite sure where to position himself. And for Vitality, they just go quiet. They let the tide, they let them get scared, they let them stew in the fact that 2 men down, they've got to make a play.
Poison's on.
At least they've got a decision to make, right? It's either hit onto that A site, but with the ground control they gain, they can also push towards B. Cracks. He pushes. There's so many players that can just seek out on him. Knife destroyed, meaning of presence. How much presence is the question?
He only heard 1 player shoot, and so there's even the risk of that being a lurker, but when you're in a 3 versus 5, you might as well just stack the position, and it looks like they're going to do just that.
Trailblazer, paint shot to the back of the site, Cracks, full suit, B, point blank in front of them, still gets a kill onto Runner, out of Captain, into Tree, wait a minute, it's 3v3!
Mr. Farland as well in such a good position. Pavlos waiting for this push to come through Connector. They know about his position though.
And they're definitely going to be looking in that direction. That's why they're going to be using the smoke to try and cover their tracks to move into the C side. But Mr. Fallen still takes one down with him.
Oh my god, he's going to be able to get through Switch as well. Pavlos, but they've outmaneuvered Vitality here beautifully.
Mr. Fallen is get there quicker than their opponents. And this could turn the entire round in favor of Foot. Safe though. Brings it back to an equal standing. Kicks, aggressive into sight. Topsy-turvy extravaganza. And Cracks to try and switch it up yet another time. Kicks is low, should be simply picked up, but no. Doesn't look to his right, picks it up. And Vitality keep the streak going.
You call it an extravaganza, Pavlos, for Vitality. It's a win bonanza. Able to find 3 in a row now, looking to even push that victory further. They're also going to start to come online here. And I tell you what, one of the saving graces for Furia that we're now seeing Foot use against Vitality here is that control and tree, where they've just been using that position to pivot off, bait for one another, and use it almost as a way to anchor that A site. You look at the ult management though, from the shadows available, soon to be the Seekers on Vitality, over to Foot. Nothing online as of yet, but it's round 5, round 6, where I suspect we're going to see a lot of utility available for Foot, especially when it comes to those ults.
Toxins going up.
This is so similar to the previous map. So similar. 3-0, but I wonder if it will continue in the same theme. Five on 5 still. Foot. Sheriffs, yes, but we've got good knowledge of how much damage they can do.
That we do. Vitality shifting over to the C position. However, but they've read it. They've got a lot of players to try and counteract this. They may even try and go through this.
Oh, but that might be a mistake because Vitality have actually stacked up here themselves. Yes, we might damage with the Sheriff! Oh, the Captain! Not even needing to see kicks to kill him there.
Where on earth did that come from? CNED now. This duel with Safe is going to be so damn important. The paint shell's not quite landing. Safe going to be emboldened to push further forward. But Cracks is going to prevent them from running.
Sender saved the day here. Honestly, this might be the turnaround of this match. They need to be careful though because there's a player behind them. The fact that there's a bot there alarms them of Mr. Fallen's position.
Vitality's flank awareness has been so good this map, Pavlos, and Safe may be rewarded for it.
One enemy remaining.
Headshot picked up and CNED with a classic in a non-ideal position. and he can't really pick up a rifle at this point. The thing is, he doesn't know where Sender is, which is why he's looking around everywhere.
Desperately trying to find that Viper, but time is not on his side, and the upper plant utility Pavlos is so strong with a Viper and a Killjoy.
And Vitali's on peak, not going to make a mistake here. 4-0, and just like that, keeping the theme that we saw prior.
Yeah, for Vitality, it's a great round, but it's a round they had to recover. Bearing in mind, Pavlos, that honestly, it felt like Foot got way more mileage in that round than they really should have.
That is true. That is true. They did start with Sheriffs. I think it's one of the things that if you compare this game to other first-person shooters, these rounds where ecos are, I think, a little bit more prevalent, more relevant, and more comment-worthy, and more respected, should be more respected. I think these conversions have actually led teams to successes, and have also been the demise of many others.
You're absolutely right, and I think when it comes to conversions, Foot feels like it takes some time for them to charge up. Now, one of the converting factors over on Sunset was that operator coming out on CNED. We see it now come out on Lotus much, much earlier.
And for this one, you've got to wonder, when does the economical prosperity come in for the defense side?
You're absolutely right, and I think for Vitality, it's when Runner comes online, when Runner has the confidence to continue being sort of hyper-aggressive. We've not seen him really do that yet.
Do they need to go aggressive? That is the question. That's probably what's also being discussed right now.
Yeah.
It's probably what they're thinking about. And yeah, look, we are 1-1 in map score. A map here would definitely do wonders, especially considering Vitality come back after losing a streak of rounds, losing a map that should have been theirs, for somehow finding themselves in a predicament that they're all too familiar with also. But like we've pointed out a few times this tournament, miracles don't often happen twice.
They don't. You look over to Foot here, very, very passive on A, considering the disaster of last round when they tried to fight for it. Tree control still established, but for Captain, that Viper's Pit being deployed on B gives the freedom to Foot to stack over to A here, leaving the Killjoy utility set up on C. They have their strong sides, they have their weak sides already established for Vitality. Seeker soon to be deployed.
Crack. Slows down. Himself. Crack grenade, delaying it a little bit. That B site is difficult, but it won't be that difficult if you enter through the right-hand side of it. Viper's Pit still inhabited by other captain.
Mr. Farland now has to be sort of the one to protect the flank of this Viper's Pit, because of course Foot don't have any knowledge of this position in sort of the front of B main. Instead, Vitality, they've established themselves outside of A towards Link and have just gone quiet.
Maybe this is the initialization of the attack. That cover thrown, snake fight to the feet of Runner. Second guessing himself, 30 seconds. If they move into the A site, it's a bad decision to make. 3 players hiding out. If they move it to B, that's also a bad decision to make. But decisions need to be made nevertheless. CNED isn't able to succeed with his shot, but Yesterday instead is there. Traded out though, means that Vitality are on equal footing. Destrian succeeding. The attack from Vitality is on the road with the A site taking over.
This is now dicey for Foot. 2 versus 4. Hey, they were able to do it over on Sunset though. Can they do it now, Pavlos?
Lockdown has bought enough space for Adacaptain and Mr. Falling to move through. Runner tries to spray through and get both of them, but it's just too difficult. Kicks, turns around in time. Vitality secure it. That's a 5-0 start.
It's, again, the same solid start we saw on Sunset, Pavlos, but it's hard to get excited when they struggled so much to convert that lead on Sunset.
I feel Vitality is so good with combining their util to take these attacks, right?
Yeah.
Even when it's inhabited by 3 different players, they make it virtually impossible for that site to be defended.
You're absolutely right, and I think a lot of that comes down to Destrian, to be honest. His paranoia usage has been immaculate throughout this series, to be honest, and for Foot, it feels like while they in Straight Angels have had their sort of flashes of brilliance, they're just that, flashes.
I'll tell you what's OP right now.
What's that?
The lead of Vitality.
Yeah.
That needs nerfing and Foot know over this.
It was nerfed pretty hard on Sunset.
It was. It was. Where did that even come from?
Where did that even come from? I mean, here's the thing. because Vitality choked that lead on Sunset, I think probably the team talk they had on going into Lotus was less so around orienting how they're going to win Lotus, and more so oriented around how they're going to keep leads throughout the series once they're established.
A matter of closing games, just
exactly.
Simply. But again, even though this is a foot timeout, Vitality can also speak with Salah, and both coaches can have a word. Will finally Foot be able to break through? I mean, it's 5-0, not 7-0, so
that's very true.
That is still very true. Doable. They can definitely believe because they've succeeded in coming back before.
Smokes deployed. Flash out, going to buy a bit of space here. Destrian. Oh, he's got two Pavlos. It's a slaughter around the map. That crunched amount is stopped in its tracks.
I mean, you didn't really expect Foot to do much that round, but you expected them to see someone. I feel like Vitality took them out before Foot had a chance to say hello.
It feels to me like part of the concept as well was to try and force out the utility of Vitality, but, well, it seems to just be a flash in the pan. No utility expended, at least when it came to ultimates. And for Vitality now, 6-0 up, I'm getting a strong sense of deja vu. Going into the 7th, flawless so far, with an ult advantage. I mean, for Foot, if it is deja vu, they're going to be more than relaxed.
100%, 100%. For Vitality also, with the ultimates that they've built up, that's 4 of them now available. All of them feeling influential, but I feel one of the players that hasn't is Cena. It kind of feels like he's waiting for the blades, he's waiting for the operator, but not really having much luck with his rifle.
No, he's not. And, I mean, he even had limited success with that operator once he had it. I think that Runner as well, he's not been having huge success so far. This comparative to what we expect of him, but it's more so than CNED at the moment.
Yeah, it's also up to Vitality to be able to read those positions and shut him down before he's even able to have a chance in this one. But we don't want to be proactive this one. Paranoia again, he can't see a thing. And the captain at least gets one. The spray down could be good for him, but it's still traded out, and Vitality come out on top.
They don't have the spike control as of yet, though. I think they are just going to get to a site, use the Omen to retrieve it, and make sure they can hold B here. Mr. Farland attempting to stop that, but he's got to be quick.
Well, Shadows was used to at least get the spike back. Lockdown guaranteeing the safety of that plant.
Yeah, but Krax does have a no command available. I doubt we're going to see him use it here. Bearing in mind that for Vitality, this will be a very, very strong 7th.
Cracks. On a 1-on-3. What is he capable of? Can he do? Well, not much. So
not much.
Puts a quick end to that. Does anybody else remember this score?
I'm thinking back, I may have some reminders. Tell me, Pavlos, what happened last time Vitality was 7-0 up?
They lost.
They what?
They lost.
How?
I have no idea.
I think I know why, Pavlos. There's 2 words, Yeta J and Krax. Both of them came online under the pressure. They do not buckle, instead, it's where diamonds are formed. But will it be a diamond in the rough for that? Or will it be a map lead?
I think if Vitality lose out on such a lead again, I don't think Salah would be very happy with that. I don't think anybody would. And I don't think they'd be forgiving themselves very soon. I guess at least have the mistakes here in an off-season event that you would in the regular season of VCT, but still, this is a final. An opportunity to just show up and show off.
I mean, this whole tournament, it's almost been a road to Damascus for Vitality here. Sort of everything has clicked, everything has... We've seen the strategy, we've seen the reason behind these big ups. And for Runner and Kicks especially, this has just been a Jubilee tournament for them. 4 versus 4 though.
That is true.
Vitality looking to re-engage onto this C site, but looking how close Yeta J is towards Switch, looking at the current positions of the players on C, this is going to be a hard site to get onto.
You can definitely see the setup and what it's going to be looking like. Runner's going to be using Social to get to the back of the site. He trades his life, and that's good enough because it's still a 3v3. Cracks to the back of it. Yet to be dealt with, and he's got a no command on, right? If he falls, he's not dead. Be brought back, but at least he wants to deny the use of utility because without it, no smoke's available to get the safety plant.
That being said, look how Foot have just disengaged. They've allowed everyone to stack up. Viper's a bit committed now. Can they find the Viper in this grey, green, and greasy ooze, Pavlos?
That Viper's pit is so differential, but I think they just figured out what the holdout looks like. Vitality forced to change positions.
Kix has been able to get off site as well. This could go from bad to worse for Foots here.
Sender's in the position that Kix was moments ago though, but still has to jump down. Not quite sure if that was audible. Cracks down to 1 HP as he does enter the toxins. Poison entering his lungs. And with the Viper's pit no longer out, it's the 2v2, but they're running out of time and Kix has yet to be checked. Now goes for the swing, spots out a weapon, baits him out, that's the kill. Vitality, look for an 8th, Cracks. There's nothing he can do. He's got to run. The round is over. He can't get the defuse. Vitality, yet again, coming out on top.
It will not be a repeat of Sunset. Deja Vu will not be discovered. Instead, Vitality, as they lead 8-0, Pavlos. They continue to show us why they want to contend, to be not just one of the best in Europe, but to be one of the best in the world.
I think it's a completely different matter to be able to contend with the best than be the best. And I think that's what Vitality are really looking for. Ambition. A lot of ambition in this roster.
You're absolutely right.
And it's on the back of ambition that they formed this entire new lineup.
Something to mention though is for the last 2 rounds they have been very heavy on committing their ultimates. So outside of these Seekers available for Kix, there's not going to be much past this for a good while actually. Over on Foot, yes, you have that from the shadows. Yes, you have that showstop of the CNED, but you don't have the rifles to back it up.
Runners already close to the site. Foot definitely respecting it, falling quite far back. I'm just wondering what their winning scenario is, right? What their saving grace is, but I don't think for this one they have one.
Absolutely that. 5v5 retake, Pavlos. A lot of utility expended. Foot, they're on this site fast.
Vitality need to make a mistake here. Foot after the spike. I think they know what gun is best for spraying down in that position. It's got to be the big boy Odin gun. But they've eliminated one of the angles. But what they haven't eliminated, and they're not wary of, is a lurking safe, who is slowly but surely making his way around. Placing a nano swarm, causing issues. Foot won't be able to defuse. Not even if they wanted to. No, they're not. They're not. But hey, they made that expensive.
It's a 4K from safe, but I'm not going to lie, Pavlos. I'm still a little bit worried. Bearing in mind that came down to a 1 versus 1, a round which Foot really shouldn't have had any interest in winning, but nonetheless, they bring it down to that 1v1. They bring Safe down to low HP, and now you look at how the ults have sort of crafted their way going into the final 4 rounds of this half, and final 3 rounds of this half even, and Foots have a huge advantage when it comes to these abilities.
They do, and if they don't win this round, I don't know when they will get around. 9-3 still achievable. Good paranoia. How have these paranoias been so accurate? But this time around, Zenith does come out on top and doesn't get traded.
Kicks now in trouble. I think Kicks going to fall straight away. Oh, just about survives it. Safe falls elsewhere on the map. As Runner at least tries to cover his teammates' escape.
I mean, Kick survives, but Destrian and Safe are already dead. Vitality, at least finally for Foot, are the ones with strength. Oh no, is the A site open now?
Sender, how has he found this control, Pavlos? 3 versus 4. You cannot underestimate Vitality here.
You cannot. What's important is that Yetege could interrupt the rotate, but I don't think he can. I don't think he's going to take the chance.
Oh, he's going to have to destroy that that link wall, and he's just going to run straight past it.
He's not feeling it.
Get him.
Instead of falling back, Sender sticks to his ground.
Oh, I love this.
This is so fickle.
This is so fickle, Pavlos. And look at the flanker, Captain.
But who's he really flanking? All of the Vitality players are on site. They expect everyone to come from everywhere. Sender, what a moment. Vitality want to go down flawless in this one. Cracks needs to push. Sender, resilient. Oh, what a shot onto Runner. Still doable, but they're running out of time. Viper spit onto the spike. Kicks, wanting to enter, not giving them any space to work with. Snake bite again. Cracks, will he make any difference? Kicks, getting one, but Sender is at Sender in a double, and that's the win! 10 rounds to nothing!
A 4K from Sender, the final 2. It looks like a gift from a deity from above. Oh my word, Pavlos. What a round, and what a chance for Vitality to, as you mentioned, make this look flawless. A 10-0 lead, haloed by the fact that these players have all had a standout round, have all shown us why, as mentioned before, they consider themselves among the best in the world.
Just you wait, I think they're saying. CNED. Oh, he took that round personally and he wants to turn it all around.
Spike down A.
Wants to put an end to the crave that is the streak of Vitality. But Safe is saying, nah, not that easy.
Surely, Pavlos, surely Safe doesn't convert this, right?
No, there's no way. There's two players taking that same angle. He knows. He knows. It's a patience game, isn't it? But Foot can afford to be patient in this round. And that's CNED with 4 kills to his name. And Foot finally on the board.
Pavlos, is it too little, too late? Safe has those standout rounds, as we've mentioned, or CNED has those standout rounds, as we mentioned. That's one of them. But even after a 4K Pavlos, he's only on 7 kills. Foot have had a rough old map here. Cracks one away from his null command, kicks 2 from his Seekers. This is on top of a lockdown available for both teams here. And Sender with that Viper's Pit, we saw how effective it was when he had to use it earlier on that C site. God knows how effective it will be on this A site to end this half.
Foot inching forwards on the left-hand side, exchanging map control. Only wants to defend Ada Captain. I Think Ada Captain knows there is Doom coming. He's a bit too far into the site to give it up now. So he'll try to take some players down with him. Is this a pivot to the B site though?
Oh, I like it, Pavlos. I think it is.
You should run.
Lockdown expended. That's going to allow them to at least get onto this site.
Do you expect so many players to arrive from B main?
Oh, I like the fact they're setting their gaze back towards the safe site though, Pavlos. And I don't think they expect that many to come to A main, but there's alarm bots in place as a contingency.
Uh-oh, you don't look behind you though, and that's where CNED is coming from. Picks up one, and Ada Captain, the next player in contention, Safe says, not much of you is allowed on this site. Still equally traded, CNED wants to enter the Viper's Pit. Oh, and he's so accurate with it. He's so quick with it. Runner can sense his presence, so falls back and respects it. But Mr. Fallen is there as well. And Spike is on the ground. And Runner's got so much to do.
1 versus 3, Pavlos. It was attempted by Safe earlier. It will now be attempted by the duelist, the young star, the prodigy for Vitality.
10 seconds left.
So aren't giving him an inch, not giving him a step. At least the half ends with a 2 consecutive streak rounds by Foot to get them onto 10-2 score.
Now Pavlos. Comebacks have happened in the past. Comebacks have happened in actually fairly recent memory. And if you cast your gaze back, you'll know that it almost happened on Ascent as well. Is 10-2 too far? Or do you think Foot have it in them to mount an even more impressive comeback than what we saw on Sunset?
Honestly, what do you answer to that? It's so difficult to... Look, the simple answer is no. Foot don't have a comeback in them. But this isn't a simple game. Knowing what Foot were able to do the previous match, you can't simply just say Vitality are going to close this out easily. The moment Foot have got themselves a hand on the steering wheel, that's how easily they can start gaining pace and closing in on them round by round.
So we're going to start with a pistol round though, Pavlos. And when you are 10-2 down, your entire map depends on a pistol round. The infamously inconsistent pistol rounds, which so far this series have been favoring your opponents.
Big time. Turret out. Big time. And I think the fact that Foot has fallen so far behind and is required to have these heroic comebacks, they've gained a fair share of followers tonight. Rooting for the underdog. Well, I don't know if they are the underdog, right? They're the team with
originally
I think this is a fight of equals, to be fair.
Genuinely could be. Going into this pistol round though, Foot, this will be their shot at survival. Vitality. Very heavy presence on A. Just a few players to at least keep their attention in place while the main body of the attack instead taking mount control, getting ready to assault the C position. Damage done to Safe, however, his sight's not quite besieged as of yet.
For a second there, I thought Yetterjay's corner was unchecked, uncovered, but still, not a chance of that one. Vitality winning this pistol is basically the end of the game. Foot need to win it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's do or die for them. Low HP on Captain, and already a man down. Vitality thrust into a retake. Foot's limited utility to work with here.
At least they've got side control, and it seems like CNED fancies to play aggressively, guiding light Met. So Vitality want in further, closer. That's going to be a flash drive. Successful for Foot to ease up the scoreline 4 against 4. But this is where Vitality can amp up the pressure themselves. Paranoia again so strong. Cracks dice in the paint. Send it from a distance. It's all looking clean. It's all looking excellent. CNED is all but nothing at this point. All but dust as he falls into the dirt. And a Captain with barely any health on him. And Vitality close out with pistol and are on the highway to victory.
11-2, Pavlos. 11-2. Yes, they're on a highway, but a couple of miles back, smeared on the road, is the bloody, belated corpse of Foot's Lotus. My word, has this been dominant, and this has been one of the most dominant games, not just of this series, but of this tournament, Pavlos.
And there is no other choice for Foot than to force up here. They've got to take a chance. They've got to risk it all. Or nothing.
All or nothing, and I mean, you see it here. Force Spike comes out. A Hail Mary for Foot here. CNED gets ready to lead the charge here. Sender ready and Link through the smoke runner, trying to garner this advantage. Unable to do so just yet, though, with Vitality actually maintaining this control in tree. They're showing that. They don't want to leave this light. They don't want to play retake. They want to stop Foot in their tracks.
Paranoia really accurate this time around, but this time it is on Vitality. CNED trying to push through, but it's out of Captain finding most of the success. A-Site is taken over, is trampled on. And Vitality needs to get back in it. Nice little headshot for CNED, but it's not long-lived. And doesn't result in a kill. They all drop, Cracks with a double, and finally, Foot find a round. Finally, they find a reply.
They find a round against Vitality, sure, but Pavlos, are these the twitches of a death rattle, or are these the war drums of a comeback? I can't help but think that for Vitality, they've already done enough. For Foot here, the buy's good, sure, but they're going to have to go 10 rounds now flawlessly.
And how do you do that, Kremer?
Well, Vitality showed us last half, and it comes down to having some very strong retakes, making sure you're not overcommitting your utility to the initial pick, and better still, if you have some decent players like CNED, like Yetterjay, like Cracks, it's going to become even easier.
CNED first blood, it's going to make that a lot easier for them. Hey. My brain is going through so many thoughts right now. How does Foot actually do this? You have to look at this round by round, really, don't you?
I quite like how they're setting up the win condition for this 15th round here, and that's going to be that Viper's Pit on Captain. He is one away from being able to deploy it. He has the spike on his back, so for Foot's here, it's calm, controlled, find a site, get onto it, and get that Viper's Pit down once your spike's down.
That would secure a round and make it easier. It just makes me wonder, you know, do you expense that Viper's Pit on one that you know you're up against pistols? It's the decisions you might have to make, because again, at the stage, you're out. CNED keeps it going. Yeah, I mean, he's feeling it now. That's the guy you want to be alive on the server. His defensive side
30 seconds left.
Uneventful.
One enemy remaining.
But maybe this attack can be a brand new beginning.
I mean, if this round has anything to go by Pavlos, it absolutely could be. But I still am concerned with the fact that Vitality have such a lead here. to choke this lead would be to choke the series, I think. To have 2 back-to-back comebacks come from Foots, to allow that to happen to you, I think is going to tilt you for the rest of the series, not just the next map.
Deep in their thoughts. Are probably breathing out calmly right now. Vitality. Let's see if they've got what it takes to close a map out. They probably disappointed a lot of Frenchmen and a lot of French supporters, a lot of Vitality supporters the previous map, not being able to get a second one in a row. But then they've been able to show that they can replicate those streaks, that they can replicate leading into Foot.
And they're going to attempt to do it just now because Vitality is still playing fairly close to the street position. This time with the Odin, though, on Destrian to at least perturb these faster rotations, which Foot have been going for.
Runner. Trade. Still. The kill drift was raised. So when it does come up to holding up the site, Soldier would have been perhaps a little bit more effective.
Destrian just trying to be loud, obnoxious, try and push Foot away, try and push them onto another site, and it seems to have worked. Foot, they set their gaze back to Mounds now, where they're going to be running into Safe setup, but with sort of 35 seconds left before they execute, Safe is actually in an admirable spot to stop this.
Yes, Safe is running away, not anymore though. Ada Captain has crept through. Ada Captain has crept through. It seems like they might be wary of it, but Safe is no more. And Ada Captain can play into the B side. Does he even go to spawn? Vitality, no, they surely know. You can see that all the players are lurking in that direction. And Destrian is one of them. But what if he doesn't? What if he doesn't check? He does, and he's quick to find a head. Vitality, 3 against 3. Both senior than Destrian low, fairly equal standing in this round. Yetuje bringing the team back, cracks to the back of the site. Vitality only relying on Destrian right now, and I think no longer for this round. Foot looks to square up another.
Destrian gets out of there. Foot make it 5. Pavlos something to stick by it now, I think, if Foot's come back and win this map. It seems early to say, it seems like a long shot. But if it happens, then I think that's the series under their belt. See there, even preventing Destrian from saving there. Oh, Pavlos.
0 guns saved for Vitality.
Vitality have got to be careful here.
I think the max amount of credits that they had in that previous round was 150. So it's safe to say they got zilch for next round.
This is going to hurt. This is definitely going to hurt. And, you know, as the Butcher's Bill comes in, this second half has been pretty successful for Foot. I can't help but think that for Vitality, they need a solo play. They need someone to pop off. And usually it would be Runner, but he's had quite a quiet map. In fact, he's had quite a quiet series, to be honest, Pavlos.
Surely they do not come back a second time like this?
Showstopper statement. Yeah, Showstopper available for a retake, but they can risk using it with this buy. A Bucky on Sender. One of the least scored weapons of the game, so that's nice to see. But Captain ready with that Viper Spear and Sender. He's avoided the utility. This could be very successful for him.
Spike down A.
Could it be a pistol round that brings Vitality back into winning ways? Oh, that Trailblazer was gorgeous, but Safe can't find it. And with that, Foot look to close it out.
Destrian looking for the first pick here. But still on site, actually. Look like they want to fight their way out of this rather than play for time.
Yeah, I don't think they want to risk getting out of position. Right now, they've got their backs covered. All Foot players looking in different directions. Paranoia, oh, missing the mark. Destrian good for one. Kicks, finds another. Wait a minute.
One enemy remaining.
Yetuje in and out of battle. Sneaky boy. And Destrian is basically barely alive at this point. Spray is rough, but Mr. Fallen's got his back. But goodness, that was expensive for Foot.
That was very expensive, but I think if you're Foot, expense doesn't matter, it's rounds. So long as they are adding to their number, so long as Vitality don't get off 11, they'll pay whatever cost it takes. However, you want to know what cost looks like, Pavlos. That's Runner bringing his cash down to 50. Out comes the operator for Vitality. Ults are soon going to come online to back it up. Cracks soon to get his null command, and that's the ability you've really got to keep an eye on, because that would be the sort of universal leveler in these initial site takes.
Can Vitality make a defense half work? That is the question. And I think we're about to get our answer. For right-hand side leniency. Vitality, I think with a bit of information of presence on that side.
Set up, ready from Foot to hit this A site. Utility deployed, but the set piece is yet to follow. Vitality, they have time for the rotations here, but do they even risk it? Runner gaining a lot of information towards B main, and he may be able to pivot back. Good fit turn back through Link, but no, Viper's fit committed. It's going to be the safe site where the party will be held here, Pavlos.
Vitality have got a lot of defenders nearby. Yetterjay tries to seek out if there's anyone towards the B site, if they can head towards it, at least they get information, 35 seconds. Foot, do they still commit to the A site? I think that's the right decision, but no. I see Pinkster will spawn. Is that Destrian sort of figuring out? Are they going to push in that direction?
Destrian may have pieced it together, Pavlos. There is not much time here at all. 20 seconds left. First, they have to commit, and soon.
Destrian in the corner, not spotted. Paranoia. He's got the right idea, but now they know where it's coming from. Yetterjay with two! Foot! Eager to get on top here. Eager to not let Vitality get an inch of this defensive half.
I think that may have, Yetterjay, those 2 kills, they've secured another round. Foot are going to make it 7. Pavlos, Vitality have got a save. It's only 4 rounds that separate them now. What's happening?
Wasn't it 10-0?
It was 10-0.
It was 10-0.
Oh my God.
Last game 7-0, now 10-0. What? What do you think, guys? Can Foot come back? Is this actually a comeback? Oh my God. Look, you can't call it until it's already done. And sake of the, the fact of the matter is, Vitality, it's not only 1 round they need, it's 2.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And Foot are trying to hunt those rifles as well. They're trying to make it as expensive as possible for Vitality. And now as we go into our next 7 for Foot. Pavlos, this is getting real close. And at what point did Vitality start calling their timeouts? I think it could have been called long ago.
It could have. Maybe should have.
Yeah, definitely should have. Vitality's defense just letting them down. Potentially advertising themselves almost as the one-half wonders.
Again, the team that seems to be setting the pace is the one attacking. And yeah, I don't think neither Foot or Vitality were really good at finding solutions. Because let's be fair, neither of all these maps are this attack-sided.
It's a horrible position to be in, Pavlos. And I think for Vitality now, Salah, I think at what point do these words go from sort of words of encouragement to stern talking tos when it comes to trying to close out a map? Especially considering this is the 3rd time in 3 maps where Vitality have felt the pressure to close it out. Look at the economy as well. The buy's not great. The buy's actually pretty damn bad outside of the saved operator and the saved Vandal. Yes, there are going to be ults available, but they're not going to be used unless this operator can gain some mileage.
The words of the coaches go into the heads of the players, which they call to deaf ears. 1-for-1 trade so far, and CNET has an opportunity to lead his team into this B site. Snakebite from Ada Captain, trying to stop one of the areas from Vitality's peaks. But they fall back on the decision. No more B site take.
They turn their gaze back to C. However, Cracks, I love that. He puts the operator to the other side of Switch just to make sure that Vitality aren't going to be able to retrieve it when Foot turn and hit this C site.
Still 2 defenders here. And Senna has both of his snake bites. Oh dear, not anymore, because he's dead. Sender, close distance can do quite a lot, but Cena jumps on top of the site and takes him down. Caught off guard. Kick safe in a 2v3.
Even damage here would be good for Pavlos.
Spike
Vitality,
planted.
they need something to restore their confidence.
Vitality, oldest and youngest, all together. Foot all across the site. And the captain gets it. Gets two as well.
Oh my word, Pavlos. The comeback is on.
It's so close. What, do they have only 2 rounds of difference now? What is it?
2 rounds of difference.
3
3 rounds of difference.
Whoa.
That's practically micromillimetric when you consider the 10-0 lead that Vitality had garnered themselves at the start of this map. But it seems like everything has clicked for Foots. Bear in mind, CNED now popping off, firing on all cylinders.
Did Vitality use all their timeouts as well?
Yeah, you have to ask the question. Where's Runner? Full buy. Ultra on both sides. Instant Viper spit over to B. And for Sender, little does he know, he may have actually stopped a full-on assault landing on his bomb site there.
Look, if there's a round Vitality should win, it's this one. For ultimates. Rifles all over the place. Destrian, that's the first shot, and now he can get away with that.
Gets away indeed. CNED having to expend a little bit of utility just to re-clear the position and to make sure that there are no sneaky Vitality players hidden in corners here.
Mr. Fallen snuck into the Viper's pit and put down an alarm bot, so that's a really good position to have it in. They know that Cinder isn't close to that alarm bot position, so that nade can do so much towards Cinder. It's either the nade or the spray down from Mr. Fallen. What a microplay that turns out to give Foot the advantage onto the speed side. No command, denying the showstopper. CNED looking to push. It's Yanuse with the opener and Foot on top.
Lockdown committed. Safe. He's only got a judge, Pavlos. How do they get back in here? Kicks, he needs this first kill. Desperately trying to find one, but no heads are being offered. They've got to get out of the way. They have to let that lockdown go off.
Seekers available for kicks. Destrian opportunity to flank, but there's 2 players holding out that position. Can they do it together? One flash available, Destrian accurate. Cracks is low, but he can't shoot other Seekers and players at the same time. 2v2, kicks. Flash coming up once again.
One enemy remaining. There.
A 1v2 that CNED will win every single time. I don't think only Foot believes, but the crowd does as well. 9-11.
For Vitality, we're at the point where even if Vitality win this, the damage has already been done psychologically.
You can see there's energy. He's bouncing up and down, there's energy. He's feeling it.
And that's a scary prospect if you're Vitality. Bear in mind that CNED now top fragging the server. The buy for Vitality, once again, not pretty.
Vitality on the hand. You're right, they're not the ones that are feeling it now. A round that they should have won. Doesn't go their way. For outsmarting, outplaying, outshooting. We're seeing smart Valorant from them. It's all of it together, all of it combined. Alarmbot signifying the presence. Ray takes full stop.
Vitality, they have to rotate to stack that C site, but for Foot, it's just a chance to let Vitality stew in their own paranoia. They move back to the A site, back to Destrian. A man who has had his successes against Foot this game, but in the second half, Destrian, like Kicks, like Runner, has fallen very, very quiet. Quiet as the grave, potentially, as he tries to engage 3 players on the other side of the smoke. 30 seconds left now.
Oh no.
30 seconds left.
CNED walking past. Oh, both blind, but CNED finds the head of Destrian. Mr. Falling behind. Sender turns around in time.
He turns around in time, Pavlos, but he is not going to be in a position to stop this spike plant. Foot looking to make it double digits, 4 versus 4. CNED on the aggressive angle with the showstopper.
If Safe is able to get himself on site and secure that lockdown, this is feasible by Vitality. But Foot playing the safe, ultra passive, showstopper enabled by CNED. That's going to hold them back just a little bit more. Whoever crossed him Oh, it doesn't even come down to Kicks being shut down by the showstopper. It's Krax that does it, and Cena's got it available for Runner. This seems personal. Foot, a statement that cannot be ignored. You find a 10-round streak, we'll find an 11-round streak.
Oh my. Pavlos, what in the comeback is happening? You can see that at the Foot HQ, the energy's there, the hype's there, and for good reason. It's almost a fairy tale at this point. Vitality, they certainly don't expect to be the bad guys or the villains in this fairy tale. But as they stand now just one round away from Foot, one buy away from collapse, and only 2 ults to help them get desperately to the end of this map. Foot seem unrelenting.
Foot definitely went up what Vitality did moments ago. I can't believe what our eyes are seeing, what they're witnessing. There's no way. Well, apparently there is. Vitality. They're in their own heads. They're in their own heads. A clutch is needed. Some piece of glorious Valorant is required to wake them up again. Maybe it's Runner to deliver it for them. Mr. Falling close by, reads Destrian like a book. Doesn't need vision, he's got it all covered.
And now for Runner as well, deploying a bit of util, actually just to save space rather than to allow him to accelerate onto a site here. Captain, the next man to take a fight.
Odin there available for Sender, but as the Captain, quicker on that Vandal.
That's the C site, Pavlos. Vitality, they've got to scramble to get into position to prevent Captain from pushing all the way into spawn here.
Another Captain is creepy, crawling forward, scratch that. Decision to be made, they know they're ahead in numbers. Why should he risk it? Kicks, oh dear, and safe is no more. Vitality. They're checking comms and everybody is down and out. Look to your left, look to your right, your teammates are dead. Kicks and Runner. 2 of the new additions of the team have to run back. Foot, they were down 10-0. But with this round win, they'll be finding the equalizer 11-11.
Foot show us why this is their map pick, why this is their clay, Pavlos.
And they don't want to let Vitality save at all, do they? Kicks finds one, but Krax is able to shut it down. It's more important that for the kills and they die themselves. Runner might be able to survive, but the comeback can officially be declared successful.
11-11. It is all to play for, Pavlos. And remember, Vitality, they do not have a timeout. They're going to have to go chaining these rounds together and hope something changes. Hope desperately that someone out of the 5 can save them from this nightmare. There is that final timeout.
Yeah, it looks like they had one more ready in the chamber. I don't think they used the timeout in the first half. They didn't need to.
That's
right?
true.
So 2 available for later on. Wow. I think we're very lucky, everyone. I think we're very lucky to bear witnesses of this game. Not only bear witnesses of it, but be here live and say that I was here. I was here. And let's be fair, a lot of these players are new to the scene. A lot of these players are new to Tier 1. This is the future of Valorant, and we are witnesses of it.
We're currently all but mere servants, mere peons, staring at the reign of the comeback kings, Pavlos. A sanguineous, sodden sovereignty they currently have over this series. And for Vitality, usurping this lineage seems almost nigh on impossible at this point. And the crowd favourites, now having made it 11, once again go for this map control.
Early sequence control coming out, but this time around, Swiftman might be able to coming out on top again. Ronald, only player from Vitality to get a kill, and as quickly as that, it's Foot that are succeeding. Safe. You need to come up with magic here, but it's so difficult to do. You're facing an entire army ahead of you.
Toxin screen down.
No way.
Spike planted.
I still can't believe it. Sender. 1v3 required. There's no other way. Foot need to fumble this one. But something tells me that's not going to happen.
Get out of my way.
Unless it does. Both peak and one from high, one from low. Map point for Foot.
Map point. Remember, Pavlos, they came back from 8-1 over on Sunset. We go to Lotus, 10-0 down. And here they are, one away from putting themselves a map up against Vitality. Look at that scoreboard there, that sea of red. And now as they go into the 24th, an ult advantage, an economic advantage for Guardians on Vitality, guarding everything but the map. As Foot once again set up for this C-take, once again set up to pummel Vitality into submission, opening with the lockdown.
Final chance here for Vitality, there's no going around that. The lockdown now will be placed.
Poison orb. Natural out.
Push will be coming through. CNED looking to take over the C site. Splash damage across surely. They want more than that. Yetajay down low. Lockdown and retaliation though. Look at that. Foot say, yeah, we don't want this plant. We're out. And they still have quite a minute to work with.
They have a minute to work with, and they still have a null command to work with as well. So they can just wait for Runner to force out that showstopper, instantly cancel it. Yetajay now behind enemy lines.
I think Kix has heard this TP. I think what Foot are trying to do is force more rotations, but I don't think Vitality are taking the bait. And I think for the first time, no! They may have fallen for the bait indeed.
They've fallen for it, hook, line and sinker. Mr. Farley's got into spawn here, 30 seconds left.
They know exactly what's going on here. Foot. They've read Vitality like a book, baiting them all around the map, and now Vitality have given away site control. Mr. Falling squaring things up. Yetajay from behind. Foot. This could be it. This could be them finding the lead in the series. Vitality not over, but the null commanders are going to make it easy.
Vishnu's visions of Vanquish now onto Vitality.
Oh, they know exactly where they're coming from. They know where they're coming from. Mr. Falling, shorty in hand, closes up the gap. That's one of them gone. Vitality are desperate in this. They want this. Buckfoot, show!
Oh my God!
Attackers win.
My Pavlos.
Take it in.
What did we just witness?
Breathe in. The last map, 7-0. Thought Vitality got it, surely. But this one, 10-0 comeback? What?
The pages of history have been written. Scriptures singing the song of a comeback from Sunset and then on Lotus. Good Lord. And that is just map 3. There is more to come.
Mate. How on earth did that happen? Oh my God, the analysts have got the world of work ahead of them to break that all down, because honestly, how do you even come back from that?
How do you, Pavlos? That was one of the most intense games of Valorant I think I've ever seen in my life.
Look, it's a best of 5 at the end of the day, right? So still room for it, but you've got to have strong mental to come back from that one. Ladies and gentlemen, we're throwing it over to the analyst desk to break it all down. Don't go anywhere.
How are we gonna break that down? This is a game of streaks. We saw so many streaks from this team. I think we saw a 7-0, and then a 10-0, and then after that a streak where we saw Foot bring an 11 round in total before taking it all home. What on earth is going on?
I don't even know if I want to break this one down. I feel sorry for Vitality. They gave it their all in the first half, but a 10-2, that's not enough here.
I mean,
I don't know.
Wait,
This
I
is
think
quite.
you showed me something you were going to show me.
Yeah, it's a huge question mark on my card because I'm like, what the hell was that from FUT? Because they were so much in control of their attacking half, making sure that everybody this time, they basically kind of replicated what Vitality did, right? Making sure that every time they move in, it's a pack of 3, and they've got one anomaly lurking around, and making sure that that is usually Yerje, and he did such a good job.
Yeah, I mean, strength in numbers seems to be the name of the game for both of the accounts on this one, right? We're talking in the pre-phase about whether or not we're going to see a lot of rubble control, a lot of C-mount control. We were looking at the attempt from Vitality to try and stop Foot's aggression getting out in towards C-mount, and they were losing it. But when it was originally being attempted in the first half as well, Vitality were the ones being able to win it. These teams are just so attacking focused at the moment, it seems, right now, that going into the next map, I'm just going to say it's going to continue to roll on as an attacking focused thing, because the defenses for these teams, you look at the agents, you look at the compositions that we saw over on Ascent, we look at the defenses and the retakes that were coming through on that map, they were putting it all to good use. I mean, we were seeing just better performances on the previous map from Vitality, and I mean, one of the crucial things is you want a timeout. Right, you want a timeout to discuss things as a team, and the fact that they didn't have them available to stop Foot's traction, it hurt.
Yeah, it clearly did, and I think the one of the most major things about Vitality's downfall on this map was the fact that they just did not use any innovation at all. There was nothing in that defensive half of theirs that you could say, okay, you know what, they came into this prepared, because it seemed like once they were done with the attack, they were going into the second half with a lot more, I would say, contingencies ready for them. But the planning of that second half was more reactive than proactive.
Yeah. And I mean, you see the proactivity, actually, a good point on that, early on. For example, when Sender takes the little lurk roll over towards the A side of the map, gets the one pick, brings the whole team over, takes control of Heaven, it's a 3v3, the pit is used. Of course, Sender then leads it into a blind, gets the lineup kill. A little bit of luck attributed to that one for sure, but that's where you're really feeling, okay, Vitality, you have this map in the bag. Safe, I mean, he's at the top 4 Vitality, but I want to point out Mr. Farland, and specifically round number 20. The alarm bot into the pit, where the kill is found, the null command stopping Runner from using his showstopper. It just feels like there was more reactiveness from Foot, pulling and pushing Mr. Fallen's lurks as well. The timing that he's pushing through the C site as well to just keep everyone focused on what could be happening at C, because as far as Vitality are concerned, there was so much absence of information in the mid-rounds that Foot were just putting to good use.
Wasn't this what we talked about just yesterday about Foot, about how we said they kind of struggled in that mid-round?
Yeah.
It seems like overnight they managed to fix that, and now suddenly Vitality has no idea how to adapt. When you have no clue where exactly to look, where exactly to be focused at, suddenly when you're just picked off one by one, that seems to be a problem with Vitality right now. So the question I have for you guys is, what is the problem with Vitality? Are they choking? Are they a team with low stamina?
I would say that they kind of had a 180 from their attacking play style, right? They were charging in as a team. They were keeping that 4+1 kind of structure, making sure that they went in with a lot more firepower. But when it came to the defensive side, they had to split up, right? And that's where I think they kind of got split out in parts where if a player died instantly, their retake scenarios were kind of in a confused state because they didn't know if we should actually go ahead and try to stop them in their tracks, or should we stay back, play for a retake? Because the minute they actually did that, it sort of became a round where FUT were dictating the flow, and Vitality were like, okay, you know what? You say what we do and we'll just do it.
Yeah, and an effort by committee as well for Foot, right? CNED finally getting activated in towards this map. He'll be topping out this scoreboard. It's going to be the MVP for Mr. Farland though, and I think it's well warranted as well. Being on the IGL, the calling would have had to be phenomenal to make a comeback like that, to keep the team level-headed. And I mean, when you contribute the fact that Krax is running 18 assists, Yedej is getting 12 assists, all of the flashes, all of the information, the pushing, the pulling, the snowball effect. I mean, look at the rounds in a row. They speak for themselves. Foot have just done a masterclass on attack on this map.
Yeah, and I'm actually really worried now for Vitality. I'm pretty sure right now, if you go ask Mr. Fallon, he's going to say, yeah, you know what, next map, 12-0 us, and we're going to come back even from that.
Honestly, it's really a case of it's not over until Conky sings. Conky, we miss you if you're watching. But coming into this game, I think that it's a lot of questions coming through here. Like, when it comes to the undefeated, like this tournament, undefeated, not dropping a single map for Vitality. Everything seems so one-sided in their favor. Suddenly Foot come up here, they're just making them work for this grand finals, and it's starting to shake. In that situation, when you have an undefeated team running in that tournament, and then suddenly when the grand final happens and they start to shake, what goes through your mind?
I mean, a different competition, right? In these two groups, it's the format. It plays a little bit into it as well. Foot had weaknesses showcased by the likes of True Rippers as well, the likes of Gen G. I mean, we're about to go into a map that Gen G made Foot look like they're not even playing the game, right? In the 13-4 scoreline at the end. But you come in towards this one, the research, the preparation, there's more weight on what this actually means as well. It's grand finals to get the prize. It's to, have the fans behind you. I mean, CNED is...
a crowd favorite.
A crowd favorite.
It would be an understatement to say he's a crowd favorite, especially after every kill he gets. There is a huge burst of pride over here, and let's have a comparison between the two players that we've got, who are the front runners for both these teams. Safe, of course, he had a great first half, individually, making those C lurks count for so much, multi-kill rounds every now and then. But on the defensive half, he just shut down, and CNED was, I believe, on 4 kills or 5 kills in the first half. In the second half, clearly, he's bumped up and said, you know what, I'm going to do one better and go straight up on the leaderboard, down, right to the top.
It's very interesting because whenever you hear, or see CNED not activated, the crowd just starts chanting his name as if trying to help him just find the energy.
Yeah.
But coming into Save, I think for Save, you try to see, I think he's doing so good on what he does. Those lurks, those pick-offs, it's great. But in the situation, again, what Kramer said, when CNED is activated, they will just lead them to victory. How do you stop that rampage, that stampede?
How do you stop the rampage of CNED? I don't honestly know if you can. I mean, we look onto what Cloud9 did recently against Foot. They couldn't stop CNED when it came onto this map, and the history as well. Cloud9 ran the same composition of agents that Vitality did, so it's not like this was an unexpected experience of a map for the team of Foot. You can draw a lot of comparisons. You can learn a lot from how a team like Cloud9 will be playing it, or the research in that one. If you're looking at plays on C Mount, you're looking at specific agents to take it. You're looking at your combinations of is a Skybird going in? Are you looking for a Paranoia? Is Runner just going to try and take Angels? With the history, you've already had the experiences on how to counter that. And we saw it with the way that Foot were doing it with their own retaliations of going together as a unit, putting in a little bit of utility and just making sure our guns work.
Yeah, and I think it's really poetic when you think about it. The first map looks very, very strong from the side of Vitality, and then map 2, map 3, the first half looks very strong, and then toward the end, as we see Foot start to come online. The question is whether, again, bringing back, whether it's choking, whether it's low stamina, or is Foot the type of team that activates pretty late? They take time to really understand how exactly to play against a team. Now, as we go into Haven, we've seen some very, very strong rounds, some very, very strong maps from Vitality, but what can we expect from Foot here? Are we going to be seeing another late charge up from the team?
I would say that, after watching the last 2 maps, that Foot clearly have a giant, foot ahead of Vitality at this point, especially given the fact, especially because of the fact that I came into this, best of 5, expecting that Foot are going to have troubles on Lotus and Haven, and they've clearly proven me wrong on one of those maps. It's time for the other.
I wouldn't call it a foot ahead. I would call it a leap and bound at this point in time.
Wow.
13-11, the miraculous comeback in there. We're going in towards Haven, where Foot have played this twice already in this tournament. It's an unknown quantity as far as Vitality are concerned. We don't actually know what it's going to look like for them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about mental. I think that mental plays a lot of, a big role here.
Yeah.
So coming into this particular game, we have been seeing a lot of games of streaks in the last 2 maps. How do you come back when you are losing so many rounds in a row?
I think this has to depend on the coach, right? I'm pretty sure that, Salah definitely has gotten some words in for the team. Also because of the fact that they were 10-2 up, and that's exactly a sweet spot where, you would establish a dominance in a way that your coach is going to feel, all right, you know what? We're going to let them do their thing. I'm going to let these boys do because they know what they're doing right now, right? But the timeout that came in from Vitality should have been a lot more effective in terms of how they wanted to approach the innovation of this round, right? They didn't actually do much. They were still playing that reactive game, not actually going for these pushes. The C mound was a bit of an extension, but that was it. They didn't really try to pinch Foot into any corners at all, and there was a lot of gaps in this play. And now I'm pretty sure that the transition we saw from map 1 to map 2 and map 2 to map 3 was different because they were on the front foot Vitality, right? Now, is their game plan going to change, or are they going to even more press the foot and, you know, take a lot more ground? I'm actually excited for this.
Well, we know on the defensive side, the CNED's going to look to take these fights, to look to take the space, specifically down sewers was where he was getting a lot of this multi-fragging potential in the games previously on this map too. They're not going to be facing against a Viper, or they could be facing against a Viper. You know, what's going through your mind, because Vitality, you're only going to get expectations in scrims, right? What are they playing in scrims? What are the murmurs going around, and what the agents are going to look like coming in towards this one? We know that for Foot, they've been running on the single controller, just the KO, the Omen coming in for out of Captain, again a KO for Cracks. So we're starting to look at Cracks, where are these flashes going in combination with maybe Mr. Farland on the breach, with the fault lines as well, to be allowing CNED to dash in toward these sites, to clearing all these corners on the attacking side. Because, I mean, I'm probably looking for just a lot of sheer aggression, because that's what's been working for Foot in these last 2 maps.
They have really good execution, I think really good timing as well. They're very, very patient. They really take the time to really find out information. Again, what you said, the reactive game. Now coming into this particular map, I'm just worried that we're going to be seeing another problem for Vitality. I think might be what's going through my mind right now, that this is going to be Vitality's first ever trophy. And when you see that finishing line so close, what goes through your mind? You start to get a little bit too greedy, and then it's all just crashing down. How do you come back from that? That's the mental aspect of it. But again, we have seen what Foot is able to bring to the table when it comes to Haven. Now my question is, what does Vitality have in terms of counterplay on how exactly they want to work into their executions?
I mean, we've seen them draw on Destrian getting out the Viper. Potentially we get that again coming in towards Haven right now. You get Sender back on an Omen, safe on towards a Killjoy. Runner can go Jet or Raze depending, and Kicks could also go Sova or Sky. So there's, you know, a couple of agent combinations that could work wonders if you can try to condition CNED away, or condition Foot as a whole to keep control of that toxic screen. It might be a way in which you could start to draw back into this and stop the aggression, you know?
Sure.
You have to make Foot respect you coming in towards this map, because if Foot aren't going to respect you, they're going to walk all over you.
Yeah, that seems like quite a stretch at this point, because Vitality's mental needs to be as strong, if not stronger, than what Foot right now have. Because Yeruje, he's the new recruit, but that guy's owning this crowd, and he's loving this entire atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, on top of CNED's calls for CNED, we also are hearing calls for Yetuje. And we had this conversation, this question, whether or not Yetuje can actually fill up the shoes left by Mosh. And I have to say, yes, he has absolutely earned his spot on this team.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And I'm actually concerned if Vitality can actually, stop depending on Runner this much, because in the first half, he was pretty good. Second half, he became quiet, and Vitality, they dipped. Is this going to be a problem? That's my question.
That is going to be what we're going to be seeing answered in this next match. Haven, are you going to be Vitalities, or are you going to go straight into the lap of Foot? Let's see after this break. After that, Kramer Pavlos, you guys are up.
We were chosen. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time.
It's about staying nimble and focused, ready to take on any challenge. We got this.
Stylish outside, savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
And after that, what do you say, right? And after that, how do you come back from it? I think so many questions have been raised right now, and I think for Vitality to show us why these young guys can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, Haven up next. It's another 3 bomb site map, and if Lotus was anything to go by, then this is going to be a hell of a map. Having seen the last 2, I'm expecting a 5-map series, I think. I think Vitality now get their acts together. I think now they sort of set themselves up to just close out that lead once they establish it, and then we go to a 5th. We then go to our final map. That being said though, Pavlos, Foot are looking pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, they need 1 map to close it all out. Foot has been a team that has played it throughout the off-season but haven't changed their comp a single time, and this time will be no different, even after the buffs to Cypher, etc., and all of the other changes. Team Vitality, on the other hand, they haven't shown it, so this is their comp that they are presenting. They themselves have switched into a Cypher this time around.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Cypher on Haven, especially after the buffs he's recently had. I think he has a little bit more impact than he maybe used to. Now as we get into our game, Pavlos, I mean, the question's going to be, can Vitality establish a lead? And then, can Vitality hold that lead? Because 3 maps in a row now, we've seen comebacks, Pavlos. As we go into our 4th map, I can't help but think it may very well be some of the same.
It may well be the same. It may be the start of dominance from Foot. It may be Vitality finally waking up and figuring out how on earth do you win defense.
How on earth do you win defense? Luckily for them, they don't have to worry about it just yet, but Safe has to worry about the bullets lodged in his cranium as Yetajay opens with a swift and brutal headshot.
But confidence in holding off that left-hand side, although CNED is holding out on A all by himself, so Vitality figure that one out, potentially we're maybe looking at quite of a change of events. But instead, Vitality look to continue on C, and Yetajay has been spotted, it has to drop back, but at least he's got assistance.
At least he has assistance. He does fall back, 3-man setup on C here. For Vitality now. A man down. What do you hope to do getting onto these sites? Bearing in mind that this duel between Destrian and CNED, the longer it goes on for, the faster the rotations and the more rotation is going to come through for Foot here. Smoke's deployed, 40 seconds left, 35 by the time the execution comes through, and CNED's got a call to action.
He's at least got help now as Alakap can find his way to the back of the site, but CNED is the only one for Foot to find the kills. Interestingly enough, Vitality come out on top, and even though Foot didn't want to let them plant, Vitality demanded.
They don't just demand, Pavlos, they insist, they goad, they challenge Foot into trying to retake here.
Runner looking at the right direction. Mr. Falling swings, but it's a crouch.
One enemy remaining.
And Yetajay is quick to win it. Yetajay, the prodigy, shows Vitality how it's done.
You can see the hype appearing for Yetajay now. The glee on the young player.
It's like, I slapped him this way, and I slapped the other guy the other way. It's a slap fest.
It's a fairly accurate description of how that round went for him, to be honest, Pavlos, because Yetajay, Foot, every player to even get to this 4th map was considered a milestone. Ooh. The fact that they're getting to this 4th map whilst in the lead is even more surprising.
Hey, at least, look, I think Vitality, at least they can take humor about how things have gone so far. I had Safe come past our desk while he was heading back to stage for this map, and he said, don't be too harsh, they're still kids, man. And he's right. Kicks, young, runner also, maybe not as much, but inexperienced is the word. And I think the only one with a similar amount of experience on the other side is Yetajay.
You're absolutely right. And for Foot here, I can't help but think that if they can establish a lead here, I would challenge if Vitality can even come back from it, just on pure momentum alone. From Lotus going into Haven. We're on Vitality's map pick, Pavlos. They want to be here. They've got to get off to a good start.
Well, Mr. Fallen chunked down, hindering his confidence. I like that it's kicks this time on the Marshall.
They're sort of spreading out who gets to go with it, aren't they?
Yeah. Fairly dip placement there from Sender, so it might allow an immediate take over C. But again, you're dealing with pistols. And actually, there is a hero vandal onto CNED. So it's not just Bulldog and SMG. The flash is so good, in fact, but not good enough, apparently. The captain picks up runner, and with 25 seconds on the clock, Foot have made their way here. They thought it was a fake, though, as they do keep to the A site.
One enemy remaining.
But they've got it all covered. Don't lose a single player. 2 rounds to Foot.
Vitality, they've lost the wind from their sails, Pavlos, and sort of their saving grace going between maps has been the fact that they've won the pistol rounds. That's given them their early momentum, and it's taken Foot a while to sort of re-establish control. Foot now, having won the pistol, strong off the bat, up against the full buy of Vitality now. A win here may very well be the start of a win in the series.
Time for a buy round though for Vitality. This is a difference in the previous 2 maps. Foot have actually won the first 2 rounds. So maybe, you know, the 2 teams exchange fates. For this one, CNED's fate is pure extermination. Yesterday tried to close up the gap with his stinger, but no success found. Vitality with 2 picks to nothing.
Really strong actually from Kix there to come and support his team, recognizing the fact that there is going to be a fairly fast push into the Captain. A lot of utility hits him, Runner able to trade it, but Farlin and Krax, they follow it up. Have lost down to the 2 versus 2. Foot have recovered a round they had no business in being in.
There is no way Krax just did that. And now he's put Foot in a very doable situation. A 2v2, the part out in the open, Mr. Fallen with high ground, could get a pick off of Kix here! And that's exactly what he does!
1 versus 2 for Sender. He still has a paranoia to work with. He still has a teleport to reposition with. But Foot are stacking up.
Sender's got to step up here. The Lithuanian needs to really put a stop to Foot's efforts, or else it could all crumble very quickly. If you're mentally drained since the last 2 maps, there is no way you can go. Foot demand respect with a 3rd consecutive round.
Oh my. The game was afoot, Pavlos. Can we even call it a comeback anymore? Vitality, sunken, sallow and lame in the opening of this map.
It seemed there like in Istanbul they were trying to learn Indian new chants, right?
Yeah.
Have ways to cheer for Foot. Take note, everyone. Might want to use those calls. Let's see, 3-0, Vitality back to an eco. This is crazy to me because this seems like Foot and Vitality have switched roles.
Look how early the operator is for CNED as well. They want to get this defense ironed out as quick as possible. And, well, with CNED feeling it, Runner doesn't stand a chance.
You don't need much to enthuse the crowd. All you need is Cena just taking peeks like that. To be fair, he was so absent the first map and the first half of the second that I guess it looks good on him that now is showing up finally. And yeah, Vitality. I mean, they've got Seekers, they've got some Sheriffs, but there's a 3-player defense here for Foot, and all of them have got some sort of utility. Safe makes his way on site, but that's not without any issues.
1 enemy remaining.
Quickly, swiftly, and cleanly, Foot eliminate Vitality.
I like the fact that Krax is still on the KO. I mean, we've seen that it's an agent that works for him, and we're seeing now that he's not just good on the KO, he is an expert at KO. 7-1, null command already brought out for him. Things seem to be getting better and better for Foot here.
1 enemy remaining.
A series in which many ruled him out of. On the desk, Pavlos, you said you thought Vitality had this in the bag. I disagreed with you. I even began to start doubting myself.
All right, Mr. Hindsight.
I began to doubt it myself, Pavlos.
Oh, I think everybody died on themselves, and I think everybody doubts their knowledge onto Valorant, because right now this is pure tempo, this is pure pace, and Vitality need a step up. Kicks in the field, he's finding impact. Runner as well. Without it, Foot can continue to diff them. Vitality find entrance, but it's not without a loss. To me, it looks like Foot have got all the answers, and they're taking the shape of yesterday.
Oh,
can it be cleaner?
That is an immaculate retake, Pavlos. They just wait for the smokes to expire. They isolate the 1 versus 1s. The flank comes in the nick of time. And over at the Foothouse, celebrations already started.
I don't think Foot are going to slow down. I think they're going to keep it going. And
if
for
anything,
a second time running, they've had a buy round. Well, Vitality had a buy round, and they've been able to do nothing with it.
It's a very early timeout from Vitality as well. We saw in our previous map, they waited until sort of, I think it was 11 to 11, we saw that second timeout come in.
To be fair, they waited until they started losing rounds, but this time around, it's a completely different
it's just been
scenario
for that. Pavlos, though, I'm going to cast your mind back a little bit.
Okay.
Feels like decades ago. Well, I'm going to cast your mind back to Ascent, where Foots had the lead. They were in control, but it was Vitality who made the comeback.
It's a matter of perseverance, isn't it? This entire match is really testing every single one of these players, not only skillfully, but mentally. And I think mentally is the key aspect of it. Safe isn't the IGL, but he feels like the father of the group. Can he lead this team? Can he show this squad the way? Look, Safe last year in Liquid, they had a slow start to the year, but when it came to playoffs, they showed up. And it's moments, you have to show up in the matches that matter, right? And that's why Team Liquid ended up with a VCT EMEA title and not Fnatic.
We now have ourselves one of those moments that matter, Pavlos. Ults available for both teams. That Rolling Thunder for Mr. Farland is one you got to keep an eye on, especially when it comes to these faster retakes, which Foot have shown themselves to be impartial to. Runner, one away from a Blade Storm, as is Safe from a Neural Theft. But for Foot, they hold firm, they stand tall, and they wait for their challengers to approach.
Foot are passive, reserved. No real reason to regress. Vitality are the ones on the pressure seat, on the hot seat.
Going out.
And even though they expend some pieces of utility, no guiding lights available for them, they don't end up with any ground control. Even though they're giving so much respect, they're not taking much space.
They're not, and I mean, Foots aren't exactly punishing it either. They want to be fairly passive here. They want Vitality to be the ones to make the first move, and with about 35 seconds left, the A site's going to be under attack, but there's already a Killjoy setup in place to delay for this retake.
30 seconds left.
Through the smoke, a little bit of damage done, but now the lockdown ready to be almost instantly deployed, Pavlos.
Vitality, what do you do here? Fall back or try and take charge of that lockdown? Probably the former, as going forwards here is not really an option with so many players waiting. Rolling Thunder as well.
Got your trail.
And just like that, Foot have full site control. That Cloudburst does all that much, allows the team to just move in position to make it difficult for Vitality to shoot upon the spike. Destrian and Runner, though, end up with kills. This is a Vitality chance. Can they seize it? Kicks again, comes alive. CNED, operator in hand. Up against 3. Vitality can't peek this. At least they can't peek it alone. They need to peek it from all corners at the same time. CNED falls, and so do Foot. Vitality get around on the board.
They strike back, Pavlos. They will not lay down and take it. They will not take the beating, the pummeling, the sorrow and sadness that came from our last map. Going into Haven, 5-1 Foot. Yes, they had a lead, but Vitality with this first, will it be much like as we saw from Foot? Those single stray rounds that couldn't be chained together, or is this the start of something special? Remember, they pulled out 3 of Foot's ults in that round and still were able to convert it. CNED 1 from a Blade Storm, Captain 1 from the Shadows, but neither online as of yet, as Vitality set up for another fairly fast mid-take, or even better still, a Garish to C-take.
Time to hunt.
This time around, they move on this pace, at least try to. Just to give you context of what this miracle will look like, not only would they have to come back in this map mentally and, actually in the scoreline as well, square up to 2-2, but they have to win a third map as well. Massive split. And be forced to endure an entire 5-mapper. That, to be fair, every single one of these maps have gone the sheer distance, haven't they? Double digits per side nearly every single time, and if not, gotten close.
Vitality setting up the take. The site that worked for them last time, they're going to try it again. Mr. Phelan on the close angle.
They're going back and forth the
And
entire time, and
Yetuje
Yetuje has been able to find himself to the
he's
back
been
line.
seen, Pavlos.
They spotted him. No, he hasn't. That's coming out. Sender picks it up. Vitality, 30 seconds on the clock. Cracks trying to hold down the B site.
They've got to be damn quick here, Pavlos, but already on site to stop it.
Adekaplan is so quick to divvy to the back of the site. Sender is able to deliver it finally, but it's still a 4v4. Cracks so close. Safe looking in that direction. Seen it up close, but nips the dash back.
Able to get away in time, but it's Mustafalin to follow it up. Caught out by kicks.
Vitality
all of the CNED once again.
Able to hold on their composure throughout that chaos. Vitality double up their round score.
Second round in a row as well. We've seen CNED have that operator robbed from him. And bearing in mind, those operators, Pavlos, they get expensive for Vitality. A second round now. This is where they put their foot down. This is where they try to show that their attack side still has teeth.
Turret out.
I mean, we always knew their attack side had teeth. It's a matter of proving themselves on their defense.
Yeah.
Their defense has been their weak point. Who would have thought? And as soon as they lose a couple of rounds, they're like, time. Let's rediscuss.
I think over the course of this series, we've seen the value in momentum, and we've seen how important tempo can be. So I like the fact that we're seeing timeouts come much earlier in this map than we did on Lotus. That being said, though, if this does remain neck and neck, if we do see comebacks established from either side, having fewer timeouts going into the latter stages of this map could be a bit of a risk.
I feel this is a tournament where we could say miracles do repeat themselves, because
lightning strikes twice.
Lightning does indeed strike twice, and I'd say lightning strikes 4 times, because we said the exact same thing yesterday with Global Esports taking on Furia. 2 maps in a row, they secured comebacks. This time, we see the exact same thing happen with Foot. What on earth is going on here in Convergence?
You could say that lightning strikes fast after the GE Furia game yesterday.
That is true. That is true. The thing is, will lightning strike a 3rd time in the form of a thunderbolt of Vitality?
Omen ults and Jet ults available from both sides. CNED, a 3rd operator being invested in a row now. And look at what that's done to the economy of that. 5 rounds of economy shattered now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a difficult shot for CNED to hit, but I feel like that's the type of shot that CNED does end up hitting.
Yeah, I like the fact he's brave enough to keep going for it.
Well, he's got the flash to give it another go again, but Vitality are not entertaining that at all.
No,
instead
going to the Killjoy.
The C site.
That C site is defended by a Killjoy, a bit of utility, limited utility, and a prayer. And as Vitality shift up, there is no early warning system here.
Yeah, there's a young guy called Yetuje onto that site. And he backs out because he knows better.
Whoa!
But Mr. Fallen hasn't got a choice.
No, and as he shut down, there goes the substantial amount of that's retake utility. Crack's also down to 5 HP. Vitality are looking pretty damn sharp, Pavlos.
Not over till it's over. I'll say that much. Multiple positions taken up. No flank, as the flank is secured by Safe. Foot, what have you got? One more flash drive, I believe. Paranoia onto the side. Oh, Safe gets a double. Denying the opportunity of a comeback here in this round. And Destrian with a final kill onto Senden will guarantee Vitality keep the rounds win after the timeout.
They keep their momentum, Pavlos. They keep that oh so valuable momentum. 4 FUT. What is the response? You've just lost 3 ops in a row. Yes, you can bring out the Blade Storm now, but that economy will only take you so far. And as Vitality, a lot of these rounds have been converted without the need of ultimates. Bringing up a bit of a bank of their own now.
Vitality respecting a potential push by Foot. But no such push will be happening. Instead, Vitality feel more comfortable to hold hands.
Cage triggered.
We've got a conga line in the making here on C. I don't think anyone to punish.
No one to punish at all. Yesterday, he was caught out last time on the C execution. He's at risk of being caught out again, Pavlos.
And that's exactly what happened. Centric picked off. There you go. As quickly as that, Vitality get a one-person advantage. Mr. Falling doesn't want to give him that space that easy, although he's holding onto his utility until the rest of his team arrives.
CNED trying to peek over the top of the Cypher cage here. Captain has a trip to worry about. It's like a teleport past it. Was that heard though by Safe?
For sure. Safe is going to play this angle safe. No pun intended, CNED delivering, but of course, with so much pressure coming in towards Spawn and Safe hiding out into that corner, it's Vitality that come out on top.
5-4, Pavlos, that lead we were talking about from FUT. How we were talking about potentially with that lead, maybe this is where we see FUT try and close out the series. The answer is no. Vitality, they are not going down without a fight.
I'm interested to see if allegiances have changed in this stadium, everybody. Let me hear if you still think that FUT can take this win. Is there anyone that believes for Vitality?
That answers that.
That answers that indeed.
CNED, once again, the fourth operator of even the half so far. Still yet to bear any fruits from it though. Heading back to that C site. Unfortunately, the rotation has been called wrong. Vitality, they want to get straight onto way here, Pavlos.
Runner, first to ends up, leads up for Mr. Fallen is in his face. Goodbye. And now it's 4v5 again. FUT are here. They're not going anywhere. The Viper Split might be getting some space, but instead it's kicks. That does all the damage.
Captain of the smoke caught out by Safe. It's now all on CNED and Yetajay Pavlos. Two heroes of Lotus. Whoa, legends of Lotus.
Quick! Oh my goodness, Yetajay is also wanting to be in that fight. But CNED alone tries to do the superhero landing. But no simple rounds like that.
No simple rounds like that, Pavlos, but if anything, that made Vitality sweat. It sure as hell made them worry. They hold on, they equalize, and as we approach half-time, Pavlos, these teams look neck and neck.
I think saying that is an understatement at this point.
Yeah.
We had such a big back and forth, you know, such a big to and fro. This is truly a tug of war where both sides are just pulling at each other with all they've got.
For FUT as well, that economy's finally ground to a halt. They've got a buy now, but Mr. Farland's down to just a Sheriff. Yetajay down to just a Bulldog. And the ults outside of From the Shadows, which both teams have been holding on to for a while now, are sort of yet to be desired.
Whoa. I feel like CNED was always going to win that fight. Where did that From the Shadows land from Captain? Didn't quite gather that. From Sender, excuse me. But at least the B site looks open, even though Captain's got a nice crossfire on it.
They just get straight through. Plant down. 5 versus 4 retake, Pavlos. Sender still has From the Shadows. He's even found the Omen.
And all of a sudden, FUT right back on top. CNED and Yetajay both winning their fight.
Last player standing.
Wait a minute, Runner's alone? Where did everybody go? Where are my friends? And there's a Mr. Falling just Ferrari peeking behind him. And FUT, I've got something to say about this.
No friends, only foes, and well, for FUT, in the FUT house, you can see the excitement growing, and for FUT in the server, you can see the excitement growing, because this is turning into an incredible map for them.
I feel like at the Footballist watch party, they're trying to start a chant here in India. Are they that powerful?
I'll have to see. I'll have to see. You know what we are going to see, Pavlos? We're going to see an aggressive operator come out in the final round of this first half in the hands of Runner. Runner has been slow to get into this map. Maybe the operator is what gives him that kick.
Nate.
Shadows traveling. 6-5. 1 round left in the half. And as history has taught us, Vitality not feeling that defense today.
This is their map pick, Pavlos. Is this where that changes?
We've seen a map pick of theirs before, mate. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that matters much right now.
That's true for Futz here. Maybe the damage is already done, Pavlos. Maybe this defense for them, these 6 rounds, is that already the mortal wound?
The thing is, for Foot, they've got the security that even if they lose this, they haven't lost the series. For Vitality, though, they lose this, that's the tournament out. That's the best of 5 down, and the 3 times these two teams have met each other in the past, well, at least the organizations. Foot has always come out on top, and Vitality really looked like they had the difference maker today. Let's see if Cena has anything to say about it this time.
Spotted out, goes for the high ground, avoids the paranoia, and the flash Pavlos. The movement is immaculate.
Are we sure he's not a bird? Are we sure he's not a plane? No, he's Super Ned.
Rotation ready to come out from the shadows here. 30 seconds left, Pavlos. The rotation's got to be damn fast here for Vitality.
That's a rough one. Yatije would take that freebie.
It's all on Captain.
This is a rough one by the Captain. They read his position, they don't check him. Destrian just assumes he's not there. Ooh, Foot. They're in such a good position, but Destrian is able to find 2. And a Captain from behind, but not able to do anything. Destrian triples up. And Vitality close it all out, 6-6, even at half-time.
From Captain's position there, Pavlos, I genuinely thought that was going to be a time buyer, shut down the plant, and then just win the half with the Rolling Thunder as well to buy even more time. But no, instead, Destrian, out of nowhere, finds 3 quick frags, setting up Runner for the last one, setting up Vitality for a draw at the end of their attack, Pavlos. The belated defense now for a team which have proven to really struggle when it comes to holding these sites, especially on 3 site maps.
So let me put this into perspective for everybody watching. Vitality right now, they're not battling Foot. Right, okay, they are on the server, yes, but
psychologically,
they're fighting their own demons right now. And I think that's a big and formidable opponent.
Those demons have got hands, Pavlos.
Look, this is great experience for them, right? If they come up into a situation like this another time after this, they'll have the experience on how to handle it. But that's all in foresight. And right here, right now, is what matters in this moment. And don't tell me off-season events don't matter, but come on. Don't dare tell me that, because this match right here, you can't tell me that these 2 teams aren't giving their all.
This could genuinely be one of the most contentious finals of the whole season.
This is brilliant. This is brilliant, and what a way to close out the off-season here in Pacific.
That's not even closed out, Pavlos. We still have a half left. We still may even have a map left.
True, very true.
However, it's got to start at the pistol round, and as we've seen from the first half, pistol rounds are very, very telling. Looks like the chant from the Futz house does carry over.
That is true. And may the second half begin. And may the odds be ever in any of these teams' favor.
Slow start, Vitality gaining some early control in A lobby here. There's a Killjoy turret to alert them for a flank, but that would only suggest a flank, not as to numbers. And for Futz, it may be an early plant on this B site.
That is true. I mean, they are hearing that the daggers fell onto that B site, so they do break the bar as they do move forward.
Is it round the world?
Yetije is a chance to bounce upon them, and you're right, it is a switch of positions. A Foot head towards this A site, and
Vitality may have read it.
has got a flank. Hang on a second, how many are you good for, sir? None! Runner reads it!
The trades are there, spike down, and now the flanks have to come in.
Vitality have got the numbers. Mr. Fallen hiding out, safe. Finding another position to work with, but it's going to take some time for him to clear all these angles. At a Captain showing his presence there is a dangerous endeavor. Zenith finding himself an opportunity to move out of the corner. Foot finding damage. So is Zenith off of that smoke. Fallen is the final player to get the kill, and that's another pistol going to Foot.
But that may be the magic formula, Pavlos. The pistols may be what matter, and if Lotus taught us anything, those pistols have some real impact. Over in the Futz house.
More people are joining, apparently.
More and more people join to watch history be made.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. And I guess the history of these 2 teams, especially at this point. I think there's some rivalry being built up here. That they will be able to continue to battle it out for years to come in VCT EMEA. But for now, Foot seem to have the better end of it now that they've got weapons. Vitality forced the pistols. It's a tough round for them.
Right there. Right there.
Man down already. Futs once again look to get to that B side, a position which they were able to make it to almost completely unscathed in the pistol round. They're going to do so again, almost unscathed in our second as well.
Spike planted.
Guiding light from kicks, allows the entry, but that's not what Foot are fighting for. They've got full mid control and expect a barrage of lead to head in the direction of the spike. Come on. Through smokes. They're not giving Vitality a chance, and why should they? Demanding respect. And so close to an 8th round, creating a gap between themselves and their opponents.
Vitality, they fall to the spike, they prevent the ult orbs from being given to Futs here. But at 8-6, Futs holding a lead this early into a second round. Certainly a unique feeling for them, Pavlos. Maybe even a pleasurable one. But for Vitality, a chance now to move to your full buy, a chance to stop this momentum in its tracks.
I wonder what Vitality are thinking right now, right? Obviously, they know they haven't had good defenses. They know. They're not oblivious to that fact, but
one of the biggest traps that you can fall into when you are down a map like this is to get into your own head, to stop communicating.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that that's already happened.
Yeah.
It's a matter of getting out of their own heads.
Another fast play through Garage this time though. Futs getting ready to just get straight onto the C site. Vitality look like they want to fight for it though.
Yeah, Destrian found himself to the back of the site. Runner realizes Cena is pushing forward. Flash coming through. Safe is no more. Wow. But very coordinated with that one. And ends up on top. Just like that, Vitality missing 2 players.
Spike planted.
Vitality save it. This may be one of the fastest save calls we've seen at this entire tournament. They don't have the confidence, they don't have the man count, or the money, or the abilities to get onto this C site.
And just like we saw in the first half, it's a 3-0 start for Foot. Not only do they win the pistol, they of course win the follow-up, but they also win their opponent's bonus round. Well, their own bonus round, sorry.
You're absolutely right, and well, for Vitality, it's
surely not.
It's time for them to come back. Do you remember on Ascent when they had to do that, Pavlos?
Oh man, I'm starting to forget because there's so many moments that there's so many comebacks.
I worry Vitality may be starting to forget
I'm on
as well.
overdrive. There's just too much going on.
Rifles being robbed as well. Sender, the only one who can maintain a rifle going into the next round. As things go from bad to worse to even more worse.
And just like that, I think it's clear that I don't think they have battled their demons yet. They haven't been able to get out of their minds. I wonder if the timeout fixes it. It hasn't so far, I think. In this game in particular, it hasn't.
Remember, both teams still have one more timeout to work with, Pavlos. So there is still a chance to break this momentum. But to rely on a timeout to do it means that you're struggling to do it within the game. And that's when your opponents get almost emboldened by you calling a timeout.
Well, CNED will be playing aggressively here. Safe will be able to trade it back out, but come on, you've got pistols. That's an upgrade. Save.
Last
for one,
player
but
Spike down, C.
that's all she wrote. Chapter finished.
Or is it?
That
Spike
chapter
planted.
has got double digits as its name.
You're counting Runner out maybe a bit too quickly here, Pavlos.
Nah. Or is this where Runner brings it all back for Vitality? Have you heard of the story of Runner?
Yeah, what happened to
getting
that?
a 1v3 clutch and bringing back Vitality's hopes, but for this one, it's Mr. Fallen that's gone all the way around the world. And there's nothing Runner could ever do about that.
10-6 now, and it may be at this point, Vitality start looking longingly at their coach, hoping that some words of wisdom, some kind advice, or some stern sentences will be enough to bring them back into this.
I don't know. They're looking for a Christmas miracle at this point. We're approaching Christmas. We can get a little bit more festive up in here, can't we? 3 wise men, a Christmas miracle, a star in the sky. They're looking for something. And Vitality need to find it now. Losing this back to crippling economy and back where Foot could get into match, series, and tournament points.
Runner's got a little present under his tree. It's the operator, but for Foot, they don't care. Another acceleration onto this C site with Destrian to try and hold.
Destrian importantly takes one down. He doesn't die himself. Cracks though can be brought back to life, as he did enable the knock command. Oh, the rolling thunder though causes a lot of pressure to the back of the site, and Seeded will be dealing with cleaning it all up. Runner have nowhere to go. Vitality have nowhere to hide. Foots are determined to close it out right here.
Right here, right now, Sender, a 1 versus 4. Damages Mr. Fallon.
Kick and scream all you want. Sender, this is not written for you. I think Foot have shown us what resilience looks like. They're the ones with the comebacks today. They're the ones that can convert every single disadvantage. Foot, a hair length away from reaching that penultimate round where they can secure that tournament point.
My, oh my, Pavlos. It's almost like a fairy tale for Fat. Having lost Ascent, having required a comeback on Sunset, having required an even bigger comeback on Lotus, just to limp, beaten, battered, and bruised to Haven. And only now do we see them take the lead, staring not just at the crown, but also at the trophy.
They can't win a defense round. They can't win a defense round, that's it. And that's the thought that they have in their heads, right? That's the thought. It's not their inability to play defense. They are really good players. It's just that they're in their head and they're saying we can't win defense.
It's 11-6.
11-6. They haven't won, again, a single round on defense, Kremer.
We've seen comebacks from 7-round deficits before. We have seen numerous comebacks from 7-round deficits within the last few hours, Pavlos. But are Vitality the ones to do it? Timeout finished. Vitality. They're out of phone a friends.
Show us what you've got.
Runner, 1 away from a Blade Storm. They have a Neural Theft and are from the shadows to aid them. CNED 1 away from a Blade Storm of his own. While the ult advantage may be with Vitality, I'm seeing so much red in that scoreboard, scoreboard right now.
Rounds there, mate. Look as hard as you want. Squint your eyes, zoom in, bring binoculars. Nah, not there, not there. Which is why Vitality needs to bring it all on right now. Runner unable to find the first shots. Dash used, and Foot's position no.
Once again, Vitality with a very passive early round. They still want to fight for these sites, and Futs, they'll be more than happy to respond with slow, conspiratorious map control as they set up for this assault to the A site.
Leading up to be quite the game, this. Vitality definitely called the action now. It feels like it's now or never for them. The A site clearly being the destination that Foot want to end up on. It's just a matter of fact, Vitality stick to their guns, stick to this position, and have the strongest defense in this area.
Oh, fuck, they avoid the info gather as well from Vitality. Lucas kicks backs away. This couldn't have come at a worse time.
I mean, Yetterjay is going on for a walk. Guiding Light showing this presence near shore. Yetterjay has enough of that C-site exploration. Zenith gets one, Zenith eliminated. At least the star is out.
I look at the rotation as well. Because Yetterjay's got so much ground over on B, this is calling the entire assault back. 25 seconds left, Pavlos, and CF may be the one to stop it.
They need to stop it. They have to. There's no other way. But then the rotation from Foot comes in towards that C site. One player defending it, and that's Sender. What can he do? They don't know he's here. They've got no clue he is here. Oh, but he gets a little bit confused, a little bit flustered, but that doesn't matter. Knows where Krax is coming from. Can he shut it all down? It's Kicks to do it, and Vitality are still in the game. They finally get a defense round win.
They strike back, Pavlos, they clap back, but can they make it consistent? Was this just one of those consecrations of light, those flashes of brilliance, those sparks in the pan that you see from players this talented? It's the consistency which separates these two teams now. The gauntlet has been thrown to Vitality. Now it's time to rise, clench it, and bring themselves an 8th. One away from the Seekers, one away from the Blade Storm. First already have a Blade Storm and are from the Shadows to work with. And both teams with the rifles and an ace sight to fight for.
Again, Foot start the approach. Having their eyes set on this A site, CNED. Oh my God! He knew exactly what he was doing there, and he's not yet shut down! How is CNED not dead? Alive and well, brings his team into the site with him. Runner, he's so desperate, he wants to do it himself, he has to be the hero, that's his feeling right now, but he has been shot down. Yerajay in the front line, safe, bringing his team on his back. Oh, save!
Oh my God!
The brilliance of this veteran save, showing why he's in this team.
Duelist at heart, pointed, proven, and guaranteed. Single-handedly holding that ace sight against any who dare stand against him. Runner, out comes the operator. Oh my word, Pavlos, look at this.
Look at that again, look at, oh my God.
The blessings of a deity.
Yeah, that's well said. It's
Do we
the moment that it was required. The moment it was required, it was brought back.
Do either of these teams have a 5th map in them, Pavlos?
Well, they're going to have to, I think. It depends if Vitality can start scoring more rounds up. And Foot, we want to make sure that's not the case. Foot come out with a timeout.
I believe this is their last timeout as well, Pavlos. So it's free sailing from here on out.
If this is scripted, if someone wrote the script on this, they deserve an Oscar. They deserve an Oscar, they deserve an Emmy, they deserve every award in the world, because this...
They deserve a Nobel Prize, Pavlos.
We live in a simulation.
Is this reality?
This is
not
real
life.
This is not real.
Right there.
All
right. Vitality. We've got on a round.
Right there.
We've got 3 more to go to find that equalizer.
Right there.
Can they get it?
It's got to start somewhere. Runner, ready to get this first pick, looking to duel the breach potentially for this C-long position, for control of this L-Torp. But they changed their pace, Pavlos. Slow now, they set up, ready to take Garage, but this is where Runner is sat, waiting, lurking with that sniper. Timing doesn't quite favor him, but they don't want to fight it. They go back to B here, Pavlos.
They want none of that. They want to head towards the speed side. There is a tripwire towards the left-hand side of it. Safe, stunned up, so entry is more likely than not going to be there for Foot.
Out comes the utility, the set piece goes out. Can Vitality stop it, Pavlos?
CNED finding an off-angle pedestrian, can't find the shot onto the spike plaza. And all of a sudden, where's Vitality? It's Foot all the way.
CNED, these entries have just been immaculate.
And that's the save.
Runner has to save. But will make it 12.
After all that,
map and series points now, as Vitality need 4 in a row.
With the
on the
blood
bounce.
pumping through Safe's veins after that clutch, he's got to sit back.
Stay down.
And they're being hunted as well, Pavlos. Sir, you are being hunted.
That's got to hurt for Vitality.
Player standing.
And for Safe, that's got to hurt, and for Runner as well. No gun safe to the next round.
My, oh my.
This means one thing, Kremer. After all this, Foot are one singular round for not only closing out this map, not only closing a series on its own, no. This is tournament point. Vitality expend everything they can. Likewise for Foot. No mistakes are allowed for the Golden Hornets.
They've already had perfect maps so far, Pavlos. To call upon it now for Vitality, 4 rounds. Sounds simple enough. Runner, Blade Storm out. Hunting for this first kill, Pavlos.
Exploration towards mid. Runner as well. Towards that ace site. Seen it nearby. This could be a battle of the duelists straight out. They've been going toe-to-toe for this entire series, but it seems like Zenit has been getting the better of them all. Run away, starting to avoid it just in time. You can definitely tell the intention behind Zenit's actions.
Look at the flank in mid as well. Yetajay, he's a player to watch out for here. The linchpin, actually. And look, they pulled the rotation away. The Sky Flash doesn't land. Vitality, they know something's up. 30 seconds left now. Futz, they got to move quick.
Sender all by himself on the C side. He's asking for assistance now as Deshrin is trying to float. That's a good paranoia, delays them 23 seconds. Yetajay finds the kill into mid. That's extra distraction. Sender, TP, and fights it back to safety. 18 seconds. Deshrin to the back of it. Can't find a thing. Fully blinded. Mr. Fallen takes him out. Foot, this could be it right here. Zenit and Foot close out the series and win Convergence. An unthinkable result.
My word, Pavlos.
8-7-0 for Vitality in map number 2. 10-0 for Vitality in map number 3. End result of both of those maps was Foot's success. And the end result of this series is Foot's victory in India.
Foot, they go after it with all of their strength and sagacity and stern pertinacity. Neither sickness nor pain of body or brain is going to keep them away from this trophy. And what an earned result.
Ladies and gentlemen, your victors of Convergence, give it up for Foot Esports! Bow down, King.
What a performance, Pavlos.
Wow.
What a series of Valorant.
What a show.
One of the best series we've ever had the privilege of casting.
And all right here in Bangalore. Wow.
Wow.
How do we even wrap that up on a bow? Like, that is a package in and of itself. It needs no decoration.
This is the sort of series which orgs base themselves on. This will be referenced from now till the 3rd or 4th season to find themselves in.
Look, this is the 4th time this team is meeting, well, this organizations are meeting, but this time Foot are continuing the streak of besting Vitality every single time. Analysts, take it away and just let us know what the hell happened. I'm done. Yeah, just take it. Bye.
I mean, we don't get 24 rounds played in this one, but it certainly was not a disappointment whatsoever. 3-1 the final scoreline here in the grand final for Foot Esports.
Absolutely, what a game from the Turkish Giants, and they have absolutely shown what mentality can be at its best ever. This is the reason why VCT EMEA, they placed 3rd, and today they've come in here to Convergence to showcase the fact that they are not going to be withered by any storm that comes in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Airbender himself, Cena, didn't disappoint in the last one there. There was, you know, a little bit of questions as well from Runner, right?
Sure.
Unfortunately, Runner didn't really commit to too much in this one too. You know, the Raze was a little bit of a lackluster scenario throughout this as well. So I'm kind of wondering, was it fatigue? You know, was it nerves? What actually got towards Vitality? Because you've got to remember, they have weathered 3 13-11s, 1 victory, 2 losses.
Yeah.
But within those losses, the comebacks from Foot, I mean, that's just got to be shattering.
Yeah, it definitely is something that breaks your heart, especially if you're on the opposing team as well. Because if you're watching yourself and your teammates go up 7-0 up, 10-0 up, and you're comfortably in a spot where you can say, you know what, guys, this is going to be our game, and then to watch all of that drown in front of your eyes, you just lose out on everything as you just get flooded by the power of these Turkish players.
Yeah, I mean, CNED, he's got the crowd on his favor. He's got 7 first bloods in this one. Everything is just propelling him forward here in India to get this victory. And what is the answer? Who is the player that we should have been looking for Vitality to try and pivot onto these entries? It was Runner again, and I'll make this one. Only 2 was able to be found. First deaths of 3. I mean, he was just getting isolated on these fights. I said in the pre-phase of this one, something we've got to look out for CNED is, you know, how is he going to play around these Viper Walls when they're going on up? How is Destrian going to be changing where these are placed on the defensive side as well, right? And we'll start with the attack. The standard one to cut off down sewers, up through towards a link of B as well. Disrespected the wall time and time again to get a crucial amount of rounds, and a great start to the map as well to go a long way. 3 flawless rounds to start 5-0. We start to get a comeback from Vitality. Maybe they look to bring something back, but again, you just have a massive hit, a massive boon of a start on the second half of the foot. Everything was flowing their way.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the fact that, you know, CNED actually took a bit of a slow start to the series, you know, heading over to the first map, where Runner was actually quite the player to look out for. And we thought, you know what, he's coming to the series with just as much force as he possibly can. But the fact of the matter was that longevity is only taken to account when you've got the experience to back it up, and Runner needs a little bit more experience, and CNED is on top of that experience list.
I mean, that's it, right? He's the MVP of this one. I think he might look to be the MVP of the whole grand final. You can hear the cheers coming on through. I think everyone's getting excited for this one, because in just a few mere moments' time, we'll get to speak with one of the members of Foot. We'll get to see, you know, we've seen it throughout this event, that little trophy. It's not so little, actually.
Oh yeah, it's a really pretty trophy, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to enjoy this quite a bit. And I'm kind of, you know, heartbroken on the other end of the things, of course, for Vitality, because this was their chance to grab their first ever trophy for their Valorant team, right? And to have it snatched away, and in the fashion what it did as well, it's got to be really, you know, annoying.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly going to be so much that you can look at, though, for Vitality. Back onto this, it's a new team, you know, a new project, new players coming together, a new idea. And this was the perfect time to try something like that as well in the off-season before you get into your EMEAs at the circuit. But without further ado, folks, it's time to send it over to Tash on the stage for the last time.
And there you have it. Manfo Convention Center was just vibrating with energy today as we saw Foot just come back and dominantly take the trophy away from Team Vitality. Regardless, as we end the day, we must also honor the players who have played today. Let's invite Mr. Sukabal Pegu, Esports League, India and Southeast Asia, Riot Games, to the stage. And with him, I'd also like to invite Mansur Nabu Ahmed, co-founder, COO, and Esports League, the Esports Club. Without them, this tournament wouldn't be here, and also without you guys, the community. And without further ado, let us invite the runner-ups to the stage for the prize-giving ceremony. I'd like to invite Team Vitality! What an incredible performance coming from this team, undefeated from their groups, only to meet their end here in the grand finals. Now, I'd like to invite the champions of Convergence 2023, Foot Esports! Now that they have their medals, I think it's time they take what's theirs. The Convergence 2023 trophy is yours to lift. What an incredible moment. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first ever Convergence live here in Manpo Convention Center, Bangalore, India. And we will see you guys again next year.
Hello, Bangalore!
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking
I hope you had an amazing time watching an intense and the best Valorant that we've seen the entire week. And we had an amazing time bringing it to you guys. And for whoever said that Bangalore cannot make a noise, I think we've proven them wrong. Bangalore can really bang it when it's needed, right? We brought it for you guys. And we hope that this is just the